Oh, excuse me. The moment I hit the live button, all of a sudden I had to cough. So I'm back this morning with you. I'm pretty tired. I was there. I think I ended the stream about 2 in the morning. We were quite concerned for, well, the Windy Fire and others in the Sequoias, plus a couple others. They're just looking really worrisome. But we're going to start out the day with the Dixie morning operational update, which should begin any second now. And I'll get the clock up here, and then we'll see what the day brings. This is live broadcast already. It should start any second. Bear with me. I apparently have the flu or something. I just haven't taken it easy best I can. I hope we can watch more videos than anything so I don't have to stress my voice, but we'll see what goes on. I figure going live at least a little bit today would be better than nothing, because we still have a situation to fire. Even though we got a good boost, there are some really, really concerning fires out there just going on as we speak. This one is very early to start looking like a volcano. This apparently is the Windy Fire, looking from south to north, getting close to Silver City / the Sequoias.
All right, good morning, everyone. You guys can come on in a little bit more. That way you guys can see everything. We got plenty of seats up here. I'm Chris Fry, one of the plant's chiefs here. Please silence your cell phones, turn your radios down, keep all side conversations to a minimum. All right, we're here for the operational briefing for both day and night shifts, September 13th. We're going to start it off with the current situation with the night operations. Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Magnus Jonsson, Incident Management Team 1, night operations. So last night it was actually very quiet. We flew the MQ-9 looking for any perimeter issues. Everything was still within the containment lines. Yesterday they did have some stuff with the wind and the hot areas. They did have about 5 to 9 acres down in off the 44. They picked that up direct dozer line, kept that contained, and then up in the branch 15 area they had some minor issues in there. Everything got picked up, everything is lined currently, and they're holding in place. Other than that, quiet night.
Awesome, thank you, sir. So for our management objectives, slight change to them: ensure firefighter and public safety by using strategies and tactics that mitigate known and anticipated hazards while providing for the highest possibility of success. Elevate awareness of current COVID-19 precautions and the best infectious disease control measures to ensure the safety of the fire personnel and the public. Maintain and enhance relationships with represented agencies, local landowners, and the general public by providing timely and accurate fire information. Protect and minimize the effects of wildfire and suppression operations on cultural, heritage, natural resources in the area, and effectively manage costs by implementing strategies and tactics that have the highest probability of success. And with that, I'm going to go into our fire weather forecast with our incident meteorologist, Ben Bartos.
Morning, incident meteorologist Ben Bartos. So it's going to be another quiet weather day, a little hotter, a little drier than we had yesterday. So looking at highs 78 to 85, especially around here in Susanville, be pushing more like 90 down in these real low valleys. But mostly we're a little different. We're kind of in a little bit of a different bowl, a little bit of a different weather situation here in Susanville. So a lot of times what we get here isn't necessarily representative of what's actually going on in the fire. Just for the folks coming in know that. So if it's like 90 here, it's probably not like that on the fire. But anyway, about 78 to 85, looking at min RHs this afternoon, 10 to 15%. So like I said, that drying trend that we're expecting is happening. Clear skies, fair weather. General winds are going to be out of the northwest today, so note that change. Out of the northwest today, 5 to 10. miles per hour, mainly ridge tops, and then just looking at terrain driven winds otherwise. That's really all I've got. Just real quick for going forward for tonight, since this is a 24-hour op, we're just looking at light drainage winds overnight, moderate RH recoveries. It'll slowly be getting worse these next couple of days with RH recoveries, and just quiet weather still. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Ben. And my apologies. One thing I did forget to mention before we started, that we did transfer command with NEBO Team 1 and California Team 14 as one team. We have now taken the fire as of 0700 this morning. All right, for fire behavior, Sandy Munns.
Morning, everyone. As you probably are expecting, things are continuing to dry out. The effect that we got from the rain a few days ago is pretty much gone. We have continued drying conditions in the fuels. To give you an idea, your 1 and 10 hour fuels are the only things that really got wet from the rain. Those have now pretty much dried out. Your 100 and 1,000 hour fuels are still critically dry. Your live fuel moistures, that's one of the things that's helping to feed this fire, are down to critical levels around 65 to 75%. That is way below normal, and that's what's helping to create the additional fuel load with more fuel availability. So that's why this fire has burned so hot throughout this duration of this incident. The advantage is we don't have a whole lot of wind to drive it. We're going to still have the potential for active fire behavior during the day and into the early to late evening. Poor RH recoveries are going to continue to give similar conditions they had last night. During the day today, keep an eye out for those slope-driven winds. Sunny slopes are going to continue to dry your fuels, and they're going to create your local winds upslope, which is going to give you the possibility for any short runs in unburned fuels and the possibility for some short-range spotting. So keep an eye out for the spots and any active fire that could suddenly pick up and catch you by surprise. Probability of ignition, if you do get spots, is around 90%. So keep your lookouts active and keep your heads up on a swivel. Have a good day.
Awesome. Thank you, Sandy. And for operational assignments and priorities, Chance Traub and Jeff Hinson.
So as you can see, there's been a couple changes in the operational assignments, and then also the locations. So for branch 13, the the branch is going to be Dan Gussie. For JKNL, Bevan Pontus, and be out at Spike Camp. For November and Oscar, Parker Bevington and B. Shaw, going to be out at Spike Camp. For Papa, Chad Hyatt, they'll be out at Spike Camp. And for Shasta Contingency, Dennis Lang. For branch 816, Sierra will be Eddie Guidi. And then for Whiskey Zulu, Brooke Nunez. And then for branch 5, for Alpha through India, contact local duty chief for the Butte, and they will give you your assignments. And then for Butte FSR, also contact the local duty chief for Butte, and they will give you your assignments. For the divisions, for Westwood FSR, for Dreyer FSR, Chester FSR, and Susanville FSR, you'll be working under branch 18 today. For the Westwood FSR, your contact group supervisor will be Jay Ravenclaw. For Dyer FSR, be M. McNicholson. Chester FSR will be J. Wright. Susanville FSR will be G. Shawhall. And for the branch 18, that will be Scott Grindall. For Janeville, the group supervisor will be Colby Sims. And then the Alomar group will be Jay Burhall. And for night shift, 2 night, will be Orlando Gino.
Hey, good morning, Jeff Henson, Field Operations. Hey, our priorities today will be up what we changed in the Division Sierra and Branch 16 up there on the tip of the finger, especially the east side, getting aircraft and crews and really knocking that down. There's a lot of heat in there, and that's where they were having the troubles yesterday with spotting. So that'll be our #1 priority. Number 2 is down around the Oscar November break there in the Rakers Peak area, trying to figure out that little piece in there in the park that how to cut it out and how to get around that piece. And then watching the back door on everything else and keeping everything in check. Today with the transition day, the plan and the mindset is to kind of go slow to go fast. We got a lot of unassigned resources out there, new divisions, new branches, so just getting to know each other and getting feet out there and getting everybody on the same page. California Team 1 there, Cal Fire Team 1, thanks for all your guys' time with us and giving us the tours and helping us sort things out. So nice job, and you set us up in a good spot operationally. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Jeff. For air operations, Brian Sexton.
Morning, everyone. Just wanted to echo what Jeff said. Thank you to Cal Fire Team 1, Matt Hill, Thomas Smith, and Peter York. We had a pretty heavy aircraft reset and super helpful, and appreciate all the help there. Battle Creek, Helibase, and all the associated aircraft is gone. All of our helicopters will be coming out of Eagle Lake Helibase. We have 4 Type 1s, 1 Type 2, and a Type 3. Of those Type 1s, 2 are bucketed and 2 are tanked. The MRB, Mobile Retardant Base, is in service out of Old Station there. And we do have Helco also available for aerial supervision, available out of Eagle Lake. The 2 air attacks are going to be coming out of Chester. And we do have 2 scoopers available to us assigned to Chico. And for medevac ship for night, we have Guard 841 night hoist capable available out of Stead. And just wanted to mention to folks that if you do have a need for bucket support or helicopter support out there, that you communicate line clearance to everybody, to the aerial supervision and helicopters. Working in timber might be hard to pick up and see, so if you could please communicate line clearance so they can get to work for you and keep you safe. Appreciate it. Have a safe shift. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Brian. Up next for safety, Dave Updike.
Good morning, everybody. Dave Updike, Nemo Safety. And so yesterday we had a couple near misses. One of those near misses turned into a vehicle accident. So if you look in the safety message today, there's a pretty graphic picture about a rollover. And so when you're having high speeds and you're driving high speeds and some of the equipment we're driving, and you get a little bit of fatigue mixed in, sometimes you drift off the road, you hit that soft shoulder, it ends up in a multiple rollover. And so start thinking about how you're driving and are you driving to address the current situation. Next, behind the safety message, you'll see a COVID announcement, or an infectious disease bulletin. Look at that. Look at the information that's in there. We're in Lassen County right here, and there's soaring numbers in COVID positive with the Delta variant. So start thinking about those mitigation procedures that are listed in that sheet. There's a lot of federal resources here, and as federal resources, we are mandated to wear the mask. It's required, especially any time that social distance cannot be attained. So if you can't be within 6 feet, you need to be wearing that mask. So I appreciate that cooperation on that. Lastly, there's a lot of folks that have been here a long time. And so think about the complacency that sets in through fatigue, right? You've been here a long time, you're driving the same roads. It's almost like your truck can drive itself out to that division. So start looking at that incident as it's the first day you've been on that incident with open eyes, and have a safe shift. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Up next for communications, Sean Finders.
Good morning, everybody. No change to the 205 or to the clone today. No clone. Some changes as the divisions were changed today, branches. So pay attention to the 205s, the 204s. If you guys have any questions, come and see us. We're going to be occupying the same area that was occupied by Cal Fire Team 1. One couple things I wanted to touch on. Branch 18, your command is different between Almanor and Janesville groups due to the geographic nature. And then the fire suppression repair groups, your TACs are all the same, but your commands are going to be different throughout the fire. So do pay attention to that. You may have to switch zones in your radio. If you guys have any questions, come and see us over at Communications. Any suggestions for things that might work better? Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Sean. Up next for medical, Devin Lawrence.
Good morning, Devin Lawrence, medical unit for Team 14. First thing we want to go, we've got a new 206 in the IAP. We'd like you guys to review that 206 and make sure you're familiar with what we do with in our team and within the incident of the 206. The main thing of the incident within the incident is that when you call out an incident, that you update us with a green, yellow, or red tag and an updated condition so that we can make sure we can get appropriate resources started your way. Also, nothing has changed to the med unit right now. We have CalMed here that they have, can take care of all your medical needs that's going on. They have doctors and nurses so they can do some infield stitches and things like that and take care of if there's anything else, then we can get it to a hospital. Also, within the divisions, if the divisions can also try to find any medics within their personnel that they can also use as a resource to help them out on the line. But if there's anything else in the IEP, you have Mike Lanchoni's phone number and my phone number there. We're here for you guys 24 hours a day, and we want to help you guys out with any of your needs that you might have. Thank you. Have a safe shift.
Thanks, Devin. All right. Up next for logistics, Jimmy Grimes. Correction, Matt Wiggins.
Good morning. We're going to see some changes in camp over the next 24 or 48 hours. If you have any questions on services, please come see us in logistics. We'll get you straightened out. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Matt. Up next for finance, Bonnie Johnson.
Probably the shortest person here. Good morning, I'm Bonnie Johnson, the Finance Section Chief, and just a couple of things. So you've heard a little bit about changes in camp, and there's a little bit of change in protocol with time. I know that the front of the IAP still says that we have a 24-hour shift. However, if you look at the bottom of each of the 204s, you'll see some special instructions. And those speak to the idea that the intent, although it says the posted operational period is 14.5 hours, we intend for your operational period to be 14.5 hours. We know there are compensable times before and after that you spend doing your infectious disease mitigation and some other shift preparation kind of activities. All of those should not total more than 16 hours for any resource. So anything that you do that exceeds 16 hours, please ensure that it is documented, justified, and approved. And the two words that got left out of those special instructions are in advance by the Operations Section Chief. So we appreciate all that you are doing to accomplish the incident objectives. Please do it within 16 hours or coordinate through ops to ensure that you get approval. Beyond that, we are working actively with CAL FIRE to reassign some of the resources that had been here under HEMS. So please be patient with us as we obtain new E-numbers for some of you, but it should not affect your work on the line, and continue to do all that each day, and we'll accept your paper or other or electronic submissions as you have been doing in the past. The finance tent is over here below those water towers, and if you need to come see us in person, please don't hesitate to do that. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Bonnie. And for the Forest Service, Deb Bumpus.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Deb Bumpus, the Forest Supervisor here on the Lassen and also one of the agency administrators. And I want to welcome our new team here and thank CAL FIRE again for all the work that they've done. We've had a lot of people that have been here for the full 60+ days of the incident. And I know when you think about that and how long it has been, we have a lot of people, including myself, that are anxious to get back to something else. And when you're anxious to do that, you get really complacent. I appreciate Dave Updike talking about that. People get in a hurry. If you get demobbed, you get in a hurry to go home, have accidents. You can drive for miles and not realize where you were or how you got to where you are at that time. So please just pay attention, make sure that you have a little conversation with yourself before you get in the car and start heading home. Pay attention to what you're doing. I also want to thank all of our cooperators who have been with us all along. Their information has been invaluable to us to know the nuances of all these communities, the expectations of getting services back to the communities, and they'll continue to be a big asset to you. So please pay attention to them. There'll be, just like any transition, some catching up that you have to do, telling the stories over again, so be patient with that, and make sure that you realize they're our best partners out there and our best connection to the communities. So you all have a safe shift up there. Thank you so much for what you've done for this entire close to 1 million acre fire. A lot of communities that have been impacted, and they sure appreciate all of you. So thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Deb. Closing comments from our incident commander, Jay Girth.
Good morning, everybody. Obviously, there's changes. The challenges that we've run into this morning already are that as we switch over between state and federal contracts and resources, we were not able to get some of the products up onto the screens that you have been used to. So that's a little bit of a foreshadowing of some of the bumps and bruises that'll come along over the next few days as we go through the transition between what's available through to the state and what we are able to switch over to, and how the transition goes over the next 48 to 72 hours. Bear with us as we work through those things. We'll be doing the best we can to facilitate making sure that everybody's well taken care of, that a good plan is put out, and that everybody's accounted for with response and good assignments. So anything along those lines, if you're in an unassigned resources, or if you're caught up in the transition between the state system of HEMS and the federal system of Viper, and you are not on a resource order, or excuse me, on the incident action plan, then please come up and check in and make sure where you're supposed to be for the day. Lastly, I guess two things I want to close with is I heard safety talk about driving, and also infectious disease mitigations. Both of those things are very personal, and if you think about driving, and you have some responsibility to take care of everybody else coming at you on the road, but the personal part of that is also watching your own speeds, using your seatbelts, and doing those kinds of things for your own personal mitigations. Same thing with a face mask, whether you believe in it or whether you don't believe in it. That's got nothing to do with the compliance and the expectations that we're moving forward with. If you're going to be in the briefing area, you're going to have to start wearing a mask. If you're going to be in the where we're feeding and where we have groups gatherings, you're going to have to start wearing a face mask. That's the way it's going to go. That's the responsibility and the obligation of the personal part to take care of those things around you, and that's the expectations that's been given to me as the incident commander from the federal agency administrators. So we'll be putting signage up and reminding you of all of that stuff. Have hand sanitizer stations around for you and stuff, but please take it seriously as we move forward. Have a good shift. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Jay. All right, so any unassigned resources, if you're not on the IEP, there could be two reasons. One, you may be on the demob list, which is outside the trailer over demob trailer as you're walking to chow. If not, Ansley and Shannon are waving their hands in the back there. Any unassigned resources that are not on the demob list, please go see Ansley and Shannon. Breakout areas, starting with fire suppression repair over here, following around to Division Papa, all the way over here to Division our branch 5 on this side. Please find your breakout areas and have a good shift and make good decisions.
No, what we were all waiting for was an inspiring speech by Mike Wink. Gosh, did he get rotated off because I became addicted to those? Wow, what does it think YouTube wants me to watch? Ghost Volcanoes of the Cascades, Hot Springs Revisited, Exploring Nevada Ghost Towns, Al Jazeera, The Impact of Mahan on Naval History and Important Naval Battles, Heavy Rain on a Roof, Holt Hanley, yes, Hanley the Kid, Saratoga Racing Live. Oh, I wish I could watch something soothing like sports, but we got a job to do. So that was our Dixie West Zone morning operational update. We can check in now with the East Zone. I don't know if they're going to have morning videos. Usually they're here on Lassen Volcanic. Oh, maybe it's starting. Wait a second. That's just 12 hours ago. I thought they had morning videos. Sorry, I have a fever if I'm missing something. We have one from yesterday. I don't see a Lassen National Forest video like about to begin. Wow. Here's some scoopers in action. We should definitely watch this. We have scoopers today on the Dixie. They just said that. Hey. Whoops. Wow. Back to back, huh? Oh, it was a go-around. He didn't like what he saw. Maybe it was the wake turbulence of the other plane. But you saw a go-around on a scooper. I've never seen that before. So either one of two things happened. He went, nope, going to turn around and do it again because maybe it was too choppy or some other reason to pull up. Either that or he was still full and he's just following the other plane. Or he was practicing, like the other one was saying, here's the good way to do it. Follow my lead, and it was a dry run. But that was a little bit surprising. So I'm gonna turn off the sound and let's just admire this. I could show you guys in its entirety because this is a work in the United States government. If Lassen National Park is releasing it, and boy, these things are cool. Everybody loves the scoopers because they're so fast. They don't land on land to go and wait for the retardant or wait for water to be pumped into their tanks. I don't know how this works. I don't know how they're not just nosediving and flipping in the water like most planes do when it has that amount of drag on the belly. I would be curious to see how they fill the tank. And I don't think their skis typically touch. So let's just see them come down. I've seen accident videos with accidents and scoopers. I'll have to figure out which day this was at Lake Davis. You can see a little bit of wind. Yeah. See how that's coming in real slow. And I have a feeling that their tanks may be filled from the rear, like behind. I don't know if they just close Bombay doors or something and pull up. I would really like to know. Or if there's some sort of like holes that open. I mean, it kind of looks like Bombay doors in a way. Hey, good morning, Cherie, you guys. It's an old video. It does look like it was when the fire was a lot more serious. But I'm still very appreciative because it means I could show you guys something without a copyright, problem. And so he does a go-around. A go-around is when a pilot gets real close to landing and says, never mind, and goes full throttle and climbs. So go-around can be something as innocent as, a pilot practicing on runways. Like if you're a student, they touch down and then pull up again, or they practice getting near the runway and then pulling out. And especially in an unfamiliar or difficult airport. But oftentimes it becomes spooky if you watch pilot videos about go around is oftentimes for a crazy emergency. So, hey, there's Dennis from back in the day. So we had an 11-hour ago Dixie Fire evening operations update. I don't know if this is our last posted video for last National Forest. We could watch something if that is the last thing we have. Here's the morning of September 11th. You see, work continues prepping the road and chipping near the Beckworth-Genesee Road on Dixie Fire. Thanks to Strike Team 6841A for the videos and pictures. So, this is why you gotta drive slowly. They just said that there was an accident yesterday that was a near miss, meaning nearly a fatality. And so safety says, guys, slow down on the roads. This goes for anybody else repopulating the area too. Like, really, this stuff is going to be going on. Take it nice and slow. Never drive over a hose line unless somebody tells you it's okay. First of all, just never do it if it's charged. Just period. But if it's not charged, wait and wait for somebody to tell you it's okay. So, what do we have for other videos? If we go to all 11 hours ago, it is only 5 minutes long. So let's see what they said 11 hours ago. I did miss this.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mario Gomez. I'm one of the operations section chiefs on California Incident Management Team 1, and I will give you your evening update for the east zone of the Dixie Fire. Today, we had two major areas of concern. The first being this little piece that you can see here by Taylorsville, and the other one was a section of line over by Dixie Mountain, and I'll get to that here shortly. But starting with the piece of line here over by Taylorsville and Devil's Punch Bowl. So yesterday we had two hot shot crews that were able to get access to that fire's edge. They went in there and went direct and put in a hand line along the side of that fire and were able to contain the spread to the west. Today they were in there reinforcing that hand line and mopping up any threats to the control line, and tomorrow that'll be put into a patrol status and they'll monitor it and address any issues if they arise. Coming up into what we're calling our Division Romeo, it's on Grizzly Ridge. Everything is looking good in here. The resources are reporting about 150 feet mopped up of our control line, and you're going to see some additional black on the map tomorrow all the way to drop point 263, which is here on the map. Coming down into Lake Davis, the same thing goes for that. The resources are continuing to mop up 150 feet and work their way all the way down in and around Davis Lake up to Turner Ridge, and then back down into the Coyote Hills area, which you can see here. Resources are continuing to patrol and mop up as necessary all the way to the Milford-Beckworth Road. And from the Milford-Beckworth Road out to the east, the 23rd Army Brigade Engineering Battalion is in there spread out all across this entire section of dozer line. And they're continuing to mop up, to secure the line. There was a couple of, heat signatures close to the line, and they went and addressed those today, and they'll be continuing to work that piece of line tomorrow. From Helispot 68 there up towards Dixie Mountain is a piece of hand line that is in a patrol status, and we had a couple people walk that today and check it and address that there was one smoke that was within 100 feet of the line. They dealt with it, and they were able to get out of there safely. It's a real steep and rugged, so they'll be patrolling that from up above tomorrow, taking a look down the hill to make sure nothing else pops up. As you can see here, this piece of black line on the eastern edge of the fire has bumped up against the Beckworth complex, and there hasn't been any movement in this section of fire here since the fire, joined the Beckworth complex about a week ago. Coming down into Division Papa, which is along the 395 corridor, resources are also in there engaged in patrolling and mopping up, trying to, get the 150-foot mop up on our control features. And that continued all the way around to Black Mountain and then back up along this dozer line that you can see here, all the way back to the Walker fire scar here on the map. So that operation will continue tomorrow. Resources are looking at 2 more shifts, and they think that'll be looking good, and we'll put that into a patrol status as well. Moving on down into the spot fire that we had a few weeks ago by Janesville. This fire, that you can see here by Janesville is being patrolled. Everything is secure, and we're backhauling hose and equipment off of there. Moving on over into the Fruit Growers Boulevard Road, all the way out to Dyer Mountain. Everything there is being patrolled, and they're pulling hose, and it's secure, no reported issues. Their resources are responding to calls for service that are well with interior, not any threats to our control line, and that'll continue until all the hose and equipment has been backhauled back to ICP. Coming down into Indian Valley, same thing, pulling hose, patrolling, responding to calls for service, no reported issues. Resources are still engaged in Taylorsville. And then coming down into Whiskey Whiskey X-ray along the heel of the fire back to Story. Resources are also pulling hose and backhauling any excess equipment and supplies. And that's the end of the report.
Okay, so sometimes the morning operational updates kind of get posted a little bit later than they happen, especially on the social media stuff. I thought that they had some on YouTube, but I've got a little bit of a fever now and can't quite really remember. Somebody else finds a morning operational update for the East Zone, do let me know, because, like I said, just sort of manning the station while sick. I'm feeling better than when yesterday and the day before, but it's going to take it nice and easy. So what they said last night matters, because that's what we can look out for today, like being concerned around Taylorsville and such. That's, something that's still ongoing. That's why when we look at our evacuation maps, these warnings and such are still in place, because the danger isn't over. And so we can look at our Dixie, and we still got warnings. Looks like Taylorsville is not under a warning, but he just said that they were worried and pointed the stick over here. So the Genesee Valley and such is still under warning, but people can go back. So it'll be something to monitor. One thing I really wanted to get into right now is a quite alarming thing that we're seeing with the Windy Fire and a couple of the others in the Sequoia National Park area. Now, when we were celebrating the rain coming, we also knew that it could bring lightning, and it did, all over the state. And I like all the other fire-educated people in chat, were warning, don't just celebrate about everything, because wherever there's dry lightning, wherever it's not very raining, we're going to get new fires in the state. And they had a window of opportunity to get them out or contained in the first couple of moist days, and that moisture is gone. We have heavy fuels here, and they're spreading, and even throughout the night we saw it burn very actively. I was very concerned. Around 2 in the morning there was a smoke blanket that settled on the region with a dead calm. I continued to watch it off and on throughout the night, so like that's 3 and 4 in the morning. We could see that there was still heat off and on, but smoke has a dampening effect. It's like the lid on a frying pan. This is not my example, it's theirs. And then when you get winds again, and the smoke lifts off because of just prevailing winds, then boy, it will roar back to life. And the fact that it started doing that at 7 in the morning is quite concerning. That is not something that's typical. This is fuel driven right now. That's finding very potent fuels. It generated enough heat to poke out through the smoke layer, and looks like a steam train. With a smokestack that's overheated. This is like a highballing steam train. If you've ever heard of highballing, it's where they stick as much coal as they can in the boiler, get as much pressure in the boiler as they can, and you get this black stuff out of the smokestack as it goes about 90 miles an hour down the tracks. So you could look up highballing videos. They're kind of interesting to see, but it's not what you want to see on a fire. So usually what happens is you get two things that happen during the day. The fires will wake up sometime between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. You get light, sunlight. It's part of it's heat, solar radiation. It's a part of the fire triangle. It needs fuel, oxygen, and heat to live. So you get more heat, fires are worse. And then you also have things like less humidity. As the sun peaks out, the nighttime humidity goes away, which is called the humidity recovery. And dew and stuff evaporates if it's present. And so humidity is one of the big determining factors of how bad a fire is going to be that day. The biggest one is wind, of course. We have dead calms being forecast for this region. We were checking it out last night. 1 to 4 miles an hour sustained winds for the next foreseeable future in the next several days. However, almost constantly, day and night, there's 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which, it's going to be fickle in nature. Is it going to be constant wind gusts that really make this thing blow up the entire day? Or will we see patterns of blowing up and dying down and blowing up and dying down as the wind gusts come and go? And the fact that we're seeing a lot of this. Let's look at that tree in the foreground, see if it's moving into wind at all. Well, it's kind of one of those tortured trees that's misshapen because of high altitude growth and snow. I don't see it moving, but you can see the smoke and watch it to see that there is a bit of a breeze fanning this up. So this Tobias Peak cam is looking to the north, so the wind is going to the east, which is typical of what we're seeing, at least during the daytime patterns. The winds typical for this region will be blowing. Okay, where's my marking pen? Hang on, let me get that up. I'm gonna draw around with the marking pen. So the winds in general just sort of go to the east, to the northeast during the day, and that's goes mostly for the Sierras in general. The hot as the hot air in the valley gets hotter by the sun, it'll just heat rises, so it goes to higher altitudes. At nighttime, there's usually reverse direction as the cool air sinks during the night. However, when we check our, let me get windy up here real quick. There's some things called the onshores, and that's when the wind basically just keeps going in one direction in the region. When we by Porterville, let me drag it on over. When the wind just keeps going on one direction, you could have maximum fire spread, because if the direction switches, you got slower rate of spread, because the fire wants to go this way all day, and if the wind changes direction, the fire goes back on itself, and it may find some new unburned fuels, but generally it depletes the fuels in its own little section and gets weaker and weaker where that moment is. The next day it can spread a little bit more to that direction, but at night it gets blown back and gets weaker and weaker, and it maybe eats some fuels that are back there. However, if you have wind direction going constantly the same way, you're going to have maximum marching, especially if it's sustained. The only bright spot is that they can get more time on this, with the fact that we have this entire week, like almost nothing in the way of sustained winds, 2 to 7 miles an hour, but mostly 2 mile an hour sustained winds. So it's just going to be gust driven. We do have some reversals, like 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., but the thing is, we're not seeing it at the surface. I've been watching it carefully, the smoke directions throughout the night, and the surface winds here constantly go towards the northeast in general. Other cams kind of show that too, with that are more zoomed out, the prevailing winds are higher altitudes. Surface winds can go a different direction. So it's eerie to watch this thing, but sometimes you can see 3 different layers of winds. One going east, the other one going west, and the other one going east again, kind of like an Oreo cookie or a Big Mac, So this is another thing that I'm very sad about. This is we've got so much history here and so much virgin, pristine land that was never really settled, but only logged briefly, or in some places not all ever. Some of the world's oldest, biggest trees here. I mean, this is the Sequoias, and people were telling me and reassuring me that the Sequoias can't burn, and I had the grim task of telling people last night they, under normal circumstances, are extremely fire resistant, but mega droughts are the one exception. Mega droughts are pretty much the chink in the armor. It's just like the survival of the old growth generally depends on being lucky enough not to get struck by lightning, and then also being lucky enough that during mega droughts, that wherever lightning causes a fire, it's not near these giants. But when I've toured Sequoia National Park and Redwood and everything, the number one cause of mortality here, the ones that remain, is actual fire. Either them getting struck individually by lightning and just burning, because we tiny humans look up at them and there's nothing to do. You can try dropping some water from the air. That just might destroy all the branches at the top anyway. The water's quite heavy. Pretty much any sequoia with a crown fire just might be doomed. They're not vulnerable from the bottom. They're vulnerable from the top. Embers coming out of a pyrocumulus cloud can be dropped all over the tops of trees, and you could have an independent running fire that's only in the tops of trees going somewhere. Unfortunately, the branches are so dry right now they can't resist fire. You just heard them announcing stuff on the Dixie, a 90% chance of ignition for anything. Not just, dry fuels, anything. We keep hearing sobering statistics, such as they go out with snippers. Holt Hanley talks about this on his weather show, that they go out with tweezers and they snip vegetation, and then they weigh it, and then they dry it out completely, like in some sort of a dehydrator, right? To once 100% of the moisture is gone, and there isn't much difference in the weight. The dryness levels of the fuels, even living plants right now, is basically drier than a box of Wheaties and the Wheatie that's in there. Because Wheaties in a cereal box are, they're sealed up. There's at least some ambient moisture in the packaging when they're sealed up with air inside. So they're actually slightly more moist than living plants. That's pretty unprecedented, and California will only have mega droughts like this every once in a while. But when it does, all these trees have to count on luck and human intervention to keep them alive. And you're right, Rob Fraser, that the fuel load here, by not doing anything to help, not doing much of anything to reduce it, just means that there's a huge tinderbox here with an insane amount of dead, and firefighters call them dead and down. Dead trees that are standing up and dead trees that are down on the ground. They burn for so long that, here's a scenario. Usually wildfire rips through a forest real quick, burns off just the branches of the trees. Sometimes the adult trees even survive that. It burns off the bushes and it goes on its merry way and it's done. Fire crews go behind it and put out the stumps and the little hot spots, and that's that. But when you have heavy dead and down fuels, you have snags that are standing up. They don't dare approach. It's too dangerous for them. It's one of the number one killers of firefighters is snags, standing dead trees. They shatter apart. They burn down to the heartwood, and they throw, when they fall down, grenades of fire everywhere around them. They can tumble down hills. They can go up into pyrocumulus clouds. They can get carried by the wind. And so what happens if you have like a fuel burning for about 1,000 hours? What you have is you have a clock that's ticking. When is the next big wind event? And even if it's just kind of smoldering in a tree, like that's been struck by lightning or was standing and dead, what happens when a 45-mile-an-hour wind gust, poof, hits it? Those embers just get scattered all over the landscape. And that doesn't happen when dead trees are removed from the landscape. If we want to protect our forests, that should be a #1 priority. And I'm not going to enter a debate about how to do it, how to environmentally sensitively do it, but it's just true that that has to be done. Otherwise, the next fires are the ones that are worse. I mean, part of the Dixie is so bad right now because the Moonlight fire wasn't 100% salvage logged. They couldn't get to all areas. I saw them doing helicopter logging to try to save the region. But since 2007, all those huge trees that got killed by that Moonlight fire around the north arm of the Indian Valley, they're still burning right now. And we saw them create such a huge, huge amount of heat that they formed the pyrocumulus clouds. And this was approximately 1,200 feet tall. This firewall, which was in the center of the pyrocumulus cloud. So when you have 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts, or however fast that is, to when these fuels get so crazy, that's when you get the embers taken up to high altitudes and then dropped all over the landscape, especially when the cloud collapses. Now, we used to think in the past, like, here's the top of a ridge, here's the tallest tree, and ember cast could still be pretty bad. It could still reach, half a mile away, a couple miles away. But now we're starting to understand that from this, if this forms at the top of high altitude, the embers can go way longer, and that's why people have been surprised about the fires. We didn't know about this as human beings until technology gave us the ability to look inside. If we look at the Caldor, there were some insane reports, really insane reports, but were true, verified as true, that when the Caldor was here at Echo Summit, excuse me, wrong pen color, here at Echo Summit, it was throwing embers over to this town, which, I'm sorry, I can't remember the town's name, sorry, let me put it on here, Minden, excuse me. So the incredible distance here, thank goodness all of them that landed were cool by then. They were warm to the touch, but people were holding grapefruit-sized chunks of bark that came over from Echo Summit and over this way, like so. We can't identify exactly where exactly it all came from. But this is not, I mean, that's 18 miles if it came from Echo Summit. If it came from this area here by Tahoe, then it jumped a mountain. It didn't go downhill. I think it came from Echo Summit, or could have been a mix of both, because 17-mile long-range spotting has been verified before. People were correcting me when I used to underestimate it. I said 15 miles was about the max. It's about 25, and it depends on the extreme circumstances. But if you have a wind tunnel like US Highway 50, and we had those red flag conditions, you have one of the highest peaks, Echo Summit here in all of the Sierras, that has some of the windiest stuff, and a pyrocumulus cloud, you can have that dropped that far away. That's not unheard of. It's not beyond the realm of possibility. So if it came from around here, then that's 9.81 miles. So we had at least 10 miles spotting. And then if it came from South Lake Tahoe Basin, it jumped over the top of the mountain ridge, because we don't know if it really crested it or not. I'm not 100% on if it crested the ridgeline as it burned up to the Nevada border. It probably went right up to it. However, it jumped over a ridgeline. rather than rain down from it. And that's because of the thermal, the updrafts of all that heat. So this is the official mapping saying it stopped here, but I don't know that this is accurate. The thing that we were seeing on the cam, and the cam was stationed here, of course, at the ski lift. This is about as far east as it looked, and we saw the fire march right up here. So whether or not the spots from it are at all being counted, or whether or not we had a bad angle and it was hard to understand, I don't know. But we saw it go places, and I think it probably exceeded that official boundary, at least in some little sections. But time will tell, and when they release other maps with that. So let me turn on a couple more things here. I want to know everything I can right now about the windy and what's going to go on, because I am really concerned about that. The Sequoias, they've been dodging bullets the last couple of years. It's been harder and harder to keep them alive and safe. New technology is coming out that drones will be able to take fire hose high up into treetops and hose them down. That technology is coming, but right now it's not ready for prime time. We saw demos of drones taking hose line up to the sides of buildings, especially coming from China and other places where they're doing a lot of drone development. So firefighting drones are coming down the pipe. However, I don't think they have it right now. I don't think any fire department in the United States has that right now, ready to roll at least. So what else was I doing here? Sheet of relief, global imagery. Okay. So what does that mean for the Sequoias? And we have a multitude of these fires. There's a series of lightning strikes. Just when they got done with the Walker's fire, here they are. They have various names. Eventually, they'll all be called a complex. Unfortunately, this one's called Paradise. That one was called Colony. K&P is now what they're calling the complex, I believe. And then this one down here is the Windy. But lightning just peppered this whole area all the way to Tahoe. And unfortunately, what often happens is that the other fires that are by, I'm not saying it's unfortunate for them. It's good that aircraft are pulled off these wilderness fires to go protect cities. But it's unfortunate because aircraft responding very, very early is the best chance we have of getting these, getting them out or contained. That's the best use of aircraft, period. And so we saw aircraft being peeled off for the other fires that affected towns. Like, I believe there's some on the oh gosh, I keep forgetting names here. The one at the one over by Mendocino Lake yesterday. So, oh hey Randy, hey, you know them well. You were raised in them and logged them. Okay, which redwoods? Yeah. So what they need are small beneficial fires, and that nobody debates that. That's pretty obvious that small beneficial fires are great for the forest, but the mega fires erase a forest. They're not beneficial for it. They kill all the adult trees, even the old growth. And mega fires are mostly the cause of humans. Not really the CO2 type stuffs, but mismanagement by allowing too much fuel to be building up on the ground for the most part. And we did that for like 94 years. That chicken's coming home to roost. The forests like north of Westwood, for example, on the Dixie fire, had been recently thinned and such, and that's part of the big reason why the town is still there, and part of the reason why Susanville is still there. We do know that it works, but we have to figure out an environmentally sensitive way to accomplish that, and I'm sure all of us can come together and figure it out without. It's time to put differences aside, loggers versus enviros versus whatever. Just slate clean, work together. What do we do about this? And sanity is in the center. I don't have all the answers, but I can just illustrate what the obvious problems are. Wow, Sierra Tahoe cam looks pretty amazing. So oh, the clock has gone rogue again. Bad clock. Okay, sorry if I minimize it. it stops functioning. It goes into hibernation. So thank you. Remind me if the clock is ever doing that. So do we have a, last night I was looking at Tulare County Sheriff's Office because we were seeing more and more places evacuated. So yeah, this is what I had going as my evacuation warning bulletin until around 2 in the morning. And this is the last update. It was 9.5 hours ago. You gotta make sure. It says the road is closed at Oak Grove Bridge and Mineral King Road. TCSO is manning a roadblock at the location. They evacuated Silver City and those areas last night. So they went. It looks like they're still under a warning status for portions of Three Rivers. People were telling me to put all the information about all of the roads in there, and somebody piped up and said, "Look, there's like one road. There's not that many roads in Tulare County in the mountains. There have never been many roads in Tulare County in the mountains. They did a pretty good job of preserving the wilderness for the generations to come because it's some of the world's oldest and the world's tallest trees. You just don't get any bigger than this. There's a couple that are thicker and fatter in Africa, but this is the World's Heritage Site of the biggest trees on Earth by height and such. The baobabs are fat and wide, but they don't tower over the landscape like this. These are Ice Age era relics. In fact, a lot of them were, the same species the dinosaurs used to eat the tops, nibble the tops off of. Brachiosaurus and such used to, that was their food source. They nibble the very tops of the trees. They're part of an ancient ecosystem. These redwoods and sequoia species, they kind of existed before grass was invented by nature and before flowers were invented by nature. The conifers are some of the oldest types of plants around. Nut and horsetails. So today, it's already cooking. Supposedly, we have winds going to the northeast winds blowing to the southwest, but I don't know about that. Seeing at the surface, what we've been looking at, it seems to the smoke seems to be drifting to the northeast, at least at the surface. Some of it is making its way back to the valley, but the fact that it's on hills and such, it can do something like spread against the wind, and that's called backing. Sometimes backing means going down a hill, but it also means going against the wind just because it's either fuels touching other fuels, like one bush on fire touches another, and, well, the fire's going to spread, or it's climbing, or it's simply climbing. Fire will always like to climb hills. So I don't know which peak it's on. Let me go back and look. I keep forgetting. Sorry, it's my sick day. We don't have any new evacuation orders that I can see. Oh, they have a map up now. Oh, do they have an evacuation map finally? Finally? They do! Yay! Excellent. We have an evacuation map now, so let's get that link. Looks like it's tularecounty.ca.gov/emergencies. So here, guys, happily we can share that link. I'm sure everybody in that region knows about things by now because it's not very big. So, but that's great. We've got a link now. So let's go try to track this. Let me look back at chat. I'm sorry, I don't do that enough. I'll play the concerning replay. The where did I put that? I must have clicked away from it. I was looking for sunrises and such to look at during the meeting. So it's which one is it again? Tobias Peak. We have a couple of the cams, like the Blue Ridge, to look at from different angles. Yeah, am I in the right region? No, I'm in Greater Tahoe. Okay, so it's Sierra and Foothills, Tobias Peak 1, and Tobias Peak 2 is interesting, but it rotates a lot, which makes us ill on a time lapse. So we'll go with Tobias Peak 2. That generally stays fixed on this fire. So here's our last 3 hours. Anybody finds a Dixie morning update, please do throw it at me. Bob Fraser says maybe the clock is fine, maybe it's spooled. No, it does go to sleep periodically if I minimize the window on accident. So, hey Kim, hello, hi, nice to hear your voice again. Nice to see you. The dead pitch trees here are ticking time bombs for sure. Right, there's something I totally forgot. The beetle kill. There's a vast dead forest around this area from the beetle kill, and we've seen it last year when some of these bad ones got, well, very bad, and we were terribly worried for the sequoias and such. There's also a bunch of fungus that's spreading. Trees need sap to protect themselves from fungus and tree viruses and anything, but there's some particularly bad fungus that spread as soon as dryness sets in. Now their only defense, see, this was 6:11 in the morning, it's now 8. This was quite concerning that black pyrocumulus type clouds was trying to form at 6 in the morning, meaning it's getting off to the races. It doesn't even need the sun to heat it up and make it bad. The white puffs on top, I believe, are water vapor. Just like when you see a volcanic eruption melt glaciers, it's white. You know, water vapor and steam is pretty white. So the best thing I can recommend, the cottony white parts above the pyrocumulus cloud, sometimes when it starts to try to form, is when it found a really yummy fuel, like a bunch of trees in one spot or some bushes. And it's the water vapor being released from that fuel combusting. So water vapor is one of the products of combustion. And so if there's a whole lot of it, the water vapor goes somewhere. It seems like it just poofs out, kind of like a dolphin doing a spray, you know, when it reaches the surface. So you see the white cottony stuff poof out the top every once in a while. And firefighters have just pointed out to me that that's one of the ways they look at things to know if things are getting bad, or just how aggressive the fire is spreading. They know how to read smoke. I'm just starting to learn, but sometimes it's the sun's angle, like the brightness of the sun, but sometimes it's obviously something like vapor. So, yeah, the number one takeaway lesson is introducing fire back into the environment will be a good thing, but not during a mega drought. And not during the dry months, and not during the Santa Ana months. It'll be something like spring. It'll be something like wet falls, when you can control it really carefully and have least amount of chance that it gets out of hand. When you have a huge amount of firefighters standing by, ready to step in if it gets out of hand. That's called a control burn for a reason. Just letting lightning strike the landscape after letting 94 years of sticks, logs, and stumps and duff build up. That's just a recipe for a mega fire that'll erase the forest. It's not going to be beneficial. Indians never let that happen if they could avoid it. They burned stuff off every single year. I speculate that Indians did protect some of these old sacred trees too by probably lighting back fires in front of them. I don't think it's a coincidence that so many 600 and 1,000-year-old tree stands and old growth that existed out here. The Indians depended on their landscape. So if it was devastated by fire, they would go hungry. They had a very vested interest in learning all about fire as a tool of management. They employed it after centuries of trial and error and learning. They were pretty smart about this stuff, and they knew that small type of fires, they would introduce them if lightning didn't, to keep them going, that they were fertilizing. Well, we've been neglecting that duty, and it's time to ask them how they did it and start it, but under extremely careful circumstances. It'll take a lot of study to figure out how to start this. And so the policy of, oh, well, we'll just let lightning strike fires burn themselves out in the wilderness, that has been ordered by the president to be stopped immediately. And not a moment too soon. I can't believe that policy was present in a drought. My head exploded when I heard that was still the policy. But there's also some politics involved here, and I'm not sure how they affect the region. It just makes me want to tear my hair out. But apparently national forests and national parks are different and administered by different agencies, and those different agencies can have different ideas about fire suppression and when to respond and what to do and where and how robustly. And this fire right here is on the border of a national forest and a national park, dotted with private, looks like old mining claims that could have existed from the 1800s, but little dots and islands of private land. And this is a nightmare for trying to coordinate and have one policy. Even the fire doesn't care. The fire's like, I have a policy of destroying the landscape. I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm going to proceed with my policy. Meanwhile, we're all like pointing fingers at each other and arguing, no, you have jurisdiction. No, you do. No, you should do something. No, you should. Oh, man. The good news is that we can reform the system. Maybe this will get Washington to wake up, and I think there should just be one fire agency for the West, just period, just one of them. And wherever local fires show up, then the locals with their knowledge should get the most say in how to fight it. It's not fair that some rich states like California get fancy equipment and spend billions on helicopters, and states like Oregon are like, but we can't afford that. Well, it shouldn't be like that. Wealth shouldn't determine whether or not the landscape survives. So, but one day reform will come, and we're here to think about it. Right now, we're here to monitor. But now that Tahoe is threatened, at least the people back east have kind of woken up. When they get the bill for this, for these firefighting things, they're going to wake up and go, oh my God. We can't just have multiple billion-dollar disasters in the West every year. Maybe that's not a good fiscal policy. Maybe we should spend a couple pennies to save a couple dollars in prevention. So, yay, maybe they'll wake up. All right, so looking back at the chat, I'm going to show this again. I'm going to do the full 12 hours so I can read the chat. If anybody has a Dixie warning operational update, let me know. And otherwise, we need to study this one to see if there's any Park Service videos or any kind of videos. So exactly, Kim Brower. There's a lot of people that have danger trees around their property and they can't get fire insurance until they're removed, and yet they can't afford it. Some sort of help, like no interest loans and such, would be a really good starting place. There's a lot of really stroke of a pen things where we could improve the landscape. Especially help for the non-able-bodied, like the elderly who are trying to live out their retirement in their cabin, and people who can't afford to live in the valley are being driven out by the housing crisis, partially made because of wildfires. And then they can't get fire insurance, and so there's so many people sitting there not refusing to leave because they know their house isn't insured. And they're like, I can't face losing everything. They come into my chat and say, I'm going to stay no matter what, because I can't afford fire insurance on my place. I have to make sure it survives. And hearing that just makes me chilled to the bone. So the good news is, a stroke of a pen, like we can give people a lot of financial relief. And pay for prevention is going to be a lot cheaper than paying for the devastation. Oh, hi, J.E. Brown. Maybe somebody else knows. Question is, I would like to make a donation to a nonprofit doing work with wildlife or local animals. Could someone recommend? You know what? I know of a couple places in Butte County where they have animal rescue centers. And they're taking people's livestock to Oroville and such, and they feed them. I was trying to interview them right after the Paradise Fire, but since it was an ongoing crisis, I didn't want to go bother them. I could try to figure out which organization that one was. If anybody here in chat knows, that would be a great thing for you to do. Thank you for being so kind and caring, because a lot of times when you're helping animals, you're helping the people too. The people need their livestock looked after. It's their livelihood. And so the place that I was thinking of had a horse shelter and donkeys, and some of my family members were involved in the animal rescues down at the Paradise, and last year's and probably ongoing right now too. I can try to find out. But right now, I would just Google Wildfire Big Animal Rescue, and if this is the right address, I remember what street that was on. Butte County. That's definitely a good one where I saw them taking care of the animals, rather than here's, something. Let's see here. Animal rescue efforts. This is from last year, so let me see if I recognize something real quick. Yeah, that was also during the North Complex. I don't see an organization name or link. It's an archived Fox 40 article explaining animal rescue efforts led by Butte County volunteers. Okay, North Valley Animal Disaster Group. That might be them. Let me see if they're operational this year. NVADG.org. I think they've got a pretty good rep as far as I know. Of course, vet your charities. But they had there's a sections for the Caldor and their Dixie response. So I hope this leads you in a good direction right here. Please, I don't know that you want to put your email out there. I'll take a note for you, but I'm really behind. I get like 400 emails a day. What I would say is just start here. I'll take your email down and make a note, but don't expect a response for quite a long time. Unfortunately, I'm just finding out. I was using an app so that I didn't want to have too many windows open while I stream. It kind of lags out the computer. So the thing is I got a good email client, I thought, on my phone, and I was looking at my Wildfire's email, and I was really impressed that I wasn't getting any spam, and everything was really clean, and I didn't have an overwhelming amount of emails, and I started working on them. And then some people said, "Did you get this and that?" I'm like, "No." And try again, and I got a little confused because some people spelled it wrong and then pinned that in the chat. So I fixed the spelling for people, and I still didn't get stuff. I just found out that I have hundreds of emails in the spam folder. I looked at it one night, and then I woke up and I thought, man, I have to take those 350 emails and put them in the regular folder. I go back and look at the spam folder, and there were only 28 emails in there, and a little message that says after 30 days they're all deleted. I feel so bad. I don't know if people were trying to get in touch. So, did it finally get viewed? Okay, yeah, I'll delete it. I'll delete it for you. Don't worry about that. No worries. I got it taken down. Now let me make a note. And then I want to find out more about this Windy Fire. Anybody have a Windy Fire, like a briefing update? Because that's the last frame. That's it right now. and it's a pretty concerning fire. Caldor's morning operational update we should watch as well. So I'm taking a note. President Chat wants to donate to animal rescue. Okay. I'm sure that there's others out there, but I believe that is the one I heard of. And it was kind of one of the places they are holding the horses during the Paradise fire and others was kind of by the casino in Oroville. So if that address or map shows over there, that would be the one I'm thinking about. On the east side of the Feather River. I think it's called Gold Country Casino. And I met a bunch of the fire victims there at the time, and it was one of the places where casinos have been amazing, surprisingly amazing in helping their communities. Like when it's too hot out, they just allow people to just go in the casino and just chill there. Just kind of sit in the restaurants and just kind of sit in the areas and enjoy the air conditioning and Wi-Fi, and they've been extremely accommodating, and that casino was no different. They really, cared about their community. So let's see here. Did anybody have a link for me? Let me scroll back up. That is our concerning windy fire right there in the Tobias Peak camp. Alan Simon says they're pyroclastic. I think you meant cloud and you got autocorrect to flow. Was there one from the Caldor? I don't think there is one right now. We can go check our cams. That would be extremely unusual during the morning hours and at night. The fact one's starting to form here on Tobias Peak is concerning, but we'll look at Caldor cams. I don't think so. All yesterday when I was trying to monitor the Caldor, I couldn't find the fire on the camps except at nighttime. We had such a reduced amount of activity. It was wonderful. They had problems, of course, in some spots, like around Silver Lake is still not Silver, Echo Lakes is still persistently giving them trouble. But the man, look how dirty that smoke is. That's just unreal. I mean, part of it is moisture. Part of it is shadow from the sun. Part of that is dirty fuels. Just brushy stuff, dead stuff. And a lot of this smoke was at higher elevations and just settled right back down with its density as the air cooled during the night. And it's just hanging out there. That's one of the worst colors you can see in a wildfire sometimes, other than red. Deep red is the aerosol pollutions, but the black and stuff is, a lot of this is shadow, but yeah. The air quality's got to be real bad there. So let's, we'll check our cams for Tahoe. I have a multicam set up, and I want to give you the link to this. Guys, this is, you can see exactly the same multitude of cams that I have set up right here. The guide is Tobias Peak in the left, so this is our one right here. This is windy fire. And then the next, Ridgewood Grade. This is that fire that was by Mendocino Lake yesterday, which I had to find out the particulars about. Here's Sierra Tahoe. So here's our Caldor. And then from the bottom, Blue Ridge 2, Blue Mountain Kern 2, and Blue Mountain Kern 1. So these upper left and the bottom ones are the fires over in the general mountains east of Fresno kind of area by the Sequoias. But we should go and check on more Caldor stuff right now. So we'll continue to watch Tobias Peak, and I need to make a new tab for the Tahoe cams. Greater Tahoe region. And once you're here, you can go and look at any below to kind of see if there's any smokes, that you can see as a general guide. But Leak Springs is one of those that would show what's going on, sort of, by the trouble point of Silver Lake and Kirkwood area. But it's quite a distant view with ridge tops. So this is our nighttime 12-hour time lapse of that. So going back up to chat, Becky Johnstone, hi. The Lookout posted a very interesting evaluation recently of burned areas yesterday. He looked at fire intensity, geography, and tree density. Yeah, he's the expert on that, and I've shown his blog, Zeke Linder's Lookout, the-lookout.org. His blog is wonderful at explaining how clearing dead debris can help the forest stay healthy and make it more fire resistant. And he has this wonderful picture illustrations of what a healthy amount of leaf litter and stuff on the ground looks like, and what a healthy grove of trees looks like thinned out versus if they're too dense. How they all get diseased when they touch each other. Then a diseased tree that falls down spreads disease to others because it's now down on the ground touching other trees and in the roots. So disease control can really be done with the small control burn type things. It's probably one of the things the Indians knew about, 5,000, 10,000 years ago. They may have been doing this for around 13,000 years or so. We're not sure. They're probably like, man, you guys just figured that out. But hey, we're slow learners. We'll get around to it. But he just calmly lays it out, like trees that have room to spread their branches out, they fare better than a whole bunch stuck together. They all compete for light, and all of them and water, and they all suffer. And you're very right, Becky. He has very good common sense advice. There's some things he's very opinionated on that I just sort of chuckled at. He hates it when people call these wildfires a war. I think it's perfect to call them a war. I do all the time because, well, we basically have to hit them with our ground troopers and with our Air Force, basically. And it's an enemy that threatens all of us. It's destroying our towns and cities and animals and environment just like a war does. Everything looks like a war zone when it's passed. I think that we should all unite to fight it, and stop bickering and just come together for solutions. I don't know what the problem is with considering a megafire being in a war. I don't see what the problem is. His point may be that we shouldn't think of fire as the enemy, but megafires as the enemy. If that's his point, bing, 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 true. We can make fire our ally or our enemy, just however we want to use it. And well, when we try to suppress everything and not let fire do anything on the landscape, that was making it our enemy. And that's, of course, something we got to learn. It was a mistake. It's also a mistake to say, oh, let's just let it all burn then. It's like, sorry, no. Now that there's 94 years of fuel on the ground, or 75 or 65, and a mega drought, that is the wrong time. That is the wrong time. It will not replenish the landscape. It'll destroy it. Got to do that later. So, yeah. But if we wise up, we can start making new old growth and hand it down to our grandchildren. Right now, we're not doing a good job. These 40-year-old trees are disappearing, and we got to start over, like in Plumas County. But heck, even that has a positive. We will not make the same mistake again, hopefully, and just replant like lumber companies did the same species of tree and monoculture everything and make them vulnerable to disease. A lot of trees promote fire, like the pines and the conifers. They promote fire. They want fire to start, basically. The little ones, not the big ones. That's why they drop sap and needles everywhere. But there's plenty of trees that are fire resistant and resist fire, and that's your oaks and cedars and such. And what we needed were a diversity on the landscape, some resistant in the mix. All we have pretty much after replanting monoculture is trees of the same genetic lineage, of the same species, and they're all dying to the same diseases, the same beetles. And that was a mistake. And then we have some endangered species, struggling trees, that even when they try to grow, they're outcompeted by the faster growing pines and such. That's why they got planted. They grow fast, but boom, they're flammable. So now we can start over and be smart and be like, let's plant the endangered species trees. And a lot more fire resistant ones. Not just the monoculture. So we've got a good opportunity as well as this sorrow. We can do a lot. So yeah, we definitely need to protect the second growth redwoods and have something to pass on to our kids. Looking at the map, we have to stop these. We have to wisen up. We have to stop the mega fires immediately. If you just look at the fire history button, what part of California has not recently been on fire? Not that much. We're running out of forests left now that haven't been devastated since 2014. Almost all of them have. We just lost 51% of the Plumas National Forest. 51% since July 14th when I started this. In 60 days, 51% of the forest. Some of that was old growth. It wasn't like you'd think, like really big tracts of them. But every once in a while, you just see a tree that the pioneers left, and it was just huge, or was replanted by them in that era. And fortunately, we just lost a whole bunch of it. But it's time to stop bickering and save the landscape. Both of us lose on each side of the aisle. Environmentalists and loggers both lose. Everybody loses if the mega fires continue. But we can come together and stop it. The 35 reasons for them, global warming / climate change is 35, and that's something the world has to address. But the other 34 are nice practical solutions, and we can implement them one by one. First off, spend more money. Give firefighters a living wage. No more manpower shortages. Boom. A lot of these would be so much smaller. The Tamarack was at once just like a 5-acre fire. It was just burning and burning and burning, and they didn't have enough people to send to it. The Dixie had 6,000 people on it. Same thing with the monument, McFarland. They were just these tiny little things out there. They didn't have the resources. Instead of putting quickly 2,000 people on the McFarland, they had 200 people on it for days. Same thing for the monuments and such. The monument was staffed by only 400 people. Even today, we hear at night that they're talking about ordering strike teams and engine, and then they come back on the radio and say, no, we don't have any. And they go, oh, we can fix that. A lot of these would have been out by now. Just little things on the news that you didn't even notice. But it's tough right now, but we're going to have a better future if we just get, like I said, a lot of this stuff is solvable with a pen. And the good news is the infrastructure bill has good bipartisan support for increasing firefighter wages. We'll get new blood. We'll get people attracted to the job finally and pay them what they deserve, or at least somewhat, at least what they deserve. They deserve to be paid better than the athletes, I think. And that's just my opinion. So let's go back to Jay Connors. GOES is showing very little activity statewide currently. That's because it's 8:30 in the morning. We've had some cool clouds and such. Let's look at Zoom Earth. I think we'll watch the Caldor morning operational update too, and then try to figure out. I got the link here to the Windy. I bet they'll just give a general overview about what happened, what happens with the Windy. So let's do our play. Now remember, the colored stuff is vapor. It's, sometimes you see that the colored pink stuff come off of the smoke on the fires, and that's the water vapor from the poor dead trees. I mean, they have every bit of vegetation is at least alive with some moisture in it. I mean, it's a living thing. When it burns, it's releasing that moisture. So, but don't think that that's a fire animation though. Even though I clicked the button. So this is wow, that's that smoke column from what happened yesterday, isn't it? Or is this actual just Delta Breeze cloud stuff? I'm not sure what we're looking at. Yeah, is that just clouds? Just coming in from the Delta and going towards Nevada. I don't know. Tail end of these storms that passed by, and I'm not sure what to make of this. Hey, Bob O'Connor says, out of curiosity, are unions a thing in wildland firefighting? I actually don't know. But that would be a great thing. Hey, Bob, do you know about that? Yeah, Bob is saying there's lots of old burns uphill from the windy. That is of grave concern. I don't think they salvaged any of that. So I was told that we should look at the tree death maps. That might be very sad and very sobering, because if it finds some of the dead forest. I remember last year one of the fires had hit a forest and blazed wildly out of control because there was 80% dead trees, 80 to 90% from beetle kill. And it began in the early 90s. That's when they really got an understanding that the invasive Japanese bark beetles, and I mean there's some native ones, but really the invasive ones just went to town, destroying trees at a rate that we knew we'd lose entire forests if we didn't do something about them. But I guess they couldn't control it. It just got out of control. In the future, we'll be able to do something about it. We'll have like miniature drones that'll be released, and they'll walk inside trees and kill insects with little static electricity zaps and stuff. But the era is not there yet. New technology will change everything, but we got to suffer until it's here. So let me look back to the InstaWeb for the KNP complex, which the Windy is a part of. Maybe I should just start calling it the KNP complex. So Silver City and Cabin Cove went to mandatory evacuations, which is something I predicted the day or two before. Because, well, it was just so close to it. So the incident overview for KNP complex. A significant lightning event on September 9th ignited multiple wildfires in Sequoia National Park. The KNP complex is comprised of the Colony Fire, which is that one. Looks like the northernmost one of them. The Colony Fire, which is currently at 230 acres. This was updated 11 hours ago. I'm sure it's spread throughout the night. This has been active and vigorous throughout the night. So, excuse me, I lost my place. The KNP complex is comprised of the Colony Fire, located in the Yucca Drainage near Crystal Cave Road, and the Paradise Fire, what a horrible name, located south of the Middle Fork of the Kauai River. These fires are growing and have potential to affect park infrastructure and resources. The parks are aggressively attacking these fires to suppress them. Good policy. The fires are located in steep, densely forested terrain. The Paradise Fire, which is the second one down here in the thing. So you have the Colony. This is the Paradise. The Paradise Fire is currently 107 acres with 0% containment. The Colony is at 230 with 0% containment. These numbers will be updated as more info becomes available. There are significant air quality impacts from these fires through Sequoia National Park and the community of Three Rivers. See related links for info on air quality. Well, you know, I got that impression I got that impression. Did you guys? The whole black columns of freight train smoke thing kind of gave us an idea that that was happening. So, let's see. Closures are in place for Sequoia National Park, with more possible in the coming days. The parks are acquiring additional crews and resources to aid in the suppression efforts. A Type 2 incident management team from the Northern Rockies region has been ordered and is expected to transition into place on Wednesday of this week. Cause of fire: lightning. Size in general: 1,037 acres. Fuels involved are timber and chaparral. Now, the chaparral is the oily bushes called what are they called? Greasewood? There's a couple other colloquial terms for them. And it's not always just structures. A lot of times people think that means the structure's on fire, and no, it's Manzanita and such are famous for burning like that. So we've got a couple of map links. Most of these are in the links in the description of this video. And this is the northwest. Oh gosh, which one is this again? The National Interagency Fire Centers map. Yeah, sorry, I can barely see. It's not the most frequently updated thing in the world, so I don't use it too much. But it can be very, very helpful to kind of track where these are. The CalTopo is good too. You have layers. This is modus and veers, and it's shown in a different kind of way. Fire perimeters to date. You can turn on radar. What's federal land? What isn't? The fact it's growing, like I said, on the border lines of different parks land versus forest land versus private land versus state land means that there's a cluster mess of agencies that will all be kind of scratching their heads wondering, is this my jurisdiction? Fire history of the current decade. That's a good button to push. But it's not naming them. That's where we should go back to CalTopo. Which fires recently burned in the area, leaving big dead fuel on the landscape? These fires will want to spread to the east and to the north for the most part. And finding the old burn scars, they'll probably find a lot of fuel. It won't be a good thing for them to reach burn scars in general, because on these national forest lands, I don't think salvage logging really happens. Or state or park lands, or whichever the way it was explained to me. But they all have their own policy. This is also extremely difficult to access, even if anybody wanted to get the dead timber off the landscape. It may not even be humanly possible without helicopter removal. So, yeah, here's a 2015 rough fire, which was huge. Which one were you most concerned about, Bob? Or I think that it's mostly a city firefighting thing, having unions. I haven't heard much about that for wildland. In fact, that's probably why they have minimum wage and food stamps. I hope that'll change. At least the infrastructure bill will help at least the federal fighters. I don't know about state. The thing I'm here to teach people about is how to track fires and fire behavior and answer questions. I am completely ignorant of how all that mess works. A part of me just doesn't even want to know. I just want to work on a plan to fix it. Having too many different agencies being confused and vying for power and being in contests is a bad thing. There should just be a unified one Western fire group, period. End of story. One policy. Tailored to the individual landscape areas. Just because there's a border for a county or a border for a state or national park doesn't mean that on either side of this X that the fire is going to behave any different. So why would like 4 agencies have different policies or different levels of funding? You know, it doesn't make sense. Fire doesn't respect borders. So this is a mess of too many recent fires on the landscape. Usually the red ones, the fire history button, is the most recent. Looks like the windy here. This is the windy. Will reach the slate and the SQF. Uh-oh. I think the SQF was one of the big problem ones, as well as the Edison that I was trying to cover as best I could last year when everything went to hell at once. Excuse my language, but yeah, if it's heading right for it, which it is, it'll probably just find a massive amount of dead trees and fuels. Is that what your concern is? Because if it is, I'm starting to get that sick feeling. I don't know when these satellite images were taken. We may want to get new satellite images. Yeah, exactly. That's what I tell people, is a lot of the people are just volunteers. Almost every single logger is a volunteer firefighter. So it's their livelihood they're trying to protect, as well as their landscape and their towns. And they really aren't compensated much. There's a huge amount of volunteers in wildland firefighting, and it's a startling amount. And their healthcare needs need to be met. I mean, absolutely. They are sacrificing some of their health to do this and taking massive risks. They all deserve top-notch healthcare. They all deserve protective equipment. And right now, they're not even issued things like N95 masks except for COVID. Like, if COVID wasn't here, they're not even given protective masks to filter out this stuff, the fine particulates. And I've read the saddest article ever, which was a justification for not giving them their PPE. We feel like maybe if they're given masks, they'll take more risks. Maybe just having bandanas will be better so they can... And I went, what? How is being able to breathe and protecting your lungs going to make you take more risks? It's like, that is the hugest insult to the intelligence of firefighters I've ever heard of. I just don't, I don't get it. It just sounds like stupidity. That's like saying, let's not put seatbelts in cars, then people will drive faster thinking they're safe. No, that doesn't happen. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Yes, they don't. They're not issued masks for the smoke. That is not done. They're being issued for COVID. Somebody brought that to my attention. I looked it up and I read all these reports about justifying it. And they did a huge... First of all, it was the efficacy. How effective are the masks for firefighters? The bandana, which is traditional, rated completely off the charts for bad. Like, just slightly better than nothing, but not really. And it only traps the big particles. Those are not the deadly ones. The parts per million particles, the little guys, the fine particulates. If you look at windy or any pollution map, fine particulates are the ones that cause the asthma attacks, the heart attacks, the strokes. All over the country right now, we're seeing a huge surge in those incidents. They're being linked directly to wildfire smoke, even for just random people. Just people in New York City right now having excess heart attack, strokes. And now this craziest, latest, hot off the press medical news about fine particulates, which can come from diesel fumes, wildfires, coal burning, you name it. The fine particulates cause dementia. It's becoming more and more apparent that it affects the brain. And it really does hurt the lungs, the alveoli, how do you say that word? The tiny little hairs that would protect your lungs and trap things. So it damages them to the point of destruction. repeat exposure. So for the rest of their lives, after being exposed to this stuff again and again, like just a couple years doing this, they'll have lungs that are more vulnerable to damage just from regular air pollution and from anything else. Fumes, even things like paint fumes. So I was pretty enraged to hear that. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. So Alan T says, as an active volunteer firefighter and medic, thank you so much for your service, by the way. We were issued one N95 mask. One? For what duration? For like the week or the month? Or I had to buy a box of N95s out of my own pocket. Yeah, that's the thing. Health shouldn't be behind a paywall. And that's what I told people. What should I give people at evacuation centers, or how could I help firefighters? Hand out the N95s, like the beads at Mardi Gras parades. They'll take them. They want it. These things get clogged up. You have to go through several of them per day, maybe even a dozen per day, because when they get clogged up with the smoke particles, you just got to switch. I'm pretty sure the government is not giving them what they need. Oh yeah, it's disgusting. It's just like the helmet thing, where they issued faulty helmets to our U.S. service members in Gulf War II in Afghanistan, and they knew about it, and they thought, oh well. And they were the faulty ones that were causing the traumatic brain injuries. And so a lot of my friends that went to the war, their parents had fundraisers and bought them new helmets and sent them U.S. Postal Service to Afghanistan and Iraq, just so they wouldn't get their brain turned into a pulp, because they rattled around inside of the helmets. It didn't absorb shock; it created shock, just kind of like the original. People don't realize the original shell shock was partly due to helmet design, the one of World War I. The research that I looked into it, casually as just an interested history person, was that it wasn't just a psychological thing. They had twitching and spasming and eye bulging and some other types of things that you see with the genuine traumatic brain injury, as well just being traumatized by seeing people choking to death in gas attacks and blister agents and all kinds of sick stuff that the likes of which most human beings have never seen now alive. But they, right around the temples, the original Doughboy helmet was more designed for like after the medieval siege helmets. See that rim? So from the top down, since they were in trenches, they figured it was a good idea to make it like a medieval helmet for climbing the ladder over a city wall. Because if boiling oil was poured on you, you'd want it to run off the sides and not, get on your head, right? Or rocks or whatever that people at the city wall were throwing on you. And they thought, well, since these shells are exploding from the top down, they need protection from the top. And they didn't realize that they were creating what I believe to be a ring around the temple area, that when these bombs exploded at the ground level, especially, the shockwave would hit at the temple, and this was a band of pressure right around the temple, right here, around the side of the head, and that would smash like a straight line all around the head as the brain rattled back and forth in between. And so this was discontinued. That is a death trap helmet style. And you have the evolution of others. But the point being is that they took a World War I flaw, basically, and introduced it into the helmets of our soldiers, like as if we didn't learn that lesson a long time ago. It explains a lot of the traumatic brain injuries, especially if they were in a tank or a Humvee. And those IEDs went off, it would create a pressure wave inside the vehicle and rattle the brain around. And I just can't believe it. It's just, I'm shocked but not surprised, But we can fix it. We can fix it. This is another thing with a stroke of a pen. We can say they have a right to this gear. And heck yeah, they do. It's like you have a right to put a seatbelt on in your car, just, yeah. At one point, the pilots had to agitate for parachutes in World War I. They weren't issued at first. Can you imagine? You and your biplane and the Red Baron shoots your wing off and you have to write it down. Some of the stuff the governments do just okay. So here's Leak Springs on the Caldor. And I'm not expecting a lot of activity, period, until 11 or 2 p.m. We can look at Windy. We can do a time lapse. I was hoping somebody had a video for us to watch. Let's see. Going back up to the chat. Yeah, no worries, J.E. Brown. I will try to respond whatever I can about animal charities. Oh, Juan Brown has a new vid. That's cool. Link in the description of my channel is to go to Blanco Lirio. He is a pilot that explains stuff pretty well. Not only fires of California, but things like the Oroville Dam. And that's how I found him, as I was looking up, trying to find good information about the Oroville Dam spillway collapse disaster. And he had one of the down-to-earth explanations. It's still incomplete, but it's hard to find one that's not all conspiracy BS, or fearmongery or whatever. And you can tell he actually cares when he talks about the plane crashes, like the Truckee plane crash, that the Dixie fire and the Caldor are taking more victims than we know. The wildfire smoke seems to be directly involved in that plane crash that killed 6 people last month. They couldn't see the airport well enough to do a real difficult approach, and they nosedived almost into a neighborhood. It's pretty sad. Yeah, he's got pretty excellent content, pretty excellent stuff. And he knows the CAL FIRE guys, and he walks up to him and says, "Hey, dude, he was live streaming the River Complex fire about 8 minutes after it erupted. He was at the nearby airport by the Grass Valley area." And so he just turns around with his cell phone and he goes, "Hey, we're taking off." And here goes a whole bunch of tankers, immediately taking off. And it's still ripped through Colfax area and got a whole bunch of neighborhoods. And he just hangs out there, I was just like, wow. I even told my viewers, why don't you guys hang out with him if he's going to cover fires? So I can rest, especially after earlier in this year. I wrote a note in his comment section because he was covering the fires like I was. He was using CalTopo flight radar, and basically exactly the way I do. I thought he might have even seen me do that before, and maybe he was had learned from my instructional videos on how to do it last year. Just because he was clicking all the buttons like I do, in a row. But I didn't get a reply from him. Not that I expect one. There's lots of comments. But I was telling him some tips. There's a couple buttons you forgot to press. And now that I realize, a lot of people know how to track fires with CalTopo. I probably just look like a stalker, and it's probably a coincidence. He's probably never heard of me. And so that's the joke, is I'm Juan Brown's stalker. And I think he has a lady friend called Kathryn Davidson, or something similar to Davidson. And I have to explain on the comments, I'm not her, by the way. And she's an aviation expert of some sort. It's kind of weird how it's a small world. So the RT says it was into a neighborhood. The plane crash. Oh my God, RT. The pictures I saw mostly showed the street that it landed on, and I didn't want to see more. Oh my god. Damage to my garage, 5,000 yard, 10,000 parts all over. 6 body bags of 2 dogs in a bag in front of the house. Oh man. Sure. Do you have my email? I can take it. You know, I do grim investigations and try to find out why people died in disasters and then how people made it. So I visit the sites of, you know, disasters. I can take looking at horrifying images, but I clicked away from it on the channel because I don't want to show anything emotionally upsetting. You know, the people that come in here, mostly fire evacuees, are kind of liking the soothingness. Sure, I have my email in chat in the description of the video, but I'll put it here in chat. It's kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. And warning, you know, I get now like 400 a day, and I'm trying to keep up with them. Trying to sort them. It's just I'm really behind, so I apologize to anybody who's given me an email. P.S. Love your streams. Well, thanks for being here. I'm so sorry you went through that traumatic experience. Did you hear the plane crash? Were you home? I sort of witnessed a plane crash once at an air show, and I didn't see the actual plane struggling in the air. I saw the fireball and went towards the scene, and that was bad enough. But the chaos and the sounds were just awful. But thank you so much for the pat on the head. What do we want to look at next? We want to look at Caldor. I was back here on the KNP complex. That's basically what I wrote you guys, read to you guys, is what InstaWeb has to say about it. So I'm going to the other links for they're calling it the KNP. We can check in with Daniel Kerns and others about Dixie. I was hoping the morning update for the Dixie East Zone would be here. But this is the Tobias Peak 24-hour cam. I want to do 12-hour. I want to do that for Blue Ridge as well. But Blue Ridge 1 and sometimes Blue Ridge 2, depending on if it's rotating, is a good view. But we don't have much else. There's like 3 cams. And we can't see all of the fires. We have a good view of the Windy looking to the north, which is right here down Tobias Peak 1. And the others are from different angles. One of them is from the top. Hey, there's a bird. Check it out. There's a hawk. I gotta quickly do a screenshot before it goes away. Oh, there he is. This is great. I think that's lucky. See a hawk. Is that a red tail? It looks kind of not like one. It is big. It looks accipiter rather than a falcon. Is it a juvenile? It's got that breast feathery stuff. I wish we could see its head. It's kind of got red tail feathers. There's so that cam is McKittrick Summit South. Let me get you guys a link. It's kind of neat. There was a bunch of crows and vultures sitting all over the Blue Ridge one yesterday, or on September 11th, which I keep calling yesterday because yesterday was the 12th. But good morning, it's the 13th. Yeah, it does look like a red tail, doesn't it, Bob? I just never noticed that they had that much banding on their feathers on their backs. I knew about the kind of the belly breast feathers, but again, I haven't been close to that many. I'm going to consider it lucky for whatever reason this is. Okay, I'm just going to leave you guys with, I'm going to name that bird Bob after you, Bob. So, because you saw it and called it as a red tail. You said, yes, I heard mangles of steel, thunder noise, and that times 1,000 fire, heat, and smoke. Yeah, I'm so sorry you went through that you had to find them like that. That's the worst thing, the helpless feeling. When you arrive on a scene, you know there's no survivors if anybody's in that. You're honored? Okay, yeah, that's Bob the red tail. Are they sexually dimorphic? I forget. Do females look any different? We might have to name it Bobette. If that's a female. Doing a good job preening right now. It's in feather cleaning mode. Let's see. I'm going to go back to reading about the K&P complex. That's my biggest concern right now as far as what we can see on cams. Now, mind you, getting sick and exhausted, I didn't monitor these every single day. I know something happened in LA. Down south. I don't. Is that called the route fire? Or, I mean, we care about it too. But I want to cover the basis for like what's going on with Caldor and Dixie and the K&P as we're seeing this get pretty alarmingly large in the early morning, which is unusual. Going to look. Let's see if we have a video. I would love a video explanation on what's going on. Wow, Rocky Point 2 has a completely orange sunrise with all that aerosol pollution. That's down by the French fire area. I remember that one. French fire is still not completely out. It's just no longer the threatening beast that it was. We have smoked in cams for Shirley Peak, otherwise I'd show you guys. Let me go back to the InstaWeb. And thanks guys for being here, by the way. Welcome. We're trying to watch a bird and also this is of grave concern today, right now. I mean, 6 in the morning, pyrocumulus clouds don't typically erupt, and this one tried to form a bunch of times. It was quite intense. Yesterday's activity on it was also quite intense, so that's the time lapse of the Tobias Peak one. And this is at 6 in the morning that I got up and said, okay, that's not good. It's finding thick and heavy fuels. It's traveling to the northeast inexorably, and it will find the burn scar of last year's massive, gosh, I can't even remember which one it is now, the SQF. Anything that survived the SQF may not survive now. Just it's going. It's going. It's trying to in general. Excuse me, I didn't mean to yank the camera. Oh, sorry. The pen malfunctioned. I tried to draw. It's going every day. That direction. It's going to try. It has 2 things pushing it. Usually the daily winds. Well, in this case, dead calms, but 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And elevation. It'll climb elevation. And then what people don't realize is a burn scar is only useful if it's so fresh that all the roads are still intact, all the dozer lines are still intact. However, a few years goes by, like this 2016 Slate or whatever, you get the washout of those dozer lines and they don't work very well anymore. You get a lot of brush buildup year after year after year. After 3 years, it's primed and ready for a worse fire than before. When the initial fire went by, all the trees were alive. And so their branches burned off. But you have these standing dead trees all over the landscape, 1,000-hour fuels that this time will burn to the core, burn to the center. And when it weakens that core, the tree will shatter apart and throw mini grenades of combustibles all over the landscape. It'll also mean that the landscape burns a lot longer. So what happens if, even though we have a good forecast this entire rest of the week, no like sustained high winds, what happens if a week later all these big trees are still burning? That's the danger of snags on the landscape, and there should be millions now on the landscape due to not only the beetle kill, but last year's fire, the massive SQF, and the recent Pier and others that I'd never even heard of. 2017 Schaefer, and just what people don't realize is the second wildfire in the region is the worst one, and the third is even worse than the second. About every 3 years, there's new brush stacked up against these bonfires and trees, just like bonfires waiting to go. So we saw red here. This is the Veer's progression, and the colder colors are the oldest signatures of heat. And so red is where it spread in the last 24 hours. And you get to orange like the day before, yellow the day before. In fact, we have a color code. Okay, orange is 24 hours ago. Red is last 12 hours. Yellow, 24 to 36 hours ago. So in the last 12 hours, like we saw it through the night, it's been burning pretty dang vigorously, which is unusual. Nighttime, there is more humidity, less wind in general, less heat in general. It's alarming to say the least. Pretty dang alarming. At 6 in the morning, it tries to form a pyro cloud. I don't know, Bob Fraser, like if that alarms you, but it alarms me greatly. So when the afternoon picks up, we can see that expand pretty rapidly. It'll just depend on if there's heavy wind gusts or not. But at the rate it's been going, it may not need the wind to really do some serious expansion. It'll just run around fuel driven. So Carol Hallisey, hello. I just spent a little west. I was just a little west of Sequoia National Park, super smoky. I can imagine. What took you over there, Carol? I've only been there like twice in my life, and it was just a life-changing experience. People don't understand the treasures that are here. You'll never on any other place on earth walk through the forest and see what you could see here. I mean, it's like a time capsule of the way the world was before the Ice Age. And the Ice Age destroyed most of the old growth forests, like all the redwoods and sequoias, just by shearing the landscape and carving Yosemite and such, and just south of Yosemite and these areas, these pockets where the species of tree survived that gives us these giants. In fact, I don't know how old they are. I don't know how old the oldest one is. So I'm going to look at videos, or if there are any community meetings. It looks like Sequoia National Forest will be the Facebook page to turn to. We have Tulare County Sheriff's Office. So let's see if Sequoia National Forest has something for us to look at or read. I think I was looking at this earlier today. There was a post 19 hours ago about it. Just hoping for a video. They had, memorial. It must be Barbara's friend. Today on the French fire, we keep the past in our thoughts. Oh, that was for September 11th. But, first responders fallen always in our hearts. There was somebody who was on the French fire who died of, I think, COVID-related complications that Barbara was talking about. It was real sad. So here's, on September 11th, they were talking about these fires, but gosh, it's been a day since. We could see if this is...
Good morning, McFarland Planning Operations with Great Basin Team.
Sorry, didn't mean to start it at maximum volume. We should watch this just because it's 2 minutes long, and then maybe we'll get a newer update. But reminder, this is from September 11th in the morning.
Good morning, McFarland Planning Operations with Great Basin Team 6 here on the French Fire. This will be our final operational briefing from Team 6 as we prepare for transitioning back to the local units to manage the French Fire. I wanted to thank the community for all your support throughout the incident, and while we were here and Team 12 before us, an incredible amount of support and encouragement from the community. It's much appreciated. Real quick summary on the fire today. We continue to downsize operational resources, getting them back to their home units to rest and recover before putting themselves back up for redeployment out on wildfires across the western states, and or sending them on to support other fires, new starts that we had from the weather a couple days ago. We have completed hose removal from all of the Alta Sierra and Shirley Meadows area, and I expect we'll see almost 100% containment on the whole fire. This area up by Black Peak may stay as open line because of how remote it is and hard to get to, but the whole western flank, we should see these open fire lines, the red fire lines, turn into contained fire lines by the end of shift today with all the great work that's going on out there. Hey, I'd encourage folks in the community to thank your local firefighters if you see them, especially after we're gone. They're the ones that really did a lot of the initial attack on this fire and set it up for success for the incident management teams that came in with the surge of resources. They really deserve a big thank you from the community, and we really do appreciate the support that we've received from you. It's been a pleasure to be here in the Kern Valley, and thank you very much.
Okay, that wasn't the video I thought we were going to watch, but there was no reason to stop it. So, yeah, thank goodness that it looks like the French Fire's wrapping up. Just in time for the crews to be faced with the new one with Whack-A-Mole. So, there's Sequoia National Forest, but isn't there a national park as well where we might have... isn't it called Kings Valley? National, or is it called Sequoia National Park, Washington Park? Yeah, that's not it. So, Sequoia National Park. They gotta have a social media. Yeah, Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. Maybe this will be a winner. There's a video about it. They were live 14 hours ago. I'm not even sure. This video doesn't have a title. It just says that they were live. Okay, yeah, here they're talking about it. So let's just let this roll, and I'm going to try to find more links. I have to write down something real quick. Hang on a sec. And we'll then watch the Caldor's thing. I don't know how long this goes on. It says 45 minutes. I don't know that we got time for that. Maybe they have just a quick summary or something in the beginning. This looks like a pre-recorded community meeting or something. Let's just see what it is.
What we call the KNT complex, and it consists of two fires, the Colony and the Paradise Fire. And I know you've been watching them, I know you've been looking at the smoke. So we'll get going on this right away. I'd like to first introduce Clay Jordan. He's the superintendent of Kings Canyon Sequoia National Parks, and Clay would like to talk.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Yes, so as Mark stated, I'm the superintendent who came on board in November, and it has been a wonderful experience getting settled into the community. But you know, in the middle of a pandemic, it's a difficult time to get settled in and to meet folks. And so with that challenge, I hate that for my first introduction to many of you happens to be at a time of great community concern over the fires. And sadly, that is our situation, that we have these fires, and we want to provide information, the best possible information, as early as possible. To be honest with you, this morning when we decided that we would have a public meeting this evening, we were feeling very proactive. It was feeling like we're giving a great bit of notice. And I got to tell you honestly, it doesn't feel so as proactive as it did earlier, just because of the astonishing pace that we've seen, in particular one of the fires. So we'll walk you through it, and we'll answer all of your questions, I hope, or some of them will get answers in the time that follows. I'd like to begin with just a little bit of an overview, kind of painting the big picture here, and then our incident commander and some of our partners from the other agencies will drill down into some of the other details.
All right, so first of all, that's chilling. I know it's hard for us to hear him. The big problem is the microphone is not close enough to the speaker's mouth. They needed to have put that on the side of the podium. Unfortunately, that's poor placement. Somebody should have just said, dude, I got to move this microphone. But what he said is that we were feeling good about it, and we were feeling proactive, like we were, I'm just now interpreting, like we had better chances of getting it under control, you know, sooner. And he's basically saying that hope faded and things changed. We'll be trying to explain that to you guys. So that's the way you need to speak to the public. It's nice and frank and honest and sobering. But I just wanted to highlight that that's a little bit chilling. So we'll see if there's a quicker summary. Yeah, Rita, that's what the chat was. Hi, Shaz. Hi, guys. And we were talking about the true death toll of the fires not quite being known, especially like things like the Truckee plane crash, a private plane that crashed in Truckee just last month, because partially they attempted a difficult landing, a difficult approach, and the wildfire smoke just had like no visibility. So RT said, yeah, that crashed right in front of my house, basically. And I thought, holy mackerel. So yeah, if you guys ever send me pictures, you should also, I forgot to say this, make it clear if I should show the public these pictures or not. I mean, I would never show gore, you know, that's not what I'm about, but the any kind of pictures, I would have to have your permission to use them. And any you send me in confidence, I would hate to accidentally put that out there on the air thinking that you wanted me to show the world. So just put that out there. If you ever share a story with me, tell me, should I read this? Should I change names to protect the innocent, or is it just a private conversation between you and me? It's good to make that abundantly clear. So let's go back to this sobering meeting on the K&P complex.
But with that in mind, as I know we've all experienced Thursday evening, a series of thunderstorms rolled through the region, and for the two parks, we experienced about 132 lightning strikes in Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks.
I don't know if that was clear. I just adjusted volume, but they had 132 lightning strikes in Kings Canyon and Sequoia Park.
In the surrounding areas. So we were very much on the alert for lightning starts, and Friday morning we identified 3. So one of those lightning strikes were over towards the Kings Canyon side and was called the Cabin Fire. And that is a fire right now that was very more accessible. We were able to get folks directly in there on the ground with a lot of good air support, and we got that contained. So I don't think that's worth talking about. And towards the King
Sorry, I didn't catch which fire. The guy tried to help him with the microphone, didn't do anything.
All experienced Thursday evening a series of thunderstorms rolled through the region, and for the two parks, we experienced about 132 lightning strikes in Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks and the surrounding areas. So we were very much on the alert for lightning starts, and Friday morning we identified 3. So one of those lightning strikes were over towards the Kings Canyon side and was called the cabin fire. And
I think he said the word cabin fire. And so he's talking about them pouncing on it and getting it under control, which is good.
That is a fire right now that was very more accessible. We were able to get folks directly in there on the ground with a lot of good air support, and we got that contained. So I don't think that's worth talking about anymore. What's a much greater concern are the other 2 fires. As you're probably aware, the colony fire was over in the Crystal Cave section of the park, and that is continuing to grow. That does not pose any threats to the community, certainly in the foreseeable future. The other fire discovered at the same time is the Paradise Fire, which is down at the base near Paradise Creek, not far from Buckeye Campground. And that's the fire we're really going to focus on, especially this evening. Now, both the Paradise Fire and the Colony Fire happen at bad locations. Very thick, heavy fuels, very rugged terrain, unable to get firefighters in there on the ground. But we identified really early on that we needed to jump on them, and our fire forces did a tremendous job leaping on it, full suppression efforts from the start, and we couldn't put people directly on the ground at these fires, but we were able to get a very impressive amount of air support in helicopters and aircraft, and we've been painting the mountains red with retardant for the last, a couple of days. So we hit that very aggressively. As I'm sure you're aware, there is a lot of fire activity in California and surrounding areas. So there's a lot of competition for resources. Firefighters and those resources are really in high demand. And but we've managed to get very good support in those aircraft, which really helped to kind of moderate those fires a little bit and buy a little bit of time. Meanwhile, we worked with the fire reporting and dispatch systems to convince them that these 2 really small fires was a really important thing to support. And we've gotten that support. And so I'm happy to say that we do have a high complexity incident management team on its way. It's a type 2 team, and they won't be here until Wednesday morning.
Okay.
Always upstaged by a dog. I can't compete with a dog.
It's louder. Yeah. The folks on the stream are having a hard time hearing you.
Well, thank God he gets the mic. That was not my voice. That was some lady filming this. That's her voice. But the fact that this dog ran through, that was hilarious. Please say he's going to use the mic properly now.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Okay, so we've been heard, and they're taking our request very seriously. And so we have this high complexity incident management team, a type 2 team that is on its way, coming from the Rocky Mountain region. Unfortunately, they won't be in place until Wednesday. So, but we then started working and reaching out to Tulare County Fire Department and with CAL FIRE, and they're both represented this evening to approach this all together. So it is a very challenging situation, but I'm happy to report that the agencies are working well together, and this is a big priority, and so with that, we look forward to answering your questions and working with you this evening. So with that, I will introduce our incident commander, or let you do that, Mark, right? Matthias is our incident commander. He's the Deputy Fire Management Officer for the parks, and been doing a spectacular job of leading this effort with a lot of good help.
Okay, I'm going to pause that a second so people know what we're worried about. We're seeing the time lapse, and I've been watching this well, mostly since it began, but pretty intensely since last night. And that is so unusual for a 6 a.m. fire to be trying to make a pyrocumulus. This is 6 a.m. So it's 3-ish some odd change hours ago. And we're going to watch this. It may really take off once around 11 to noon, till 2 o'clock. Once the sun's rays hit it and remove a lot of the misty moisture and overnight humidity. When it gets drier and hotter during the day, the fires just get more active. And so to see it that active all throughout the night, the last 2 nights, and finding new fuels and going dense, oily black smoke, which is the chaparral, the manzanita fuels, probably a bunch of trees too, has been quite concerning. So you just heard him say that they put retardant around these, and he was only addressing the colony and the paradise, which I hope he means the windy here, which is what we're looking at. We don't have good eyes on the colony and paradise. Sometimes the cams are just not, they're just out of frame. But this is a really good shot, really clear from the south looking north, Tobias Peak 1. This is the windy fire, and this thing has been bothering me for days. It is so close to the big trees and so close to the other burn scars. So yeah, it looks like a crazy highballing steam train engine, and or a volcano, you know. But look how active it was throughout the night, and the previous night broadcast. We were all watching this until 2 a.m. I did not feel comfortable ending the stream till about 2 a.m., which was around here. That I thought, well, the smoke blanket has at least got it for now, moderating its heat down, putting a lid on it for now, and I decided to monitor it throughout the night. And I'm sick right now, but feeling better. So my sleep is all over the place. I've been sleeping around the clock in odd hours. So if I feel tired, I'll just go lay down. If I feel like being here, I'll be right here. So but yeah, here's 6:19 in the morning, and it's ugly. It's quite ugly. So we continue to monitor this, and we're trying to find out any info we can. So on set, was it yesterday? This was him talking soberly. I appreciate that frank talk to the locals at the community meeting. Yeah, I'm so grateful they put this on the internet for us to see. This keeps trying to form one of those clouds, and what he said just makes a lot of sense. Let's do a 1-hour time lapse, just the last 1 hour. I hope that smoke will be thick and moderated, but you see that poofiness? The white poofy pillowy stuff, the white fluffy stuff on the top of these pyroclouds generally means they're going really fiercely, and they're burning so much fuel that they're releasing the water vapor from the plants. This is my personal theory. We'll have to ask Holt Hanley what that means. But when you see the white fluffy stuff, which doesn't last long, on top of a pyrocloud, or general column, you know that it's really cooking. And so firefighters who read smoke way better than I can, I'm still learning, they take these as warning signs, these little poofs. So of a very vigorous activity. So if we put this on a 6-hour time lapse, we'll see it burning throughout the night. And I don't think he's addressed this windy fire yet. He's talked about the colony and the paradise, and I just dug up their map it's dated yesterday. I'm hoping the next people will talk about this windy, because this thing is crazy. It makes sense that they said they hit it with a lot of aircraft and got retardant on the scene, otherwise it would have taken off like a rocket already. So what he said to everybody is, this is buying us time. We've made it a huge priority. It wasn't at first. He's hoping that the aircraft will come back and the new strike teams will get assigned. But what did we have yesterday? The biggest disaster that could befall any fire when it's little. It's having a fire next to a city, and all the aircraft and all those resources get diverted away from these small fires in the mountains, which have to be put out immediately. Otherwise, they could just be so hard. The terrain, the fuels. But you can't just ignore a city in peril. And what did we have yesterday? We had that, gosh, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the community's name, over by Lake Mendocino. And I still, if you guys could tell me what happened on there, all I did was see it start to take off, and I went and got floored by the flu. I think I have the actual flu. Do my best with a little bit, I'm a little feverish, sort of. But I'm good to sit in a chair and look at things like this. So the next speaker, I hope, will explain a little bit more about stuff. This is recording 14 hours ago. But you can see right now we got a Calpella. I'm sorry. Yeah, Sister Golden Hair, thanks. Shasta says, is there any info on the area of this fire? Yeah. This is what we're so crazy concerned about, is it's this Sequoia National Forest and Park as the world's oldest, most irreplaceable trees on Earth, except for like a couple Joshua trees and a couple baobabs in Africa. These were the trees growing in the Bronze Age. The whole Sequoia National Forest is, the Ice Age in California destroyed most of the sequoias and redwoods. The glaciers just went right here and sheared entire mountains in two. And so the ancient forests were destroyed by the Ice Age, but in little bits and places, these unique redwoods and the sequoia survived as a species in these little pockets. Other than that, they were replaced by the newer and less profound, the trees that don't live as long, the pines and firs. But sequoias and redwoods are fire-resistant trees, and so when they're adults, there's very few things that can kill them when they're great old growth. But a megafire is one of those things. Drought and a megafire means it's just like Smaug the dragon in The Hobbit. He had that one weak spot, and that's where the arrow hit him, and so one tiny arrow hit the dragon, and he goes. So if you imagine that the only real vulnerability they have is if it's a mega drought, can the embers fall from above and start a crown fire? That is a nightmare. It is the worst kind of fire to try to fight. It's in the tops of trees. Maybe there's some good illustration. First of all, you got to see stuff like the General Sherman tree. I think it's one of the oldest and largest in the entire world, and they named them after Civil War generals and stuff. I remember seeing it as a kid, and these photos don't do it justice in any way, shape, or form. You can't fit the tree into the frame. It just doesn't happen. Like, you have to have composite images of it, and it's just one of the largest living creatures on Earth. And the pictures of me, as a kid up around it. You just can't comprehend the enormity of it. You could have an entire classroom of kids and people around the base. They can't link hands. It's like 60. It takes like 60 people to link hands around it. And people look exceptionally large in the scale of it because they're not right next to it. You're not allowed to go right next to it. But the giant sequoias here are BC beautifuls. I mean, they're in the BC era, and they're so large you could just cut holes in them and just drive through them. And this usually was done because it was a weakened spot in the tree anyway. It wasn't like for fun and games. and they don't harm the tree's ability to stand. But the crown fires, can you imagine putting out a crown fire at the top of these trees? There's no way to reach them with hoses or anything. Water dropping is a double-edged sword because the amount of water hitting them on the top could damage them and snap off their tops and do incredible bad things. But if you ever go anywhere near these, there's all around. There's trees like that. There's ones on the ground. And so to even access the park, you got to drive underneath some of the fallen giants. Just absolutely bonkers huge trees. Like, just inconceivable. Have to see it before you die. So we're in a mega drought, and we have mega fire potential, and now lightning has struck pretty close. We'll have to look in the map just how close it is, but you look at the great Sequoias. Hopefully I can just get, some things for scale to really show the enormity of these, but oftentimes you just don't have anything in scale. Some of the older pictures of the loggers and such, yeah, people trying to link hands around them are some better ones, but they don't really allow people to get real close to them anymore. Whoops, and we don't even have these images. But anywhere that there's a breach in their bark, they're vulnerable. So the General Sherman has a fire scar from a lightning strike. So wherever the bark is pretty fireproof, but you get a breach in it. We've seen the Dixie fire kill a bunch of trees by getting into the heartwood. Once it's inside, it'll burn from the inside out. So this one was struck by lightning. You can see its scar. It did burn partially on the inside, but eventually it was extinguished by something, and it somehow survived. I mean, they can survive a lot, but they're not immortal. If their crowns burn off, that's a nightmare. So if we go to some sort of illustration of a crown fire, that's fire that doesn't even have to be on the ground. It's the top of trees burning, just the tops. And firefighters look from below helplessly, just like, okay, we can't do anything about that. So, here's a good graphic. Active crown fire behavior. Passive torching is like a lightning strike got one tree up, and if it's a bit moist and there's not much wind, just the one tree will burn if there's good spacing. It's part of the reason why trees need their space. We shouldn't have them so dense. And in an old growth forest, they're spaced out because they can fully extend their branches and shade the forest floor. Therefore, there's not that many trees growing on the forest floor because of the light deprivation. But then you get a dense forest, and the risk improves. That's the next stage, the active independent stage, and then the independent stage is rare, where you see there's fire on the ground that went up into the trees. It torched them from below. Independent, very rare. The fire's only in the tops, just almost none of it at the base, but it can run along the treetops. Especially the taller trees have that vulnerability because the wind speed is higher at ridge tops and higher elevations than it is at the ground. It can be a dead calm at the ground. You feel no wind. But if you were going to fly a drone to like 500 feet up, your drone might struggle in the wind or even fall out of the sky if it was too windy. I mean, different elevations. I never knew that wind was so different at elevations until I became a drone pilot. So that is the big screaming nightmare of where is this fire in relation to the mega trees. Kings Valley is, I believe, where the General Sherman and the others are. They had a fad in the 1800s of naming. They for some reason decided to name a whole bunch of old trees after Civil War generals and stuff, but don't ask me why. There was a Mark Twain tree as well, but then they cut it down, just like, okay. So Tiernan says, I visited a lot as a kid too. It's magical and majestic. Yeah, you cannot understand how big they are unless you're there. the lenses you have to use to photograph them are so distorting that you can't get an idea. So, but anyway, I'll find maybe some family photos eventually to show you guys. Here's our biggest. Where's the map that I had that just showed how bad that was? Yeah, here's a crown fire. See how just the tops are on fire. Just the tops. But you can't get above them with a helicopter or try to save individual trees because the thermal updrafts will rip a helicopter right out of the sky. And the way that there's some good graphics here. The way that they put water from a helicopter on these is they fling it. The helicopter approaches an area and then sharply turns away from it and then lets its water loose from beneath. But they can't hover over this. That's the thermal updrafts will throw them on the ground. So once it gets to mega fire status, once this is happening, there's nothing to be done. You know, that's red flag day, high winds and high wind gusts. So it's a race against time. Are they going to be able to get these fires contained, minimize them before the next red flag day or the next high wind day? It's not moving right now that much, even though it's burning actively because they splashed it with retardant. They bought themselves time. And there's almost a dead calm except for wind gusts. But it's a race. And so the fact that he's being very sober about things, explaining it, is good. That the public should know this, that there's a lot at risk here. I need to go back to CalTopo to figure out where Silver City is. I think Silver City is directly in the path. They went to mandatory evacuation yesterday, right about as I got really concerned and went live last night. So Silver City is one of those preserved ghost towns, and it's spreading right to it, kind of towards it. And that was all evacuated, and there's so much history to be lost here and irreplaceable natural wonders. And even if you don't care about any of it, the people who care about money would care about the tourism dollars lost. Like, people come from all over the world to see. You can't see anything else like this. In this scope, this magnitude, they don't exist elsewhere in the world. I mean, the redwoods of Humboldt County are really dang cool, but these are the last of the pre-Bronze Age giants, so to speak. So we're extremely concerned. Fire likes to roll uphill, but you see these deep canyons, and like Silver City's at the edge of a canyon here. Apparently, I didn't realize that. When it reaches that ridge, there's something called rollout, where stuff just rolls downhill, and like literally just stuff will light stuff on fire down the hill. So let's listen to the rest of their, at least part of their community meeting. He's not even mentioning the one we're looking at, the windy fire. He's mentioning the Paradise, and unless I missed it, the two that were further north, the K and P. I wonder if they're all considered the same complex. Maybe it's not, and I'm misunderstanding it. But it was the same series of lightning fires. You see how the colony threatens the giant forest right there. And the Paradise one is just probably going to merge with it. I mean, if they can't do anything, if they don't get people immediately on it, and especially aircraft, just immediately on stuff, they need the aircraft to lay down the retardant, and that just makes the vegetation less likely to burn. It takes longer for the fire to get at red splashed trees that have the retardant on it. It just takes longer for the fire to finally light them up. Eventually it will. And so then what's going to happen? You see it not spreading too much, but you see that incredible activity even at 6 in the morning. So right now there's a bit more smoke. That would be a good thing. That would buy them even more time, but however, it's a double-edged sword. The smoke would regulate the fire activity, but also ground aircraft. Aircraft usually take off 10, 11 in the morning. So we can get on Flight Radar 24 and see if any are headed that way. So Shasta 73 says, The tops do look very prehistoric. It's not like a modern type of a tree canopy. Yeah, these are dinosaur food trees. Triceratopses ate the little seedlings, and brachiosaurs nibbled on the tops of them. It may have even been an anti-dinosaur strategy to grow that tall, now that I think about it. That may explain their gigantism. Too big for a dinosaur to knock over and eat. Isn't that insane? Like, wow, when you think about it. And since the dinosaurs went extinct, they haven't had anything eating them. Like Mother Nature has a long way to catch up to evolve anything that would use them as a food source again. They're somewhat rare trees now, like compared to your pines and whatnot. But all their predators went extinct 65 million years ago. Except for beetles and insects and your regular viruses, plant bacteria and fungus. And our old enemy, fire. They've got the bark to resist it. But let's see here. Bob O'Connor says, as a helicopter pilot, oh my gosh, you're a helicopter pilot? If you told me that, I forgot. It's absolutely mind-blowing how a difference of 50 to 100 feet can make in the wind. Yeah, I had no idea. Love the dinosaur theory? Yeah. The dinosaur poo probably is what they needed to spread their seeds. That was probably how their seeds were spread, because birds didn't exist back then, and most of the flying reptiles like pterosaurs were marine in nature. I mean, there's some, but I'm sure there were some dinosaurs that picked up pine cones and ate seeds out of them. But the conebills and squirrels today are their seed spreaders, so they don't need fire to propagate. But the funny thing was, right after the dinosaur extinction, they may have evolved to promote fire, like some pine tree species or something, because there were no birds after the KT boundary event. I mean, the primitive proto-birds are about to take off as a species and be one of the few survivors of that mass extinction. But there seemed to be no squirrels either. Primitive marsupial mammals ran around. But it may have been a brief period of time that these species required fire for propagation, flames to open the pine cones. But that era is no longer here. If a mega fire runs through these forests, it will just destroy them. It will incinerate the seeds, incinerate the pine cones, and forests don't grow back after a mega fire. Humans have to replant them. After the 1933 Tillamook burn in west of Portland, that was one of the biggest, most shocking mega fires. The first one that may have been filmed in color. It inspired the Bambi fire scene. They just figured the forest would grow back, and it didn't. All the seeds were incinerated, and then the ground rodents ate any new seeds that the birds kind of brought in. So the story, whoops, I keep playing the same one again. The story of the master propaganda coup was that Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts and children replanted the forest of the Tillamook burn, and that's complete nonsense, because one look at the enormity of the fire. It burned from like pretty much Forest Grove to the Oregon coast. Just gigantic. Nothing stopped it. They never had any control. I mean, they had thousands of troopers on the ground and just doing everything they could. But in the era before firefighting aircraft, there was nothing to be done. And it just rampaged throughout the summer in Oregon in 1933, and nothing stopped it except it reached the coast, and then the rains of November. And ships that were on the coast, the sailing ships, had to leave because they were being lit on fire by the embers. And then they went 15 miles out to sea, and they were still being lit on fire by the embers. So they had to leave Oregon coast. And coastal communities barely survived. I mean, it just was a massive thing. And they in the 1960s they finally figured out this forest ain't growing back. It's just a landscape of stumps. Let's duplicate this tab. And the area in question, if you ever wanted to Google the images, I can't do it right now, but it basically was this fire that did this and destroyed the old growth forest that used to be west of Portland and just incinerated it to white ash. And then they figured, well, okay, it burned. We won't have another fire problem again. Well, there's the phenomenon of the 3-year jinx. Every 3 years, it burned with a ferocity that was worse than the year before. And anything that wasn't burned, like the little pockets that got miraculously left behind, then got incinerated. And it was just a tragedy. Every 3 years, the dang thing burned again. 33, 36, 39. With some Japanese balloon bombs landing in the 40s, probably to start minor fires, but they were usually in the wet fall. But pretty much this entire area was one giant wasteland. If you drove from Portland to the coast, and most of the people who still live there have memories of it, and even in the 60s, it's just black stumps, and that was it, and flowers. I mean, the deer and elk population exploded. It may have helped the recovery of the nearly extinct Roosevelt elk. I mean, deer don't eat trees, they eat grass. They need meadows. They can't really survive in a forest. They need to just go through the forest to get to meadows. And so that will be one of the winners here. Pretty soon the deer will have all kinds of things to eat. After all these fires, I mean, right now they're suffering a little bit of population loss from them, but the clock ticks. You have to get the dead trees off the landscape, because after 3 years, you had 3 years of drying out for the trunks. You know, when the first fire rolls through, the trunks are full of thousands and thousands of gallons of water. It's a living tree. It's not going to burn. Give it 3 years drying out. Give it 3 years of the brush growing at the base, and what do you have? You have a bonfire waiting to happen. In fact, let me just find instead of telling you guys to go look it up, actually, I can usually find these really quickly. I mean, this is, it was an old growth forest. A lot of these, unless a person's for scale in these images, you really can't get that impression, but it was just a completely devastating, just where nothing alive was in view. You could stand at the top of the coast range, elevations around 3,000 feet at the peaks here. For not only as far as the eye could see, but you could go from peak to peak to peak, and still, as far as the eye could see, you could see no living creature or tree after the 33 Tillamook burn. And it's hard to find pictures big enough that blow up. A lot of them are kind of old. And then you have like a governor or something touring one of these areas. But you see how all of this is just firewood stacked on the ground. And after 3 years of brush growing up, just stacks up at the base, and all of this is ready to burn. So the first one was not the bad one. The 36 and the others just shocked everybody, because you had these trees that were 600 years old. 600-year-old Douglas firs and cedars and such. And when they finally started to catch and burn for real, 3 years later, it was unimaginable. It made the first pyrocumulus clouds that were documented from the air. Some of the first color photos of it. But everywhere you looked in Western Oregon, you could see this. And this is from the Portland area looking towards it. And it was just a red giant glow in the sky. And nothing came back. And eventually what they figured out is they needed to just drop seeds from the air. Millions of seeds just out of aircraft. And when they did that, of course, they didn't give pilots the credit or anything. Started Oregon's nursery business. Like, Oregon didn't have a nursery economy before then. They just told everybody, can you get some seeds? So here's 1938. It was still logs all over the landscape. And there's so many erased towns, they never came back. The government, it was just a wasteland. So the government bought people out and turned it into Tillamook National Forest. But to this day, I walk among the ruins when I go there to try to make my documentaries, and they never came back. When people are asking me, well, these mountain towns will come back, they'll rebuild, right? I'm like, well, maybe. That's the sad thing about it. It's a maybe. It's just, they kind of briefly came back for the salvage logging. And so salvage logging, people think, is just about making money or the best of a situation. It's not. It's about fire prevention. A couple of the towns came back, but most just did not. They're on old maps for some reason, or new maps, but if you go there, they don't exist. So usually they just rebuilt some railroads. There are these temporary homes that fit on the rail cars, and after 2 years, you can't use the wood. It's done. You can't cut it. It falls apart. It's affected by rot. So what happened here was they furiously logged as much as they could to just save the horrible billions and billions of dollars of economic loss. Logging was basically Oregon's bread and butter. And then they stopped because there was no more usable wood, and they realized, heck, even if there isn't any usable wood, you've got to get this off the landscape, or you will just face disaster. You will have your repeat cycles. The 3-year jinxes will happen everywhere. So why am I that concerned about what we're seeing on Cal Topo in that somewhat small fire right now? Is because of what I know about history. I unfortunately have the great somber, I don't want to say it. I have to tell people this is not over for not Plumas County, Butte County, Tulare County, Mendocino County, everywhere that we had last year. There's still a lot of standing dead trees, even from the car fire and such. And, this is somebody selling old photos. This almost made the Sitka spruce extinct. Like, they didn't replant all of them. They just planted Douglas firs. That was it. That's why the Pacific yew is almost extinct. And now today's Tillamook forest is ready for a new round of fires because they almost just exclusively planted the fire-promoting, horrible widow-making Douglas fir trees. And the fire-resistant trees, like the cedars, were not as economically viable for logging, and so they weren't planted. And so we're just... I don't know why this is just showing a blank. But you get the idea, I think, that they'll have to drop seeds from the air. There will be a long time for the recovery. And if they don't salvage log, meaning salvage the situation log, sorry, this is about Oregon's wildfire last year. If they don't get these off the landscape, they're just gonna cause a worse fire. So what were we looking at on Cal Topo? We hit the fire history button, and the loggers in chat and others who have called me on the phone are like, watch out. What's gonna happen when it reaches the other scars? And so with the fire history button, last year's gigantic SQF fire, and a couple other fires from just several years ago, the 2016 Slate, 2017 Pier. As bad as it looks right now in its green live fuels, what happens when it hits all these? So I need to do a little research now to figure out how vulnerable the area is. And I need to figure out how much of the dead trees are still on this landscape, because that's going to determine the outcome here. If they can't keep it from reaching the fuel, what's going to happen if it does? I desperately want to see all kinds of aircraft in the air. I desperately want to see, even if it's, I want to see a clear sky today so they can drop more retardant and get more people in. And then I want to see the smoke cover it all night. That would be ideal. And have it less windy than forecast. That's what I want to see. That would be our best thing we can hope for today. So where did I miss the time lapse? So let's go back to current. If it's too smoky, these aircraft aren't going to launch. We have dead calm except for 20-mile-an-hour-ish wind gusts forecast for every single day down here in Tulare County over here. So I'd rather see aircraft than smoke on it right now. They need more retardant everywhere. We should probably look up, you know what, I just had the genius idea of, why don't I look up the 2020 SQF fire right here on InstaWeb? And then I'll see pictures from it. Maybe they have some aerial images that'll be reliable, and we won't question the date. You know what? Maybe I should just do that. So hang on the. If you guys didn't see the scary time lapse, we've been watching this burn actively at night and then flare up at 6 in the morning at a time when fires are usually pretty inactive. It's right now speed bumped by retardant, as the guy was explaining in the meeting. But what's going to happen when it breaks out of them? Do you guys remember the Shirley Peak camera burnover? That was an example of how retardant kept the French fire away from the Shirley Peak camera. And I had bets with Dusty Smoke, the firefighter in here. I said the camera's going to survive. He says, no, it won't watch. And at one point, I was like, okay, I think you're right. I think that camera's toast. Even though it was really high off the ground on a radio tower. Because we saw the insanity with which, once it broke through the retardant, what the French fire did. And the French fire is just south of this. Same kind of fuels, if not a slightly different, more steep topography. So I'm glad you like the history. That's basically my more unique viewpoint here. That I knew history first, and then I learned fire behavior and stuff later. Let's see here. The SQF. Is that what I just called it? InstaWeb should still have it from last year. Was it called that? Let's see, SQF fire. Let's just do a Google search. I'm going to turn on the speaker again. I totally forgot we were watching a video. Sorry, I have a fever. And hopefully we don't have to watch the whole 45 minutes. Let's see what they say about it. It's kind of sobering. This is from 15 hours ago, like last evening.
Thank you, Clay. So as Clay mentioned, my name is Leif Matheson. I'm the Assistant Fire Management Officer in the park, and I'm currently the Incident Commander for the K&B complex. So I'll go into a little bit more detail of what Clay was mentioning about the two fires, specifically the Colony and the Paradise, and what we're doing in our suppression efforts.
Okay, just found what I was looking for, unfortunately. So here's a view of the SQF fire as it was nearing its end last year. Question answered. Is there a lot of fuel? Oh, unfortunately, yes. So that is not good. Even if they tried to salvage log everything they could off the landscape, there hasn't been enough time. And with the billions of trees now that are dead from last year's fires, the ones before this year, you could have millions of loggers attempting to salvage log this as fast as they can, so that we're ready for the 3-year jinx phenomenon, and that it's not even humanly possible. We could create millions of jobs, but logging is a skill job. You can't just pick it up randomly. Tree falling, especially fire damaged trees, is extremely dangerous, and there will not be enough time to get these off the landscape. So we have to be fire vigilant the next 3 years for sure, even the next 5 to 8, ready for ones that are worse than what we experienced this year. And I'm sorry to say that they really could be worse. I mean, the mega drought might just go to regular drought or be ended in a couple of years by heavy rain year, but that doesn't mean that these trees aren't generally just drying out as dead, you know. So I'm gonna turn the speaker back on.
When we discovered the colony fire on Saturday morning about 8 o'clock, when we flew it with the helicopter, was 4 acres. It was off the Crystal Cave Road near Colony Mill Trail. That area is at about 5,000 foot elevation, and it has suffered extreme tree mortality from the drought and the bug killing. And so that's the fuels it's burning currently. Heavy standing snag component, a heavy dead and down component, and the fire is burning aggressively through those fuels. We hit it at...
Oh God. Oh God. So I was just explaining what heavy dead and down was. That's the big trees that are dead, standing, and down, meaning on the ground. And that's the worst kind of fuel for just having mega fires, creating the pyrocumulus and starting the rampaging nightmare. And I found the photograph, and then he's also saying that the bug kill and the drought kill trees are just littering the landscape. And that is about the worst thing that we could have just heard.
For the KMP complex. So I'll go into a little bit more detail of what Clay was mentioning about the 2 fires specifically, the Colony and the Paradise, and what we're doing in our suppression efforts. So when we discovered the Colony fire on Saturday morning about 8 o'clock, when we flew it with the helicopter, it was 4 acres. It was off the Crystal Cave Road near Colony Mill Trail. That area is at about 5,000 foot elevation, and it has suffered extreme tree mortality from the drought and the bug killing. And so that's the fuels it's burning currently. Heavy standing snag component, a heavy dead and down component, and the fire is burning aggressively through those fuels. We hit it immediately with helicopters, and later in the afternoon, fixed wing retardant. We were able to insert some crews at the heel of the fire, so they were able to walk in towards the base of the fire on the trail, and basically scout the fire, see if it was safe to put people in. They developed a plan for bringing in some water and hose, and they set that up. They laid about 5,000 feet of hose, got to the base of the fire, and started trying to anchor the fire, as we say. As a following morning, those suppression efforts were good. This morning, the fire had grown through the night. We aren't able to stop the fire in the evening due to hazards, and also we just don't have the personnel to pull it off right now. They came in this morning, the fire...
Wow, they don't have enough people to have a night crew. That means that there's like 60 people only then, because usually if you have 2 sets of 60, you have a day shift and a night shift. And so I've only seen that where there's like less than 100 people around. Oh, okay. So let's see here. What other bad news is basically telling us?
They realized that the hose lay operation and their hopes to anchor the fire at the heel off the trail weren't going to be successful. So they shifted efforts towards keeping the fire south of the Crystal Cave Road.
Okay, yeah, that's even worse. Okay, so let's look at the roads. I think they're labeled here. They first wanted to do an anchor thing. Which road is this? They wanted to keep it, the fallback thing was keep it south of the main road. Is he talking about the Colony, right? These aren't labeled as well as I thought. But I'm sorry, I gotta rewind that. I got a fever, I just want to understand.
Fixed wing retardant. We were able to insert some crews at the heel of the fire, so they were able to walk in towards the base of the fire on the trail, and basically scout the fire, see if it was safe to put people in. They developed a plan for bringing in some water and hose, and they set that up. They laid about 5,000 feet of hose, got to the base of the fire, and started trying to anchor the fire, as we say. As a following morning, those suppression efforts were good. This morning, the fire had grown through the night. We aren't able to stop the fire in the evening due to hazards, and also we just don't have the personnel to pull it off right now. They came in this morning, the fire had grown, and they realized that the hose lay operation and their hopes to anchor the fire at the heel off the trail weren't going to be successful. So they shifted efforts towards keeping the fire south of the Crystal Cave Road. And that's kind of our efforts right now. The fire has not reached Crystal Cave Road, but our hopes are to hold it there south of Crystal Cave Road and keep it from crossing over the road and working up towards the general highway, Upsachi, Lodgepole, and the whole kind of general giant forest area. So that's what we're doing right now. We did have a helicopter or a fixed fixed-wing aircraft fly the fires today that have IR capability, and they mapped it at about 270 acres. I would estimate that it's probably close to 300 by this afternoon, but potentially a little larger. The plans for that fire tomorrow are to continue to insert people as the days progress. We've got more resources and start to try to bolster that road, drop some of the hazard trees, and see if we can hold that road for a little bit and hopes that we'll get more crews and maybe take another shot at working that fire today. I'll just point to the map where that fire is just because it's kind of small, but this is the colony fire for your area orientation, giant forest, General's Highway down to Ash Mountain. That fire is still posing significant challenges. We're not making any containment on it right now. Again, we're in a defensive posture, trying to hold some roads. We're getting resources, and we're doing what we can to hold that road and really see what that does if we're able to hold that road. The largest fire, the one that's putting up the most smoke, the one that's most visible from town, is the Paradise Fire. As Clay mentioned, it started on the south side of the middle fork, across from generally where Hospital Rock, Buckeye Flat is. It was about 800 feet or so out of the river, kind of perched on a little ridge line. When we located it on that Friday morning, it was about an acre. We recognized instantly it was not on a good location. One, just where it was. Two, it was completely inaccessible for people. So helicopters, bucket dropping, water dropping helicopters, and fixed wing retarded planes was our strategy. That fire was kind of checked up maybe about 4 or 5 acres. Through the night it grew to about 30 acres. And then yesterday, with the influence of up canyon winds, which is kind of a diurnal wind, and a little bit of sun on that slope, the fire grew. When it was mapped this morning, it was at about 807 acres. We anticipate that's probably significantly larger than that. The majority of the smoke that you're seeing is coming from the Paradise Fire, and that is up canyon, an easterly direction, and up ridge towards Paradise Ridge. So that's the direction it's spreading. It's spreading up canyon and away. That fire is posing significant challenges. We can't access it with people, and rotor and aviation aircraft are effective to a certain extent. When the smoke kicks in, they can't fly. So we do have folks staffing that. Our priority for now is to try to keep the fire from backing into the river and crossing the river and threatening the General's Highway, which would then push up towards Lodgepole, Giant Forest, all those other things. So those fires are posing significant challenges. I don't want to throw a bunch of numbers at you, but when you look at the indices, the metrics for fire danger, the fuels are extremely dry. ERCs, which is a measure of potential energy release at the head of the fire, are top of the charts, like we're setting new records. So all the ingredients are there for rapid and explosive fire growth, and we're witnessing some of that stuff on the Paradise Fire right now. A couple of things I do want to emphasize. We have been getting a steady influx of resources. When I talked to the operations manager for the Southern California Zone Dispatch Coordination Center, they said that the Paradise Fire is the #1 priority fire for our Southern California region, with the colony being the number 3. So our 2 fires being 1 and 3 priority, we're starting to get an influx of resources. This morning we had a fire engine, a crew, and a module. At the end of the shift today, we've got 10 fire engines. We've got a couple more crews that showed up. We've got water tenders, and we anticipate about 1.5 times that resources on the line tomorrow. So we've moved up in priority. Not only does the park and fire management and all our cooperators recognize that fire has a lot of potential, but the coordination centers, the folks that are responsible for mobilizing resources to fires, recognize the potential and the severity for this incident. So we're getting the support that we're asking for. The nature of the beast this year, nationally in PL5, there's an exceptional amount of competition for resources, and it just takes time to mobilize that stuff, but things are certainly heading our way. Based on the fuels, the observed fire behavior, the potential for continued growth, we don't anticipate, without significant weather changes, that these things are going to slow down. So it's really going to drive an indirect strategy where you have to find strategic places, geographic roads, rivers, where you can do something like a fire. Right now, the fire's not in a position to do anything with it. We utilize aircraft, scout, and try to develop good plans for it. As Clay mentioned, the Type 2 incident management team has been ordered. They're on their way. They are fortunately they're coming. Unfortunately, they're coming from a long way. So over the next 2 days, they'll be trickling in. We'll do what we call an in-briefing, where we brief that management team on our fire, what we have going on Wednesday morning, and it will take them a while to transition, potentially Wednesday evening, Thursday morning, they take command of the fire. So we're still in the firefight for the next several days as an organization. Within the last half hour, when I pulled up into the parking lot here, one of our operations chiefs on the Paradise Fire gave me an update that said the Paradise Fire was pushing to the east and up towards Paradise Ridge and was likely going to hit Paradise Ridge proper within the next couple hours. We had identified earlier today that Paradise Ridge was a trigger point for us to really consider evacuations of Mineral King, Cabin Cove, Silver City, working down towards the Oak Grove Bridge. So right now we're in discussions, we're in the planning phase of working towards initiating mandatory evacuations for those areas, Mineral King, Cabin Cove, Silver City, down to the Oak Grove Bridge. A lot of cooperators in this room are working those angles right now, and we anticipate that will begin likely this evening, but again, working towards it for sure. So, and that's just, I think I want to emphasize that the fire isn't over the ridge. It's not pushing down on those things, but as an abundance of caution, we want to make sure that we have people out of the way, because it's very difficult can't fight this fire right now, and it's going to be very difficult to get people out of the way if it's a chaotic situation. So we want to be ahead of everything, and that's really what's driving the decisions tonight. I think that's kind of the update, and I'll absolutely take questions once most of the speakers have gone. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Leif. And when we're through the speakers, we will take questions, so please hold them. We'll answer everything we can. I want to clarify, Leif and Clay talked about Type 2 incident management teams. And we have several levels of incident management. This fire is currently under an incident management team Type 3. And Type 2 is the next higher up. It's a more complex. We have 40 plus Type 2 incident management teams nationally that comprise of state, federal, and local resources from all states. And they're regionally based in states and regions. They're primarily federally run teams. And so the team that's coming is a federal Type 2 team from the Rocky Mountain region. You'll have people from Colorado State on it, and the city of Denver, things like that comprises teams. And the next level up is Type 1. A Type 1 incident management is the highest level you can go. Very complex. Type 1 teams carry close to 100 people with them. They come in with the big guns. They're able to do a lot of things, get a lot of movement with equipment and resources, and really hit the ground with a large contingent to help wherever the fire may be. So that's how we do our levels of fires. This year, the 17 Type 1 teams, I believe most of them have been out at least twice, if not 3 times, on 14-day assignments. So you do the math. And the Type 2 teams are the same way. They've been out 2 times probably, and we all do 14-day assignments, then we go home for a few days, get back in the rotation. Some of the teams have been on days off, and they're back out 2 days later. And it's really dragging on the teams and the personnel. So folks are out there working hard. But I kind of wanted to give you an overview of how the Type 1, Type 2, and the park's getting the Type 2. It's a great team. They're heavy hitters, and they're familiar with the terrain, and they'll come in and do a really good job for the community, for the park. So with that, I'd like to go to Chief Eddie Turner with CAL FIRE, and he'd like to talk to you for a few minutes, and I think he was going to give a little bit in the Case Mountain Fire Pit.
Thank you, sir.
Can we have Allison who works for the parks?
Okay, in between the speakers, I want to just reiterate kind of like what did we just hear here? He's got a bad microphone. That's not just it. There's no good news that I heard in all of that. And being priority means very little when there's just not enough resources to go around, not enough aircraft, not enough personnel, not enough engines, not enough anything right now. And the nearest type of units that they need, the super strike teams, are coming in from far away now, which means they needed to be here like the instant this stuff happened days ago. There's retardant down, but look what we're seeing on the cameras. Just socked in by smoke. So the hope of aircraft putting down more retardant to keep it in its little box right now is dwindling. So if the retardant, which can hold for a bit, gets super dried out, it will fail. This thing will race anywhere it wants to go as long as it has the wind. And we heard them talking about wanting to hold it a couple of roads and such. That's really no barrier in a terrain like this. And we also saw the horrifying images of, they said it, but then we saw it, wherever I just put that image of the dead trees from last year's fire, and it's approaching the burn scar of that last year's fire. The huge gosh, I keep opening these in multiple tabs. Sorry. The SQF, I believe. So sorry. Let me take some tabs down. I think I just clicked away from it, unfortunately, but I can find it again. So I just looked up the 2020 SQF, and yeah, there it is. So the photographs, we have confirmation and that there's just heavy dead and down fuels, not only with them saying it, but with some of the pictures. This is last year's SQF complex, just to the east of the area, which is uphill, which is where the fire wants to spread. And some parts are like that, which is kind of rocky, and it'll not be much of a barrier though for the fire to spread. Half the living trees in these photos died later because of the massive complex fire, but you got this, the kind of steep terrain that they're going to be dealing with. And so I think I went to the front of the photos. Oh, I see it's big pages. So there's lots of heavy fuels, and that was one where it was alive, and I showed you the after picture, and all these trees are now dead. And so more than a year has passed, or approximately 1 year. They're all dried out like seasoned firewood right now, in a mega drought too. It's even better than seasoned firewood. And this is one of the best examples of how a standing dead tree. See, these were all living. See, these were all living. They have dead branches on them or no branches on them. Their trunks, though, still alive with water, are not burning. But look at that little guy right there. The big standalone super torch, that is a snag. Snag is one of the scary words, the frightening words that firefighters don't like to hear. It's a standing dead tree. And you should have a few on the landscape for eagle habitat and woodpeckers and stuff, but really you just need a few on the landscape. You have a bunch on the landscape. See how it's burning vigorously. Eventually the structure of the tree will fail, it'll shatter, and it'll send little lava bomb-like things of fire all over the landscape and crush and kill any firefighters below. So if there's a bunch of snags here on the Dixie fire, they said we're not approaching them anymore. Like at Childs Meadows, they walked away from it in some parts of Warner Valley when they could have fought it at night because they can't see what's above them and getting weak at night. And a snag did nearly crush to death 3 firefighters on the Dixie. And they were life flighted and one was in critical. So these snags, when there's just one of them, that one tree, especially on a ridge top, could spread embers. When high winds pick up, it can burn for thousands of hours, and then, like many days, and then a high wind event comes up and whoosh, the embers are blown all over the landscape, and it restarts fires and starts new ones with spotting. But imagine now all of these are going to be like that. All of these trees are going to be standing dead snags, and what we have the potential for is active running crown fires where the embers land on treetop and treetop and treetop and treetop on each other. And there's nothing a firefighter can do about it. Just helplessly watch. And really, the way it's shaping up is if they don't really quickly get aircraft and retardant and a whole lot of massive response, and if the wind changes at all, it's going to break out of its retardant boundaries. And not only the Paradise one, the two in the K and P, but the windy that we're looking at. And this is not at all good looking to see at 6 in the morning. It's so vigorously trying to start a pyrocumulus cloud. This has been pretty shocking about it night after night. It's just they're really active. Even though there's almost a dead calm with just some 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. On a day we have red flag day, low humidity, high wind gusts, and high sustained winds. Oh dear Lord, look out. This is a race against time. It may be that the only thing that really has anything to say about these fires ultimately is if very cold weather, rains, and snow comes early. Otherwise, this just might be out of control, get really big, really fast. Just we have favorable forecasts of no sustained winds, but look what it's doing without them. This is 1 to 4 mile an hour sustained winds and 20 mile an hour gusts. Look what it's doing this morning. This is like 8 o'clock hour. Look, it was going to heck in a handbasket at 6 when I started the stream and made that photograph. It looks like a dang volcano. So exactly, Giants Grove is not far away. Isn't that where the General Sherman tree is? You know, the giants, like the mega giants. Or is that part of your? I don't even know. Yeah, that's where the General Sherman tree, the Grant tree, and all these are. So last year they barely saved these trees, and I don't know what their strategy was. If you know, Dusty, please let me know. Like, I don't know what they're going to be able to do this time. So you can look at the different roads. There's not that many roads, and not that many communities, honestly. Are we in the right spot? No, let's just do east of Fresno. No, the other one. That's different. Unless I'm confused right now. Hang on. I may be confused because of my fever thing here. Let me go back to the big map. The fire map that had a lot more context. That's the evacuation map. We know Silver City's been evacuated, and Cove, something. Was it this one? I think I had it on a thing. Swear I'm not crazy. Hazardous fuel treatments. Oh, that's a good key. Hazardous fuel treatments. Comments. Treatment polygon from National Public NPS. Broadcast burn. Key point. I have no idea what this means. That was from 2017. I have no idea. Okay. That doesn't seem relevant. Where did I put that map? With the what? Sorry guys, this is what being sick and confused is. There's my history lesson. Oopsie. No, was it regular old Google Earth? Or Google Maps? Yeah. So that's due east of Fresno. So on our map of the fires, let's go back to the street map. Yeah, this is not the exact one. We're here at the Paradise is just adjacent, and the Colony is adjacent to the stuff by Silver City. And I clicked a button and I had seen something on one of these maps. Sorry, it's oh hi Havoc, how are you? Rob says the current fire named Paradise is burning on Paradise Ridge, which is south of the Middle Fork of the Sequoia River, Sequoia National Park, right? So, yeah, exactly, Dusty. I would have thought the strategy would have been to stop it when it was small, and now shaking my head. I know. If only the other fires didn't break out yesterday, too. The one in Mendocino County, it just stole their resources when they had good, clean air to work with. They're explaining that they did everything they could. They didn't have anybody to call in. I don't think I blame them. I think they probably did everything they could. I think what they're delivering here is the honest truth, that we have no more firefighters in California to send here. Everybody's timing out, exhausted, and been working for excessively long periods of time. As JB was explaining to me, look for two things to happen in California. A, do we pull from different countries and different states for help? We've already asked Australia for help. I think they're here already. And then the other thing is we actually asked the branches of the military for help, and more than 200 infantry showed up at the Dixie to help protect Taylorsville, which is great. They should have trained more like 2,000, maybe 10,000. But okay, 200 is great. And then what else are we going to do? We would have to draft more people out of the military to staff these, and they really don't know what they're doing with firefighting. You could, I guess, supervise them and say, dig the shovel here, but that's pretty dangerous. You know, to be in fit physical condition and stuff, but they didn't even have enough people to staff this during the night. So everything we're hearing now is just super, super, super bad. What is this spot? Wasn't this one of the Valley Giants? Oh yeah, it was. I'm sorry. This is where I'm confused. It was on a different map layer. I think I had old scan topos that was explaining the nearby. Oh heck, this wasn't the right map. What was adjacent and really at risk? The giant forest here at Pinewood, the Congress group. That's right. Okay. Yeah, there's the generals. It's right there. It's right there. They need time, and I don't know that they're going to get it. The smoke will have a moderating effect, but I don't know how much, Dusty. I don't know. I'm really, really concerned. They said their goal was, with this one which is called Colony, was keep it south of Crystal Cave Road. That was trying to spread north, and there's Crystal Cave. So this is presumably Crystal Cave Road right here. We have margin of error heat detections. Maybe they're holding the line. We need to look at that, get all the information we can right now about it, because I don't know that we have a cam that looks exactly at the Colony. I could try to investigate that. For the most part, Tobias Peak 1 is looking at the Windy, which is to the south. And the Colony, which would be almost directly east of... Is the Colony due east of Fresno? Sorry. I am not familiar with this. Danuba. It's a little bit south of Fresno, but it's the northernmost one. So the cameras that we have at Fresno, let's try to just duplicate this. We'll turn on the easy button. I keep forgetting about the easy button, which is the active fire starts. So here we go. The Colony is presumably being looked at by Buckrock 2 cam. Let's time lapse it. It's one of my multicams I had set up yesterday. So let's do a 12-hour. This is quite a zoom. We're not going to get a clear picture. It's looking through lots of smoke. And it's always been on the other side of that ridge. NOAA and U.S. Air Force are commenting about it on HF. What's HF? The radio? Dusty says there's nothing with a good looking, sadly. Yeah, I don't have any sort of good feeling about this. This could be quite bad. We can look at flight radar to see if anything is approaching. I don't think we have good comms unless one of you guys knows a good broadcastify. Yeah, Rob Lingsdorf says the current Paradise evac is from place along the road into Mineral King. The fire is burning on the ridge north of this road. Yeah. Waltho Talro, hey, welcome back. I seem to recall reports of 10% loss of sequoia last year. We need a miracle here. Yeah, if we lost 10% of all sequoias last year, that is just yeah. So, quite concerned. You guys are talking about the storms and such. Dusty says interior smoke on the Caldor fire. Okay, thanks, Dusty. I'll take a look at that. I want to continue to listen about this so we know what the trigger points are. But I just can't tell you enough that we might be done with the fire experts. They'll address the community with about evacuations and stuff. But I don't know.
Get untangled here. Thank you for your time tonight. What you may or may not know is that when that lightning came through the other night, it also sparked a fire up on Case Mountain, and as well as several others over in the Tulare river drainage, and we were chasing fires all over the place also as an agency. The fire on Case Mountain, we went ahead and we attacked it as if it was our own, and we poured all the local CAL FIRE resources into that. They're still up there, and they will be through probably Tuesday night. But that fire was contained just down to 10 acres, and that wasn't just us. We brought some resources over from the Central Coast and from Riverside County, and so we've got a lot of people here helping us with that as well. But what I want you to know about the Paradise and the KMP complex is that when we have fires here in Cahuilla country, we don't have a solid line that demarcates where the park goes and where CAL FIRE goes and where the county fire department goes. We all go together. And so when we're talking about these fires up on the park, we're going to continue to blur those lines and we'll all go together. And so we've been fortunate enough that the park has brought CAL FIRE into their planning process. They've included us as part of their team, and I hope that the new team that comes will also do the same. And if they don't, then we're going to go ahead and insert ourselves anyway, but I'm sure they will. They've been very cooperative to this point. And so our priorities as a department or as an agency, we're going to be really looking at those areas that are state responsibility or private property that are within the park, as well as the state responsibility lands that are down here in the front country, down in the Three Rivers area. So what we're going to do is we're going to probably look at places to put some contingency lines in, down at the toe of the slope outside the park boundary. We're going to start entertaining ideas about how we can protect the community should the worst case scenario happen, and at the same time be optimistic that it won't at all or we won't need them. And lastly, I just say that everything that we can do to help you and your improved properties, your houses, is contingent on you maintaining your defensible space. So if you own private property and you're required to have that defensible space, what that does is that creates an area for us to be able to go in there and save your house safely, so we don't have to run away, let the fire pass, and come back. So I just wanted to plug defensible space, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Chief. I might add the cooperation in California. California has the most robust mutual aid system in the world. Hands down, the cooperation between CAL FIRE, state, local, and federal enforcers, park, BLM, is outstanding. And it's been one of those years where everybody's gone. It doesn't matter if there are no jurisdictional lines, we're there to put fire out. So, with that, I'd like to introduce Tulare County Fire Chief Charlie Norman.
my fault. I planned a vacation next week. So I will be here with you. You betcha. Anything for you, Steve. The community through has done such a great job with Fire Safety Council getting that started. Much thanks to the Lamar's. And talking about constant communication and working with fire departments, that's what it's all about. There's not enough any one agency to handle all of those things together. So working with each other to get this done. John Ziegler called me Thursday night, Friday morning late to start discussing, hey, what's the plan with this? What's your level of engagement? What are you going to do? And he had a pretty good plan laid out. I think we're working that plan in with the IC and the incident management team. Our priorities in the fire department of Tulare County, obviously anything that prevents, we do structure protection. We do all those, but we insert ourselves. I think Andy said it best. We'll be here until the job gets done. We do have resources on the fire. We have constant communication with the incident management team, and we do have a strike team that's in there. So we do have a full commitment from Tulare County Fire Department. And this has been just an unbelievable fire season. Our priorities obviously are structure protection, evacuation. If you get an evacuation warning, please adhere to that. The Sheriff's Department's going to come over here and talk to you in just a second, but we work hand in hand with Sheriff Pedro and all his folks to get these things done. Our number one priority is just to keep you safe. So I'll be around at the end for any questions and answers, and we will be here. I will not be on vacation. We will be here all week to make this happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Okay, next up, Tulare County Sheriff Lieutenant Gary Marks and Sergeant Joe Armstrong.
Good evening, everyone. If you can't tell, that there's a lot of people involved and a lot of stakeholders involved in this entire fire. What I want to do now is just let everybody know where the Sheriff's Office stance is and what we're doing to try to save lives. Currently, the Sheriff's Office is working with Tulare County Fire and Park Services based off of where they were telling us the fire is and the way the fire is going. The Sheriff Pedro has issued voluntary evacuation notices for the communities of Silver City and Cabin Cove. We currently have a team of 6 deputies up in that area going door to door telling everybody, hey, just so you know that fire is possibly on its way here. Everyone here knows the fire is going to do what it wants to do, so we want to just get ahead of this because the road is very narrow. We want to get as many people out as possible. So far, from what I was told, we contacted at least 50 people up in those areas. Is that right, Sergeant Armstrong? About 50? About 50. So far, it's about 50 people. And everyone's asking where they can go. So we're currently working with the Operation of Emergency Services as far as telling everybody where they can go. The order has not come out to be mandatory as of yet, but I know the sheriff is in meetings now regarding that, and I should have information regarding that shortly. We're still going to continue to work with all the stakeholders on this and try to get this done.
Okay, well said. Thank you, sir. Okay, next up, Larry McCarty, District 1 Supervisor. Any words tonight?
You know, I just want to say thanks. Chief's been in contact with me ever since the storms. Clayton's been calling me. He went on, kept me informed. And being involved in these processes in the past, you guys are in good hands. It's going to be the teamwork has always been there. We've always worked great together. So I, as a county supervisor, will do whatever I can to help support the efforts of what they have, but we're in great hands. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming tonight. Okay, it's question time, and if we could start with the questions, we'll direct them to the right person to help you out. Any questions for tonight? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Sheila Stein. I'm with the Chamber of Commerce for 3 years. And so also as a former firefighter for Sequoias National Park and Ash Mountain, there's a couple of concerns I have that I haven't heard addressed. One of them is that, so we know the fire is going up to Paradise, and it could be a good Paradise. I just have to ask that question. We'll just move on from that. So we know it's at Buckeye Flat Campground, and if it crosses the river, we're in a lot of trouble. And that's just a fact, and you know it's a fact. But my question is, what kind of trouble are we in for down into Three Rivers? Because that has not been talked about at all, number one. Number two is, you said you have a strike 2 team coming in. Are we Department of Interior strike 2 team, Forest Service strike 2 team, a BLM strike team, or are we a Wildfire strike team? I'm just curious because I've been in fire.
Were you referring to the incident management team?
Yes.
It's a federal interagency type 2 interagency management team.
Okay. So, and the other thing is that we've got people that are being displaced from Silver City and that type of thing. And so we are, as the Chamber of Commerce, available to help some of those people. Obviously, we can't do everybody, but we have connections and we have people that can help. But my main concern is we're at Buckeye Campground, and once we cross that river, I know we're headed towards a catastrophic event. But what's going to happen in the way of downslope, Three Rivers?
Okay, I want to just say, man, that's when you know when a firefighter is talking. She's like, I know that this community is in danger, and what's going to happen when the downslope, blah, 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 wind event, blah, blah. I want to go back a little bit to what she just asked. I was trying to cut away because I don't want to show too many personal images of people like in a community meeting. But, they're wearing masks anyway, and this is low resolution. But her questions are good, so let's make sure we hear them.
It's a federal interagency type 2 interagency management team.
Okay. So, and the other thing is that we've got people that are being displaced from Silver City and that type of thing. And so we are, as the Chamber of Commerce, available to help some of those people. Obviously, we can't do everybody, but we have connections and we have people that can help. But my main concern is we're at Buckeye Campground. And once we cross that river, I know we're headed towards a catastrophic event. But what's going to happen in the way of downslope?
God, I keep missing. I gotta adjust the volume. I'm sorry. Whoever's holding the mic and aiming at her is just not. It's not helpful that the speakers don't have a mic. Let me boost this. Excuse me. It's more than 4 decibels. Let's put 7 on there just to be sure.
And once we cross that river, I know we're everybody, but we have connections and we have people that can help. But my main concern is we're at
Buckeye Campground.
And once we cross that river, I know we're headed towards a catastrophic event.
We are headed towards a catastrophic event. So she sees this coming, like all other fire-educated people do, better than most, because she's a local former firefighter. So I just wanted to make sure you guys realize that's what she's talking about. This will be a catastrophic event. So what goes on? This is one of the best questions I've ever heard.
Okay. So and the other thing is that we've got people that are being displaced from Silver City and that type of thing, and so we are, as the Chamber of Commerce, available to help some of those people. Obviously, we can't do everybody, but we have connections and we have people that can help. But my main concern is we're at Buckeye Campground, and once we cross that river, I know we're headed towards a catastrophic event. But what's going to happen in the way of downslope, Three Rivers?
What's going to happen since we're headed towards a catastrophic event? Assuming that it crosses the river, what is going to happen? Assuming that we're headed for a catastrophic event. Wow. What's going to happen at Three Rivers?
Lee, would you like to address that, please?
Yeah, so when I was talking about our strategies for the Paradise Fire, I think I probably emphasized what we're doing along the road, but the normal wind during the day is an upslope, updrainage wind, and what that does is that leaves the downhill side of the fire clear air. And so we've been working that with buckets, we've been working that with retardant. We are extremely aware of the implications of that fire coming to the west. And so we also have some aviation assets. If if you've worked in the park, you know there's no good spot to grab it from the river up toward Milk Ranch, and so I certainly don't want to downplay it, but we definitely know it's there. We're putting as much aviation and retardant and water on it as we can to check that fire, keeping it coming downhill. When we do get the IMT in and we get the resources that the IMT is able to bring to bear to the fire, then we'll be able to start looking at opportunities for stopping the fire. Right now, we're checking it with aviation and water and trying to keep it from working its way down towards ash mountains or rivers, and we absolutely don't want it to work its way across the river, because as you mentioned, that's worst case scenario.
It's going to be catastrophic.
Wow. Okay. Let's find out exactly where this is. I'm sorry. I just put cinnamon roll in my mouth. I keep blood sugar up. So, yeah. It says up to the river. When it crosses, we're looking at a catastrophic event. And there's a double threat here. These may eventually go together. But they're trying to protect the community of Three Rivers area, which I honestly don't know where to find on the map. Tulare County, California. Sometimes, okay, it's right down here. I thought it was up here. So, she's talking about this community's special vulnerability. And at some points, especially at night, the wind does blow right down the canyon. And what we know about canyons is they're wind tunnels. What we know about communities at the base of high elevation, they're extra vulnerable. And what do we know about mega droughts, and causing pyrocumulus clouds and causing embers to just rain down in long range spot. And I think that's what she's talking about. So he's just saying we'll do what we can. Like, we're trying to hit it with aircraft. They're trying to keep it on the other side of ridges. So during the day in general, the fires have been spreading more like so and like so, going up. These are up canyon winds, like going up in elevation. And at night, the down canyon winds, the downhill winds going towards the valley, are the big threat. And through the night, we've been seeing incredible activity. That's why I was replaying these videos, as you still see the glow of the fire on the other side of the ridge, is from north looking to the south. And that's the heat reflected in the smoke above, and the impregnated smoke, that has heat. And for a while we had a little bit of a lull, and I stopped broadcasting around 2 in the morning to take a break. That was the only time period that I got a little bit less anxious. But seeing them actively burn throughout the night and at 6 in the morning to try to form pyrocumulus clouds like a freight train is something quite unusual, and it's just not a good sign. You usually see here at dawn, it's trying to form pyrocumulus clouds in 3 different spots. This is their area of concern. Now, since this is looking south, it's the smoke and such is going to the northeast. Away from Three Rivers at the moment, but if it breaks out in general and just becomes a mega fire, this is not good for anywhere nearby. Especially Silver City, which is deeper up in the elevation there and more vulnerable, and which has been evacuated. It's not good for the fate of the giant trees at all either. And there was just freaky, just downright freaky 12-hour time lapse of the Tobias Peak. This is the Windy Fire, which they're not addressing. I guess it's just not considered part of the K&P complex. Maybe it's just too far south, but it was all started the same night. And so all last night, this was, 8 o'clock and then 9 o'clock and then 10. This is going all night when there's almost a dead calm except for 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Is super concerning. And here we are, 1 in the morning. At 2, the smoke blanket kind of settled on it. But then I kind of relaxed for a bit, took a little bit of time off, came back, and around 6, began monitoring the fires and went live at 7. It's now 11 now. Well, right on time for fires to get real active today. 11 to 2 p.m. is when the winds will generally pick up, when the solar heat really bakes the landscape and really starts fires. And that's 5 in the morning. That's 6 in the morning right there. So imagine if there's wind gusts that blow away the smoke cap. I'm just kind of keeping a lid on it right now. They need to hit this with aircraft. That retardant is drying out. At all 3 of these fires, the Paradise Colony and the Windy. But look at it, it's pure smoke right now. Just pure smoke. So their biggest hope is aircraft, and they're not going to fly. I've been looking at the aircraft on the other screen here, and here you talk. This is the yesterday meeting talking about what they want from this, and we're just quite concerned about it. We will be watching the heat signatures here as the day wears on. We'll probably get more, especially if the smoke blows off. And we don't want to see it at certain areas. We don't want to see it north of Crystal Cave Road. And we don't want to see it cross any rivers, for God's sake. We don't want to see it go to the west over the ridge. And really, we don't want it to go east either, to the where the giants are. You know, we don't want it to go anywhere. Any movement is going to be catastrophically bad. So the colony is the one directly threatening the giants down there, and Pinewood and all that. This is mainly for people visiting the park, but this could go across the river. And if it's on either side of this river, it's just going to go downwind. It's just winds at night. This is a wind tunnel. It'll blow down towards the community. They don't have enough time to repair it, defend it. They need the aircraft, but what they have is solid walls of smoke. Oh, hey, Terry. Yep, get some good fish and chips and come back. This will be a little bit of an interesting day. I was hoping it would be so calm that I could give you guys a morning update and then take the day off and give you an evening update, but doesn't look like it. Looks like we got a situation that either the smoke will smother it and the retardant will hold, which is the best case scenario for the day, or it breaks out. Clouds clear, it breaks out. They'll probably hit it with aircraft if they can at that point. But what if there's another fire just like yesterday over in Mendocino County? I think it stole some of the aircraft from yesterday. So there's really nothing here that's good news. But at least they're being frankly honest with the community. She's talking about catastrophic events. She's a firefighter. She knows, and he knows too. So we'll just watch a little bit more of the meeting. Let me go back a little.
Lee, would you like to address that, please?
Yeah, so when I was talking about our strategies for the Paradise Fire, I think I probably emphasized what we're doing along the road, but the normal wind during the day is an upslope, updrainage wind, and what that does is that leaves the downhill side of the fire, clear air. And so we've been working out with buckets, we've been working out with retardant, and we are extremely aware of the implications of that fire coming to the west. And so we also have some aviation assets. If you've worked in the park, you know there's no good spot to grab it from the river up toward the Mill Branch. And so I certainly don't want to downplay it, but we definitely know it's there. We're putting as much aviation and retardant and water on it as we can to check that fire, keeping it coming downhill. When we do get the IMT in and we get the resources that the IMT is able to bring to bear to the fire, then we'll be able to start looking at opportunities for stopping the fire. Right now, we're checking it with aviation and water and trying to keep it from working its way down towards ash mountains or rivers, and we absolutely don't want it to work its way across the river, because as you mentioned, that's worst case scenario.
It's going to be catastrophic.
Yeah.
Across the river.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to downplay anything, and I don't want to downplay anything, but
I'm sorry. I have to once again manually adjust pretty severely the volume levels. I'm so sorry if it suddenly gets super loud. I got a limiter on it. There should be a maximum volume. They should distort rather than be louder. But when she talks, we can barely hear her. When he talks, it's loud.
Worst case scenario, and trying to keep it from working its way down towards ash mountains or rivers, and we absolutely don't want it to work its way across the river, because as you mentioned, that's worst case scenario.
It's going to be catastrophic.
Yeah.
Across the river.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to downplay anything, and I don't want to downplay anything, but I just want, it's chaparral, it's manzanita, it's steep slopes, and as you mentioned, there's no humans that can go in there, and I don't want you to put any humans in there, you know, because I'd rather you guys live and let the buildings burn.
Oh my God. She says, I don't know how clearly she's speaking, but she's saying it's steep, there's chaparral, there's manzanita, which is that stuff making the black smoke, which just whoosh, blows up and gets really going. And so she's saying, don't put human beings in there. She says, I want you to live. That's good community feedback. Buildings are buildings, but we want you to survive. And so she's basically concerned that there could be a firefighter death scenario because she's so familiar with it. This is, I never heard any Frank talk quite like this, but it's quite sobering.
When we do get the IMT in and we get the resources that the IMT is able to bring to bear to the fire, then we'll be able to start looking at opportunities for stopping the fire. Right now, we're checking it with aviation and water and trying to keep it from working its way down towards ash mountains or rivers, and we absolutely don't want it to work its way across the river, because as you mentioned, that's worst case scenario.
It's going to be catastrophic.
Yeah.
Across the river.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to downplay anything, and I don't want to downplay anything, but I just want, it's chaparral, it's manzanita, it's steep slopes, and as you mentioned, there's no humans that can go in there, and I don't want you to put any humans in there, you know, because I'd rather you guys live and let the buildings burn, in my personal opinion.
Wow.
But if we were to cross the river, is that going to be mandatory evacuations for 3 rivers, do you think? Or are we going to be warning evacuations? What's your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are, we do have some triggers. I think if the fire works its way down towards Milk Ranch Peak, where Milk Ranch Repeater is, which is still up canyon, but that's a trigger for us to take a really hard look at.
Sorry, I was screwing around with the volume. I that may have been distorted. Let me go back.
My thoughts are, we do have some triggers. I think if the fire works its way down towards Milk Ranch Peak, where Milk Ranch Repeater is, which is still up canyon, but that's a trigger for us to take a really hard look at going into evacuation warnings and things like that. That's in close coordination with the Sheriff and with the Cal Fire, Tulare County Fire Department. But we put some of those lines, looked at maps today and looked at really addressing the same stuff you're talking about. What is the time to pull the trigger to start moving people out of the way? And it's not a chiseled in stone line. It could be farther up, but right now we believe that's a pretty strong trigger for us to start making a lot of those hard decisions.
Okay, so what a trigger point is I think it's part of the old system, and I wish that they would change it like immediately, like right now. In the old times when you had a wildfire, there's a trigger point for evacuating a nearby community, and that's when the fire reaches X place on the map. It's just literally they go psh, psh, trigger point, which actually I may have accidentally accurately drawn it. Yeah, Milk Ranch Peak. You just said it, so I actually just accidentally did do it. So here's, wow, there's a fire lookout tower there. I wonder if it's still going. But he said that if it crests that, then they'll start looking at the evacuations for three rivers, which is the community down the wind tunnel barrel of a gun canyon here. And so the community is quite concerned about it. So we've got lots of structures, we've got lots of stuff down here to lose. And she's saying basically, we'd rather you live instead of try to defend the structures. Like what she's talking about is don't go up here where there's no roads and no way out. It's steep, it's chaparral. She's talking about how they could be overrun quickly with no escape and lose entire crews of 20, she's basically saying to protect our community, don't put yourselves up here where this is death land. This is death trap land up here. So Dusty just said, that's sure something you don't hear often, bless her. Yeah. This is why we have to give complete and utter 100% support for our firefighters. Sometimes they do want to go and risk their lives for towns. They want to save towns. And she's just like, please don't. And that's good on her. This is some of the most chilling community meeting I think I've ever seen. In some ways, but this is the kind of frank talk where the public needs to know this. This is what should be on the news, is that they're speaking just frankly, and I appreciate it so much. This kind of thing would give people an accurate idea of what's happening. What are their plans? What if the fire crosses X area? What's going to happen? And catastrophe is it? Especially the river down here and getting it in the canyons. So what it will do is make an uphill run, Dusty was saying. Is this what you were saying, Dusty? Is that's a south-facing canyon slope right here? And I'll explain the trigger point thing in a second. He said that that's a south-facing slope, and so those are extra dangerous, and that's extremely steep. The fire can make an uphill run up into the... These are where the most precious trees in the world are, right there. The biggest trees in the world and some of the oldest. And as I don't want to say this, but we could have that area impacted and devastated. And I'm just praying that we don't. Last year we had near misses. I don't know what they have for defense, but I don't know that they have the people for this. Let alone them up here laying 5,000 feet of hose yesterday and then abandoning it. That's not going to work. So can you imagine hiking for 5,000 feet up a slope and then it won't work because you're there just too late? It's just... So there is nothing good to report here. Dusty says south-facing canyon slopes get hotter during the day. They're baked by the sun more often, and so the vegetation is drier. And so the potential for these to race up the hill and just make in no time up there is great. And thank you, Dusty, for bringing that to my attention. That would just be insane. So crossing the river, she's talking about catastrophe, and that's for two different things. A, it would race up there. B, no matter what the wind is, because that's a slope. And B, this is... canyons are like barrels of guns for communities, so it would be on either side of this canyon. And if you're a firefighter just down there, just down in it, trying to hold this one windy road that's down there, you'll just see things happen above your head that you can't stop. Like the embers going up here and getting up here and then racing up slope here. That's a good possibility. Well, you're down here looking up at a 4,000 foot climb almost. Is what it looks like. There's not much they can do here. It's aircraft that will turn the tide, and I don't see the aircraft will launch today if it's this smoky. Meanwhile, that retardant is drying out, losing its potency, and when it gives, it may give like a dam breaking, and then we'll just suddenly see it do remarkable things. If it stays, if it holds, if the wind cooperates, it stays down, the smoke tamps it down, that might buy them extra time, but aircraft is their best hope for not only those trees, but the community below. They need to make that retardant wall best they can and just retardant everything, especially the top of the ridges. Just buy some time. But what do we have? We have dense smoke. This is really, really sobering. If the news media isn't taking sound bites from this, I don't know why not, because that's some of the scariest stuff I've ever heard. That's it exactly, Dusty was saying. Yeah, it is a death trap. Really it is. Kev Michael says too. So, where's this fire? Joe Bicker says there's three of them. Two of them are officially called the Kilo November Popper, KNP fire. That's the Paradise and Colony. This is in Sequoia National Park. Let me turn off the structures. and park and national forest. And so they're right here, Fresno. It's Fresno. So not even too far away from Yosemite and such. I mean, it doesn't look like it's big on the map. This is a huge area on the map. Like, this is a gigantic area. The Windy is maybe just considered a separate fire just because of how far away it is. But that night when we were celebrating the rain, I said, guys, as soon as the moisture dries out, look out. We're going to have new fires from all this lightning. And so lightning went, and they reported happily that they were able to get on some of them and put them out pretty early, but these didn't work. The Paradise and the Colony on either side of this canyon, right next to the most special, biggest, some of the most ancient trees ever, still with us. And then there's a lot of history here where they decided that we're just going to save these trees and as treasures instead of cut them down. So the last in the world, the sequoias, the giant sequoias, and growing in the Bronze Age. You can't replace that. You can rebuild structures. Most people are out, so the threat to life is less. And here's what I was talking about. Here's what also alarms me by their talking about a trigger point. They need to get that out of their heads right now, that a trigger point should be a place on the map. Right now they do trigger points like 3 rivers will be evacuated if trigger point, I'm just making this up, trigger point 1 is reached. Like let's just pretend that there's another community up here. This community will be evacuated if trigger point 2, if the fire reaches it. Heck no. That is part of the reason that old policy and that old thinking is, in my opinion, why we're seeing such extremely late and ineffective evacuation warnings, because these fires are racing faster than they've ever seen them do this before, just like period, like breaking world records. We're in a mega drought. This is extremely steep, rugged terrain with most of the trees on the landscape dead in some spots from the beetle kill and the fungal infestations of the drought. So we have the potential for some of these fires, especially if the Santa Ana's moved in, and sometimes they're in late September. We hope to God not. Mostly they come in October. But those will be 101-mile wind gusts. Those will be 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts all over the mountains, blowing whatever fires are in the mountains to the valley with breakneck speed, like we saw last year's mass fatality event, the the North Complex. So we really will be facing ultimately these mega disasters that are worse than what we've already experienced this year if the Santa Anas come. Or as people like to try to correct me, the Diablos in the North State. They're the same thing. They're just, in general, I mean, the public we don't need to confuse them. We don't need to pretend like they're not happening at both places at once. It's just terminology, but in the past they were mostly just referred to as the yearly phenomenon of the winter high wind gusts that come out of the desert, dry, hurricane-force wind gusts. That's when we saw the erasure of Paradise as a community. I'm really mad that they called this the Paradise Fire here. Like, how dare you? Now I have to forever correct myself, call it the Camp Fire, which nobody remembers. But anyway, that was California's biggest mass fatality event in fires. 85 people, November 8th, 2018, because that's when the Santa Anas came. And last year was almost a miniature repeat. The communities were smaller. That's the only reason we had a smaller death toll. And the clock is ticking. Like, are these fires going to be first rained out before the Santa Anas come, or snowed out, or do we have a late summer? And do we have these fires race out of the mountains straight for the valleys, trying to erase towns? And the worst case scenario, more lightning first, new fires first, and then Santa Ana's. Like, that would be the very, very worst case scenario. There is not enough people to fight how big and how fast those would explode. There wouldn't be any reaction time. Like, Santa Rosa like burned down before San Francisco firefighters could get to it, and that was not even an hour's drive away. So the people keep asking me, is fire season winding down? You know, you have only 100. We have 126 people in the chat right now. When during Tahoe's crisis, we had a average of 1,200. So what I hope does not happen is that people come back in here because the worst scenarios are occurring. But it just might be. I would love the fires to wrap up with a good rainstorm coming in next week or something. And boy, snow, early snow. That's the best case scenario, and the very worst is the one I just outlined. So my point about this is that since these fires are running at record-breaking speeds, like when the Bear Fire happened, it went more than 19 miles in less than 6 hours or something insane like that. Meaning from the maximum speed a fire can spread is down a canyon and during Santa Ana's and on ridge tops like this. It'll run for the valley. They always come out of the desert. They're always from that direction. It went more than 19 miles in like 6 hours and erased 2 towns, and we had more than a dozen killed. They were very small towns. If they were larger, we would have had hundreds of people dead. So that was just last year, and just last week was the 1-year anniversary that we saw Sheriff Johns and everybody bowing their head. Let's remember what happened. So clock's ticking. In the near term, though, like today, what's at risk? We're watching that community meeting, and we're continuing to hear the most sobering stuff I've ever heard. But I wanted to let people know that this is what could possibly happen. Is fire season over or winding down? No. Winter is California's worst fire season. Santa Ana's come traditionally in October, November, December, January, but occasionally you have a freak event in September. So we're just praying that we get early snows in September, which is possible. Not likely, but possible. But yeah, I'm not only worried for the near-term future, like what's going to happen today and tomorrow. I'm worried for what's going to happen later this fire season, and I'm also worried about 3 years into the future when all of the brush grows back and stacks up like kindling at the base of all the dead trees all over California. In 3 years from now, we could have a worse fire season than now. So be vigilant. Groom your property now for fire. Make copies of all your records and upload to the cloud all your family photos. Do everything you can to prevent loss now, because you just never know what's going to happen the next couple years and what's going to happen next week. You know, we just saw Mendocino County had that gigantic monster fire just blow up. We have a red flag warning for much of the North Coast now today, apparently. So, you know, it could be any little thing that starts a fire at the end of your neighborhood. Just be vigilant, and if grooming your property wasn't a priority, just know how things are coming down the pipe, and instead of being scared, be prepared. Now would be the time to order things like big water tanks and such, and telling the volunteer fire departments, holding a banquet for them, how can I improve my property? What would cause you to save my property? And instead of somebody else's on the block, and just have that conversation. It's going to take some time for them to change and to get more resources and hire more people and get more planes and do night attacks and everything that they need to do to make the situation better and get more technology. It's going to get better, but it might take 10 years to get better with the rate of change. And what I have big faults with is absolutely this is the first thing that needs to change. No more trigger points based on location. Trigger points, the new ones, which is what they use to determine should a community evacuate, should no longer be based on a geographic location. It should now be based solely on the weather forecast. If they do get a red flag, and if they do get winds that'll go down the canyon, just get everybody out long before it reaches a point because we've been seeing more than 3 mile long range spotting on the Caldor and others, and this is less than a mile as the crow flies to the community. So the moment that it reaches here and they say let's make phone calls, you could have within one instant embers everywhere in the community. It wouldn't be enough time to do anything when you click on the structure map going door to door. What if it happened at night? So the new thing that I've been talking about firefighters with, saying, what's your opinion on this? Should we change it based on weather forecasts? That's going to be determining the potential of fires. And the answer I keep getting is, yeah, that should be it. That's pretty much what I've been doing and telling people about evacuations that they should consider before the fire came to their communities. And we've been giving people 2-day, 6-hour, 8-hour advance warnings sometimes. And that's been the best thing that I've gotten out of helping people here, is when they come back and say, thank God you gave me some extra hours, or you alerted me to something, and I told other people, and we all left early, and we didn't get into traffic. I've never had anybody be mad about a forewarning, because every single time pretty much it's basically been correct. But that's just me making logical assumptions based on weather potential. So it's sad for me to see that they're still based on trigger points and locations, but they may want to do other things, but they have a policy, you know. So going forward, though, that's one of my biggest things to emphasize, is that they could give people a lot more warning and a lot more sobering idea if they had frank talks like this and explain, yes, catastrophe will probably happen if it reaches this river. So, you know, couldn't be more clear than that. And I'm glad that they are just talking that way, you know. It's a far cry from some of the meetings we had, which seemed to be for entertainment purposes only. Oh, no name Jason, as there are three major fires right now that are really, really concerning. They're small at the moment. We have Windy. This is the one on our Tobias Peak. We have Colony and Paradise, which I hate that they named it that. That's anyway. But these are the Colony and the Paradise together are called the KNP hashtag, of course. So I'm about to check Twitter and see if anybody has any new news. We're watching yesterday's community meeting to understand what their goals are and what their thought process is. And it's not only been illuminating, it's been downright chilling. Scary things like, please don't put firefighters up in that death trap. We'd rather lose our town, at least expressed by that lady. Or at least we'd rather lose structures than people. She's basically saying, just please don't put anybody up there. That's a death trap. She's a firefighter or ex-firefighter from the region. So I've never quite heard of a town hall meeting like this, but this is of grave concern.
My final question is, I haven't heard anything about base camp. Are you guys doing the Lions Arena? Are you going somewhere else? What's the plan for that?
So right now...
Okay, I'm not going to rewind, but she said, my final question is, what about base camp? Like, where are you guys based out of?
Which means you got a lot of bodies now.
Yeah, with the organization we have, the Type 3 organization that we're managing locally, we're going to be supporting people with kind of lunches from Visalia. We're going to be sleeping crews tonight at the roving arena in Three Rivers. When the IMT comes in, the number of people that come with them, the roving arena won't work. There has been discussions about moving down towards Horse Creek and the lake beds and things like that. I haven't heard a definitive answer of where they're going to set up their incident base, but they are discussing.
So they're starting at the Lions, probably moving to the lake.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
I think it's on now.
Okay, thank you, Lee, and thank you for your questions. Very important, good questions. Any other questions tonight? Yes, sir.
I just have a question, might be more towards CAL FIRE. Where do you guys have the current plans for your contingency lines for Three Rivers?
Thanks. The question was, do we have plans on where we would put our contingency lines? We do have some lines that we opened up last year with the fire that was in the Sequoia National Forest that went across Case Mountain. We don't have lines established yet or even ideas for the other side, for the Oak Grove side, and just this upper end of Three Rivers. The reason is because we only were engaged as of this morning. So we went up for the first time to the park this morning and just got embedded, and so we haven't had a chance to plan that out yet. But that's our first priority tomorrow, is to start looking at maps and start looking at what we're going to do and how we're going to connect lines.
Okay, I'm having trouble understanding him. This is the world's worst malfunctioning microphone, and they're holding it too far away from their mouth, too. He just said we don't have lines to protect the community, I think is what he just said. They have lines to protect the trees. Because that's where the fire was headed last year, the gosh, I keep forgetting what it was called. The big, massive fire where they barely saved the trees the first time. Oh, maybe, no, sorry, that's the windy I'm confusing it with. Let me turn off the junk. Oh, 2003 Paradise 2 fire? How many Paradise fires have there been? Stop with that. It should be like a retired jersey. You just, you don't use that number anymore. So I'll go back and look, but he's saying we don't have lines on the Three Rivers side because for some reason they were, it was headed towards the trees, and so they have lines for where. And I'm bothered by this. This is missing last year's fires. This can't be a complete fire history map. It got a lot closer to the trees than that. Let me just go back. What was he saying really? Let me turn it up for myself. Your guys' volume is higher than mine. Just 1 second.
Here with the fire that was in the Sequoia National Forest that went across Case Mountain. We don't have lines established yet or even ideas for the other side, for the Oak Grove side.
The Elk Grove side, okay, that's what he said. So he said on the tree side, let me just see, they've got some existing lines somewhere, probably along trails and roads, and the Oak Grove, since I'm not familiar with the area, isn't that the south side of this canyon? Is that what I'm... Yeah, I think you're right, Antonine, GJ. Paradise is a good description for this area. It's not for the town of Paradise. The town of Paradise was called Pair of Dice. And women that moved to the town didn't like the rough and tumble name for it and told the post office to change it. But it was a rough and tumble ghost town, like Pair of Dice. And Magalia was called Dogtown, and they're like, oh, I just can't live in a place called Dogtown. So the Oak Grove side, they don't have any lines. He says we don't even know where to put any. So, okay, so there's a community of Oak Grove, then Three Rivers down over there. Silver City is already evacuated, which is over here. So the three fires are quite far apart. The K and P, to answer the question, are just southeast of Fresno. That's your Fresno. That's the easiest way to find this on a map. And then down here, the one that we keep seeing with the incredible, scary Tobias Peak camera was, I want to draw your guys' attention, and then we'll continue playing this, is of extreme concern because you usually don't see fires burn this actively through the night. That's supposed to be the time that fires died down, but we had massive wind gusts through the night at around 20 miles an hour. And that's pretty mild. Imagine if we had 35s and 45s and 50s. And so you see the weird smoke layers come and go, but it tried to form pyrocumulus clouds several times during the night. Around 2 in the morning, which is now, I felt comfortable enough to turn Firestream off, that we wouldn't get any new evacuations. Silver City was evacuated, and so was, I'm sorry, the other little place. And I kept watching it, and about 6 in the morning, I went, oh my God, okay, time to bring back Firestream, because that was 5 in the morning, and then 6. Okay, 5 is like, oh, hi, I'm alive. And then that's 5:45 in the morning, and then 5:54 in the morning, 6:06 in the morning. You just don't typically see a fire explode and try to become a pyrocumulus cloud that early in the morning. Bear in mind, it doesn't seem to have moved much, but it's finding new fuels all around this area. And what's alarming is that it was the cool of the morning, the cool, moist morning, where there's supposed to be stuff like dew, except for this mega drought. So you get the sun's rays on it. It is now 11:34. It starts about 11. You get vegetation drier, humidity drops. We don't want the wind gusts to be fierce. We just want just enough wind for them to launch aircraft, because they have to lay down that retardant. This is, mind you, this is not the fire with the meeting. This is the one south. But man, do they have to lay down the retardant to keep it right there. I think they did, and that's why this isn't moving. Same thing with the other two. But at some point when the retardant fails, it will be like a dam breach rather than anything else, from what we've seen with the French fire and the Shirley Peak camera burnover. I was like, hey, look, the fire stopped at the retardant. And Dusty goes, watch. And I was like, what, Dusty? And a few hours later, I said, look, the fire stopped at the retardant. And Dusty goes, watch. And I'm like, watch what? It's not. And then all of a sudden, bam, it breached the retardant line and just went up like a powder keg. And I went, oh my God. And that's just that was the big lesson, is it's a speed bump. They have to lay more down. It dries out. It only lasts a few days. They have to launch aircraft now, but they can't because of this smoke condition. This is current. Now, if you want to know about the fires they're talking about, this is an opposite view direction cam, far to the north, looking to the south. We don't have a good clear view, pretty much at all, of what's going on at Three Rivers community up above it with these two, the KNPs. We have some cameras that sometimes are rotated in the correct direction over here from the valley, which is smoked in right now. I can't imagine aircraft getting over this. And Buckrock 2 looks at it from the north to the south, but you just see something over the ridge. And I'm afraid to put this on a time lapse because it rotates. It'll make everybody sick. But the McKenzie Ridge rotates, don't it? Let's just put it on 1 hour. This is what's frustrating. We don't have good images. Okay, if it didn't rotate, let's do a 12-hour. I want people to understand what is so frightening right now about this is it's in a jail cell, but it's like a wild animal in a cage. It's starting to break the cage. Exactly. Dusty was right. It's retardant, not repellent, and it wears out. Yeah. So I hate it when you're right, Dusty, because Dusty's a pessimist much of the time. And sometimes he's not. He said the escarpment looked better than we thought. So, hey, Dusty, that's a good link. Is that CAL FIRE? Is that something I can show us? The defensible space thing? Yeah, and yeah, good to see you, Jay Connors. See you soon. So yeah, but this is a chilling meeting, and we're trying to digest it bit by bit, because if the public listens to the whole thing, it's just pretty much because you couldn't even hear all the volume, and so I'm glad I'm able to adjust it so you can hear it. But if the media knew what the heck was being said, that would be the kind of horrifying sound bites that they crave. I don't know why they maybe they just don't know about all this stuff. But we're trying to get info from as many sources as possible. I read Hi, Mr. Crow. What's up? That's cute. So there's currently a crow sitting on a cam. That's live. Oh, and he just repositioned. Hi there. Hey, Smitty, remember what we were talking about? We had a discussion about augury. So the ancient Romans would try to predict the future based on animals that appeared, and they were called augurs. And so one night I explained how they had sacred chickens, and they would throw feed at chickens and see if they enthusiastically ate. That's a raven. I thought that beak looked weird. Hi, Mr. Raven. Yeah, that's clearly a raven. Look at those throat feathers. Wow. Or Mrs. Oh my gosh, she has a little bit of a cloudy eye. I hope she has vision. I hope her vision is okay. Wow. It was crows before. Well, hi. Look at her. Look at her. Just playing around on the radio tower. Now, it was crows before, so maybe she was like, get off my property, you whippersnappers. But there was a huge flock of crows yesterday, and then a bunch of vultures, too. I screenshotted a lot of the vultures. I'm screenshotting right now. Wow. So, oh yeah, they're super smart, and they could talk. Ravens have like 2-year-old kid reasoning abilities. They seem to understand the words they know. Wow. I've never seen this before. So the Romans were very concerned with the amount of birds, the direction of their flight, if they were enthusiastic about eating or not. If they refused food and were flighty and fled rapidly, they would consider that a bad omen. And then if they were chill and ate food with gusto and flew around lazy and in certain numbers, they had magical number codes, then they read the future in them. Wow. I'm thinking, based on the eye cloudiness, that might be an older bird. I mean, it could be a trick of the light. And it could be the nictitating membrane. I forgot about that. They have 2 eyelids. One of them slides over from left to right. So maybe it was just in the middle of blinking. Kev Michael says, Kathryn, no TV stations or network are reporting this. I don't know why not. I don't understand why not. Part of the reason I went live last year was I started out just after Paradise began, and I was trying to show people how to monitor the radio. How I first started out was I knew about evacuations for Paradise before most of the people there knew about it. Oh, she's gone. There's a second camera. She could just be on the other side of it. Called is that McKitterick? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they keep up with the Kardashians when mega fires are on the doorstep ready to cause mass destruction and mayhem. What is that? Oh, it's a pole. Okay. Let's go back to McKitterick. So there's a McKitterick Summit North and a South one. Oh, she's back. Hi. Or maybe it's her mate or a family member. You generally just see them in pairs, except for their offspring. We'll hang out with them for a bit. Oh yeah, just posing for us. What a ham! I wish the camera angled up a little bit. Okay. So we'll look back at the fire in a second. That's just really cool. I don't know, but I can't take my eyes off it. Yes, yeah. So what was happening is first of all, during the Paradise thing, I went live and only had like 18 viewers. Some of my original videos had like 20 views total. I just couldn't reach anybody, and that's why sharing this stream, my channel page, the links on your social media, that is how I reach most new people. That's how most people find me, looking at the statistics. And I don't have any time or interest in like self-promotion or had any idea about how to do it. So if you think anybody could benefit from the stream, please share the links with them. And hitting like buttons and subscribe button, of course, helps me have a trending video, which YouTube needs. Even if somebody's typing in Tulare County fires right now, my video probably won't go up unless like 20 people hit like at the same time or more. I don't know how many, but we were doing an experiment, and all of a sudden people told me, hey, you're now in my search feed thing. And I was like, aha. So that little thing can help, but mostly just sharing it. People who need this info. I'm not known. Kind of went viral in the Bay Area and Tahoe, but I don't think anybody in these communities has any idea who I am. But when I first went live after Paradise, I was trying to show people broadcastify.com and scanner radio, because you can hear. The number one way to track fires that you need to know is hear their radio, and they'll say, hey, that neighborhood needs to be evacuated. So yesterday we were doing that again live, showing which roads needed to be evacuated from the fire at gosh, guys, I'm sick. Oh, she flew off again. So the Mendocino County and Mendocino Lake area, you'll hear them say, hey, the fire's moving up that direction, close that road. Okay, I'll get evacuation orders started, and then you have that precious time if you hear it live. But I didn't reach anybody. Unless you're trending, YouTube doesn't connect people with what they're searching for. It's really stupid. And then last year, it was the same thing. I went live just seeing the weather. I said, oh God, this is a repeat of the Paradise thing, but like on all 3 western states. So I went live just mostly to show people Broadcastify again and teach them the maps and teach them how to track fires like I do. This is the point. Just knowing a slight amount of fire behavior, you can be safe and you can predict them just as good as me or anybody else. That knowledge should be in the public's hands. There should be training classes. This should be part of school now. Screw algebra and y equals mx plus b. I remember that, but how does that ever help me in my life? I think fire safety needs to be an issue now. But going back to the point, I did not reach anybody last year, even though I put all the keywords in. This county, that county, this fire, that fire. I went viral because somebody shared me in the Bay Area when I was covering the glass fire. I went from having 18 people in the chat to 18,000 on that one video. I went, oh my God. And that was one link shared in a community page. So that is the best. That is the best way to help the situation. Was that a white bird? I'm now obsessed with bird watching. I'm sorry, but anyway, let's go back and see if the fire's changed. I want to see a change in the smoke. At the same time, I don't. Dusty, do you think it's best if the smoke lays down on the fire and they don't launch aircraft, or do you think it's best if just enough wind comes by and they launch aircraft? I think number 2, and Bob and all the firefighters in here. What is? Hey, there's even now. Here's straight up crows, right? This is a different tower. Now this is the flock of crows. This is why I got confused. That raven was a treat, but these crows have been hanging out on this one. So let's duplicate that one. That one actually did show some of our fires, but see the smoke? These rotate too, and it will make you sick if I redo them. that was the rock ones. We can do those. There's only like 4 cameras to look at for these fires. So one Tobias Peak 1. That's your camera number 1, like the camera of most concern. So if you guys want to see, this doesn't line up as good as the beta version for me. See how too big it is for the screen. And here's your Tobias Peak 1 link. Smitty, myna birds have yellow beaks. You're thinking of a myna bird. Crows have black beaks. I think you're joking though, because you know that. Smitty has dry deadpan humor, and so a lot of people think he's dead serious. And he makes fun of us whippersnappers, you know. He's got the tall tales too. So sorry, the other cameras, I gotta switch to the beta version. This drives me insane. Yeah, please try the beta 2.0 website. Okay, let's go down here. You're going to want Sierra Foothills region. So here's the bird cam. Here's a new link. This is the McKitterick. Shasta says, I found it early on searching for the Dixie. That's because other people shared me on the Dixie, and it exploded because I grew up in Plumas County, and at least for a lot of my childhood summers and winters and holidays when we had our cabin. But I had already had a bunch of subscribers from last year's fires from mostly the Bay Area. And then immediately people came in here and told me to make a Twitter. And that's how a lot of people found me. And so I did that. But mostly I was shared. I look at every video, about 80% of traffic is generated from links from social media. And small percentages from regulars, and small percentages from, forums. So I'm being shared on forums versus which ones I don't even know, but it just tells me general statistics. And mostly in the older age groups, which match those mostly affected by Plumas County fires. I mean, there's a lot of retirees up there. Is that a bird? Okay, sorry. And the reason being is I want to save bird cams on another screen here. No, it's not a bird. It was a stupid. Yeah, that's not going to work. I want to save them so I can bird watch on my own time and then show you guys the fires, but they're completely hidden by the smoke. So, but all points. So Rocky Point 2 and 1 show the fires. So. Wait, no it doesn't. Yeah, these are the French fire that they used to look at. So Rocky Point 1 and 2 are good for birds. Not exactly that good for the windy fire. Although sometimes when they're looking this direction, when they're looking that direction, you can see the glow on the horizon. When they're looking to the north, you can see the windy. And at nighttime, seeing the glow has been important. But Tobias Peak 1, 2 is stuck. Your others are the King George didn't work for me, but as it gets over the ridges, maybe this one will. Let's see if it rotates. Yeah, we'll probably eventually see it over this ridge. So this would be the windy as well, I believe. The cams from the north are the ones that show most clearly what may or may not be happening at the K&P, the 2 fires threatening the Sequoias, Silver City, Oak Grove, 3 Rivers. Okay, yeah, so it actually gives us a much clearer picture than I thought. It must have been yesterday. It must have been on rotate mode, but it's now locked on. So here's one to add to the list. This is King George Ridge 1. Help me keep track of them. Yeah. Shut up, Dusty. If you look at it the fire from this angle, you will see, ooh, a bird. Shut up. Some people like dogs and cats. I like the birds. They're like a puppy to me, okay? You just can't you can't help yourself but say, oh, oh. You non-birders would not know. You just can't know. Birds for life. Anyway, remember, every time we've seen an eagle on a cam, it's been lucky for that town, and I don't know if that's a coincidence. Okay, Blue Ridge 1 and 2 are looking at the best cams that we have looking at the area in question. Recognize this formation here, the canyon, and the poor little town. And one of the best ways, this is your trick, this is your secret trick of the day, is, if you didn't know about it, and I didn't know about this till an embarrassingly late thing, is up here, guys. There's, okay, wrong color pen. You see that? There's a little button for expanding to full view in the beta version. That's why it's better. So you expand it to full view, and now you can see the whole dang maps like so clearly about where the camera is showing you a fire. Then there's another secret button. Go to Irwin Fire Starts. It'll show you the fire starts within the last week. The big ones are the big problems. So you got the windy. You got the, I don't know what the power is supposed to be. The battle or whatever. So it's not perfect. Those power, it's obviously not the power fire, but we had a series of lightning strikes. So there's Crawford was part of the KMP, the Nobe, Horse, whatever. I don't think any of those are still a factor. But look over to Fresno. Oh, that's right. God, guys, I did it again. This is also just a windy. I'm sorry. Yeah, here it is. Colony. Your man is Buck Rock. Like a buck deer, Buck Rock 2. It's currently facing the colony. So once you've done this and found the correct appropriate cam, because I'm sick with a fever and a little confused, now you have to remember to hit that magic button up in the corner. Otherwise you're like, hey, where's my feed? It's up there in the corner. And it goes back into that mode where you can see the image now. Oh, unless it decides to randomly run away. Now you can full screen it. And you know we're looking to the southeast at the KMP. So at the, I don't know if the different glows will be distinguishable from each other or just look like one big glow on the horizon, but we're now looking at the colony/paradise, which is, I'm just going to call the KNP complex. So throughout the night, underneath the smoke layer, we still see that heat signature. You still see some plumes. Remember, this is a really long distance, so it's zoomed in. We'll have very poor resolution. But look how dang active it was. That's at dawn. 5:50. It blew up just like the windy. Both of them did at dawn. So it's time to find the latest news. The smoke blanket, what do you think, Dusty? Smoke blanket better or a little bit of a clearing in aircraft is better? I think aircraft is better. Clove Candy, oh hey, hi. I'm getting a cat basket to go on the front of my bike so I can take my cat for rides. Cool. Dusty says I'm a well-kept secret. I'm a sucker for cute kitten sites. Don't worry, Dusty. I won't tell anybody. Antonine GJ, I replayed 15 minutes of Raven's show at McKitterick. Oh, that's cool. Do we have jackdaws in the U.S.? I don't think so. We have magpies. They're very similar. They're really smart. Hey, look, there's a bird. Guys, we got a bird. On Buck Rock 2, we got a bird. Confirmed bird. Okay. But it's not an eagle. Seeing the eagles on cam was pretty dang cool. On the FLIR, right in front of the FLIR cam, was an eagle, and you could see its body heat signature. That night we were worried for Pollock Pines. Yeah, that's the raven running around probably. It's big. Whatever bird that is really extraordinarily large. To be that high in the sky and be big, so I think it may not be a crow. So yeah, there's King George Ridge. So I'm gonna need to write this down to keep this straight. I did start tracking the aircraft. So we should be, as soon as we're done with this community meeting and worrying so much about the Sequoias, we can put on the morning briefing for Caldor as well, which might be quick. But you see the helicopters still working the Kirkwood area. We see a couple coming in from Nevada. That's kind of like they have a sort of flight path coming, usually west of Markleyville. These guys are coming over from Nevada from a different area. So we can check on our Caldor as well. But both of them, all three of the fires being this active at 6 in the morning. It's now noon. From now until 2 will be maximum sunlight time. We will have to figure out what goes on with these. It's pretty bad outlook for them, honestly. I don't know how, other than having an extremely lucky break from the weather, that they're going to do much. Dusty says both have their pros and cons. If the smoke clears and the slopes heat up and the fire gets restless, not good. But if the planes can't work, it's not good either. Yeah. Yeah, Shaz, you're right. I've been to the Tower of London, and I got to pet one of the ravens. And didn't try to pet it on purpose, but it tried to land on my hand. What can you do? So, yep, Raven's totally assessing the situation. You know, Odin is very worried about the fires, apparently. So, that was a nice sunrise. Yep. So we've got the plume. This is a very clear sky. What they said at the meeting, which we're still quite not done with, is that the western edges of the fire, they've been dropping retardant to try to protect Three Rivers, because the western edges are the ones without the smoke as it gets pushed towards the upper elevations and towards the east during the day. But we have almost a dead calm forecast for the day, except for 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Whoa! That was very recent. See, here it was 10 o'clock. We have an eruptive type plume at 11:20. 11:20 on King George Ridge. Windy fire. So this one is how it was at 6 in the morning. So the windy has not even been spoken about. They're just talking about the KNP. Let's try to wrap up this meeting. So he was saying we have no idea where we even want to put our lines to protect Oak Grove. They've never had them before. That means they're completely dependent upon retardant, really, if they're trying to still plan them and the hot shots aren't here yet. So that's the last thing he was saying. I don't know how much of this meeting we need to watch, but let's continue.
Plans for your contingency lines for Three Rivers?
Thanks. The question was, do we have plans on where we would put our contingency lines? We do have some lines that we opened up Last year, with the fire that was in the Sequoia National Forest that went across Case Mountain, we don't have lines established yet or even ideas for the other side, for the Oak Grove side, and just this upper end of Three Rivers. The reason is because we only were engaged as of this morning. So we went up for the first time to the park this morning and just got embedded, and so we haven't had a chance to plan that out yet. But that's our first priority tomorrow, is to start looking at maps and start looking at what we're going to do and how we're going to connect lines to put in a barrier in between Three Rivers and Fire.
Okay, fuzzy microphone. Just to make that clear, since this was recorded 17 hours ago, this morning right now is their mission to figure out where to put lines on the west side of the hills to try to protect Three Rivers and such, and Oak Grove. I think it's Oak Grove. So that should be what they're doing right now. Let's finish.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions?
Can you clarify Three Rivers in there?
The fire.
No, are you talking about Paradise Fair or the?
Paradise.
The Paradise.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot to ask my other question. Sorry, Chamber of Commerce again.
So real quick, before you talk, just also, that's Paradise and Three Rivers specifically, but that's not all we're looking at. We're also looking at Colony and Badger and Esham Valley. And so,
How far down is the Colony one to Homes and South Fork right now, would you guys say? North Fork. Sorry.
it's long. I tried to map it out real quick.
20 miles?
15
Okay.
along.
Okay.
Several drainages in between.
Okay, thank you.
Big drainages.
Mark, can the question askers also speak into a microphone? Okay. Thank you.
I did, but I think it was answered. It was about the Colony Fire, those listeners on the North Fork. What a trigger talked about Health Branch, bring a trigger point for the Paradise, if there was something similar for the Colony in terms of residents on the North Fork. But I think that was just answered. So I think 15 miles.
I think it was 2. Yes. Questions? So, can we bring the microphone back?
Oh, I don't even like it. Well, we're recording it, so it'll be on. The best website for updates on this?
Interweb. Go to Interweb. Insta. INCIWEB. You can Google that. And it's a site that brings up all the fires in the United States, primarily on the federal jurisdiction, but Cal Fire, we have them on there. And then we scroll into Central California and look for the KNP fire.
If you're on Facebook, I put it on the Chamber of Commerce website.
And if we update that daily, 5-6 times a day if necessary, to try and keep it current with information. Yes, sir.
You got the mic back. So what are the plans for putting up air quality monitors?
Both on.
Right now, we've had the discussions about coordinating with the San Joaquin
Okay, sorry. I just went to InstaWeb. They said they updated it 6 times a day. Released 35 minutes ago, parts of Three Rivers under voluntary evacuation warning. Let me make sure this isn't old, because it seems like it's old. It says the evacuation warning covers all points on both sides of Highway 198, east of the intersection of 198 and North Fork Drive. The evacuation warning does not include points on North or South Fork. I think that was from yesterday. I think that was my message yesterday. I just want to make sure, because they said that that's an announcement of 39 minutes ago. So if you see this scrolling stuff, that was from my yesterday broadcast, but I'm just going to check it to make sure I wrote down the correct stuff. So let me put this back on again. There's only like 6 minutes left.
APCD, Air Pollution Control District. So we have plans to reach out to them, recognizing the significant smoke impacts at Three Rivers. I think there are plans. I can't say when, I can't say where, but we're definitely, it's on our minds. We all woke up this morning and we're in it. And so it's something that we recognize and we definitely want to work towards getting that information out. But I can say for sure that at this moment, we don't have anything set up, but we're definitely, it's on our minds.
So I'm confused. Why did Three Rivers say the air quality of 56 today when I checked like 4 different times?
I can't answer that. It's like
smoking.
air quality on your phone. I don't even know where that's generated from.
Oh, I went on the website.
Okay, yeah.
It kept saying 56, and I was like, how is that much further than I got nauseous on my car?
You have to go?
My name is Antoinette Boutier. I'm with the Three Rivers Fire Safety Council, and we would just like some information about what's the plan going forward for communicating with the town from here forward. Are there going to be videos going up daily, or are we waiting for the incident and communicating with what do you think?
Updates as far as like a potential evacuation, or just updates?
Where the fire, the state of the fire each day.
Each day that is updated on the INSAWeb site, we update it with current maps, current videos, current pictures that we can get from the fire crews. That's the best source to go to for real-time information, photos and things like that on the fire. The summary changes every day, closure information's in there, information about communities in there, everything is in INSAWeb.
Great, so there will be some videos.
Yes.
With the fire information officer.
With me? No. Oh, no. No, we will get video on there. You know, we rely a lot on the crews on the fire line to get that video into us, and sometimes there's a day lag on it when it gets down and look at it. So, yes, that's where all that will go.
Great, because we'll be spreading that information. We want to spread the correct information.
That's great. So we hope you do that. That's perfect. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so the road from Ash Mountain to Giant Forest was closed yesterday, and this evening we closed the remaining section of the General's Highway out to Kings Canyon. So Grant Grove and Cedar Grove, those sections of Kings Canyon National Park is still open, but all the developed areas, all the roads in Sequoia are closed.
Thank you, Clay. Any other questions? Please ask. Yes, sir. Let me come over there.
Yeah, I just had a question, I guess, for Lisa. I heard mention of social distancing code, but I didn't hear any mention of Oriole Lake. There are cabins and stuff up with people, and Oak Ranch. That road, it's a terrible road, but it is a road. And I would like to thank Wildfire folks. I ride my bike up the Mendocino Road. I've been passing them. There's some areas that are barely on room for their rate of my bike. They did a very good job of professional driving. So,
Okay, I cannot translate that from the funny thing that masks have been called now are face diapers. So I can't translate that with the face diaper filter on that he had. But I think he was trying to thank the firefighters for their good work. That's how I interpret that.
Thank you.
So to answer your question, there hasn't been mention of it, but it's basically from Roads End down to the Oak Grove Bridge. So that covers Mill Ranch and all the stuff in there.
oh, Squirrel Creek.
Yep.
Other questions?
To clarify, the Oak Grove Bridge is the historical one?
I don't know if there's a different name for it. That's kind of what I've known.
Is that the one, the name?
6.5 miles up.
Yeah, okay.
Questions? Concerns? Yes, sir.
what kind of aerial assets are you expecting to have available for you tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I can speak to that. We have 4 Type 1, the large heavy helicopters, probably the big ones you've seen flying over town. We have 3 Type 2, the medium helicopters, and then we have the park ship, the light ship. We have an air attack platform, that's a fixed wing platform that flies over the fire, manages all that, and then they have to order the air tankers every morning based on the new priorities for the day, but we'll have some sort of fixed wing retardant airplane on the fire to go along.
Thank you.
Are you guys planning to do any backfiring at all here? Is that the plan right now, or is it too dangerous for now?
Yeah, right now there's certainly no plans to add any more fire to the situation. We're assessing where the fire is and making plans, like, you know, with the strategy that we're looking at indirect, which is we have to back up the fire. Inevitably, there's probably going to be some firing, but with this small organization, 11 people, we definitely won't be taking on any of that. If we did any, it would be in a defensive posture, and the fire would force us. But right now, we don't have plans. We don't have a road system. We don't have any lines to burn, so we're just trying to hold what we have, keep it from crossing.
But I just wondered if you had something more.
Anything else? Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering what you guys are seeing as far as spot fires, the distance that this thing's throwing spot fires, what's the fuel load that's up there right now? Because I know that on the other fires that are burning the state, the spot fires have been creating huge issues for everybody.
Very intelligent question. You know, how far can we expect spot fires to be emerging from this thing?
Yeah, we've seen short range spotting, so that I would say defined as, you know, several hundred yards. We haven't seen the long range spotting, and that's probably resulting because we don't have a lot of wind on it right now. Significant wind would absolutely be a game changer, but we don't have the wind pushing the spots out. Short range spotting from just kind of eddying effect in the column, but it's like you said, it's receptive out there, so we just need the trigger, and that's usually the wind.
Okay, anything else? Okay, so we appreciate you all coming tonight, and I hope we answered some of your questions and concerns. We will continue community meetings. I'm not sure on the schedule yet. The Type 2 incident management team that's coming in will assume command of the fire at some point on Wednesday. At that point, they will transition with us, and they will be running the community meetings. They have a robust information staff that will set up schedules and things like that. We may do this again tomorrow based on what's going on in the fire. We want to keep you informed. So stay tuned to your Facebooks and your feeds so that we get the information out to you. And we really appreciate you all coming back. Thank you.
Okay, so I didn't think we were going to need to watch all 45 minutes, but we really did, because I wasn't expecting that to be so grim and important to watch all of that. That's a very well fire-informed group of people who are in attendance. That's probably why they attended. It's sad that there was more people in attendance, but maybe they did a COVID thing and said everybody else watch or something. So checking the cams and the flights here. We do have a Rockwell 690B. So there's an air attack in the sky. There's a ridiculously ugly wannabe U2-esque kind of plane here, a Beach King. But you know, these are good. So there's air attack and an observing plane trying to figure out the situation. But I don't know that they're going to get their big helicopter tankers that they want. They would have to wait and see if the smoke cleared. We have a completely clear skies at Tahoe, which is pretty amazing. So the other cams are just pea soup, though, as a smoke. I'm thinking that the best the best thing that could happen right now is they get some break in the weather, and they get VLATs, very large aerial tankers, and tons of choppers just assembly lined in there to rope that thing in with retardant and buy them more time to put lines in place to protect the community and protect the Sequoias. But I don't know that they have any time. The fact that it was trying to make a pyrocumulus at 6 in the morning, it's going to get hotter and drier as the weather just goes on. Here's the windy fire. I don't know. This is the muck rock cam. The other that could be good at showing us things. I'm sorry, this will make you sick if I animate this. It doesn't like to stay put, but looking at this direction, and there's a crow over there. You guys see the crow? This is like Where's Waldo for birds. This is unintentional bird watching day. Oh, Pat. Oh, hi. Thank you for the kind donation. Thanks for being here. So, yeah, thank you so much. Keep me going and keep me fed while I don't have income during this volunteer service I do. So I appreciate all of you guys so much. He says, are the Hill people that are losing their homes have a similar demographic, like Christians and freedom-loving Americans? Well, the demographic, rural people tend to be conservative, and the city people tend to be liberal. That's wow. That's the raven, isn't it? That would be one exceptionally large crow. But the raven was on another cam, so I've seen an actual flock of crows here. But in general, though, there's all kinds of people of every faith and everything going into the hills and fire-prone areas because of the crazy rent increases in the valley. Like, I know that my brother, who has cancer, was priced out of the valley, and so he went up to live in the foothills, and he just decided to move out. He can't physically evacuate with enough speed now to get away from fires, and I've already watched his back like 4 different times, calling him saying, look, I think you need to be aware of something. And so what we're looking at here is a change in smoke, not just a bird. This is the best camera view about what's going on in those hills, and if there's going to be any retardant drop on the west side here. And hopefully in a minute I'll be able to, as long as I can get an idea that this camera doesn't rotate, I'll do a time lapse, but I want to verify that. But the demographics of people watching my videos kind of reflect the demographics of whoever lives in those counties. The demographics of the people who live in the fire-prone disaster area counties, meaning the vulnerable ones, the foothills in general. I've never studied that much, but yeah, there's a lot of not just Christians. There's tons of people of other faiths that have been affected, as everybody just tries to figure out an affordable place to live. There was a lot of Muslims who helped during the Paradise Fire, and I don't know if because many of them were affected or if they just wanted to help. Either way, it was a huge outpouring of Sikhs and Muslims and everybody helping out in all churches that came together, and that's been really heartwarming. But Santa Rosa, I don't know the demographics of Santa Rosa, but that's a well-established town. That's city on the flatlands. Chico, city on the flatlands. That was nearly wiped out by the Paradise thing, and the people have a wrong idea that people of urban areas are not affected by California wildfires, and I was reminded about Oakland. So people of color are totally at risk too, and every demographic. I was given some sobering statistics about Santa Ana's and Diablo winds, whatever you want to call them, at Oakland, and that fire was spreading so rapidly from building to building in an urban environment, but fed by these Santa Anas, that the rate of structures going up in smoke was every 20 seconds a new structure was on fire. And I haven't looked it up on the stream. I remember it as a historical thing happening, and my parents and everybody talking about just how horrible that was. But everybody's at risk. But I've had I know a lot of people from all walks of life who have been affected, and the people who write me and say I was affected by this and that. A lot of Native Americans too. Just everybody. Migrant farm workers being very much affected and having to work in the smoke when everybody else stays indoors and gets a sick day is pretty awful. My recent ancestors were migrant farm workers from Oklahoma in the Depression, you know. Yeah, exactly. Fire doesn't discriminate. It's everybody's devil. It's a lot of the ranchers are just absolutely getting slaughtered by these. The losses they're taking have been some of the most horrific stories that I've heard of, and especially last year's North Complex, the stampedes that happened with flaming cattle running off of cliffs and ending up in a pile having to be euthanized was some of the most heart-wrenching stuff I've ever heard of. And I've read a lot of horror, you know. I read Edgar Allan Poe and Jack London, and it was worse by far. So it's what is so heartwarming though, everybody coming together, to help each other. Those are crows. Look at the tail. I think those are crows. Look at how big they look. Maybe an optical illusion, but their tail is flat instead of fan shaped. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this camera is not going to rotate the Rocky Hill. So I'm going to go to it on the beta site, Rocky Hill, and then let's do a time lapse and see if the smoke is intensifying, getting denser, or if it's clearing. And we'll go to the Caldor's morning update too. Oh, Kim Brower, thank you so much. Sorry I didn't look. Thanks for being you. No, you are my favorite person. Thank you so much for the kind support. Yep, that's a flock of crows, all right, I think. The big raven was on the mix something tower. So that's interesting. If you do these time lapses, sometimes you're lucky enough to go around and look at them in the frame. Actually, that is a fan-shaped tail. They're kind of large. Some of them were crows, but crows harass ravens. So it doesn't mean that it's all crows. It could be one or two ravens trying to chill out and have a meal and getting really... I think that's a flock of crows. And then getting really harassed. Wait a sec. Yeah, it's a crow. But that's a fan-shaped tail of a raven over there. So there's the raven getting harassed by the other crows. See, that's the raven. And the smaller crows are next to it like, hey, this is our territory, bub. So there's some sort of a gang warfare thing going on, occurring in the avian world. You know, some of these are hilariously cute. I think that's what's happening. Is there's our raven sitting in front of the cam, and then the crows are following them around, saying, "Beat it!" Wow. Wait a sec, that's a hawk. And then a hawk shows up and says, "Oh yeah, like the Kool-Aid." Just like the Kool-Aid guy bursts through the wall. He's like, really? You got... There's a crow. Yeah. Yeah, just be careful with what you're doing, mate. That's bold. The hawk is like, seriously? 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 Whatever. I'm just gonna groom. Okay? See, I'm trying to monitor fires. The birds get in the way. I'm not seeking out the bird. It's not bird show time. They're there, okay? So the joke is I attract birds all the time. Alright. Yeah, they're harassing the killer. Yeah, fight is what J.A. Cat says. Yeah, he's just looking around like, seriously? Wow. Okay, so the hawk has launched. Now there's 2 Rocky Hill cams. If you want to see the rest of the bird fight, you just right-click, duplicate the tab, and go to Rocky Hill 2. And sometimes they're on the other side of the pole. It faces a different direction. And mind you, the Rocky Hill 2 likes to really rotate. So if we rotate this around, we might just get sick. I'm sorry, I'll do 15 minutes. Close your eyes if you don't want to get sick. But yeah, you got the birds flying around, and you can go to the time-lapse thingy. Go frame by frame. And now you can look. And sometimes right on that mount, there's, whoa! You got your bird. I'm glad the other one's stationary. I got so car sick trying to monitor the fires the other day. These are some of the best views, especially at night, of what's going on with the crisis point that's over by the Sequoias and Three Rivers and Silver City. So once again, that one's called the KNP, and the windy fire south of it is looking like an atrocious monster too, and it's about ready to find a burn scar and would do its own damage. But the KNP is basically like, let's put it this simply. I hope the world's oldest trees survive the day and the week. They may not. We may have severe impact to the general trees, the General Sherman, the Grant. Some of the biggest, oldest trees of the world, and they successfully defended them before, like last year. Now that's a huge raven right there. Surveying the land. But they don't have enough time, enough resources, and not good enough weather right now to be everywhere at once like they need to be. It'll just be we basically need a miracle for that retardant line to hold, and for wind to just dead calm. That's what we need. And after some of the smoke is blown away, and then they need to hit it with retardant, and that would be the best thing. But are we going to get a change in the smoke? Don't know. Let's ask the raven. I keep doing it, and all it's saying is nevermore. Alright. The crows are like, ask again later. They're just trolling me with the 8-ball response. Okay, so Blue Ridge, let's refresh and see if we have any smoke cleared. No, P-suit. So, looking at our aircraft. We just have the scouting looking planes. So, yeah, Dusty, yeah. So, you see this all the time. Eagles never go to eat without ravens in tow. Trust me, that hawk, if the ravens found something good. Yeah. You spin me. Gosh, you guys are funny. Yeah, Davidson's Geographic Channel. Yeah, pretty much. I should just embrace it and do the David Attenborough voice. And here we have the harassed hawk in its natural habitat. The crows have returned. Why? Well, the reason the crows go anywhere. and that is food. The bird, as intelligent as it is, still has, for the most part, one thing, and one thing only, on his bird brain mind, and that is food. Do you have food? If you do have food, the bird knows that you have food. And that means the bird will soon be upon you. Are you a hawk with food? This bird knows. Are you an eagle with food? They know that too. Are you a picnicker with food? They know this as well. Have you just baked an apple pie at the California coast with the window open? The seagull knows that as well. Seagull is the best of all birds at finding food. We thought that the ravens were good, but you haven't seen what the seagull is capable of. And here we have the seagull in its natural habitat, which is the urban-human interface. The seagull gorges as quickly as it can, for it never knows when the human might return to protect its food. In fact, within the seagull's primitive bird brain mind, it's even making sound effects such as no 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 The favorite food of the seagull is the French fry. And surprisingly here, it goes for all the fruit plate and the mozzarella cheese sticks. We know very little about the seagull. From what we can tell, it seems to have a hierarchy. This appears to be a seagull from nobility. It somehow knows what is the appetizer. It would never eat out of order. That would be barbaric. It will, no matter how much it craves the French fry and the steak, it will eat the appetizers first. Daintily, but quickly. Because only barbarians reach for the main course first. It's a sign of restraint in fine dining. In fact, this happens to be a very, very refined seagull. You can see the majestic pride, the way it carries its head, a sort of royal majesty. In fact, we may have been incorrect. This could be an actual prince of the seagulls. It may disguise itself and live amongst the paupers. It may be doing that to hide its identity. Without its bodyguard, it may be under threat. Perhaps it was kicked out of another seagull colony and is just waiting for the right time to retake the throne that is rightfully his own. This is a bold seagull, and we know about conquerors that boldness is what fortune favors. This seagull is eating every pea individually on that plate. We've never seen something like this before. It's extraordinary. But at this point in time, the seagull realizes now that human is coming. It is time for the main course. Here's the steak, and the potatoes, and the French fries. Let's see if he eats the coleslaw. Oh no, he has a prize. He has sensed he has run out of time, unfortunately. He has misjudged the situation, and without pockets or a kangaroo pouch, there's nothing now that he can do. The best thing to do is take the prize. The prize, it's so hard to tell what it is right now. Let's rewind. The prize appears to be a tomato. Is that, in fact, a cherry tomato? It has a wedge shape. Could it be a strawberry? Extraordinary. This seagull may be, in fact, a vegetarian. He's leaving alone the French fries, and that appears to be a prime rib. Well marbled. Medium rare. And perhaps it's not to his liking. Perhaps he only eats meat that's well done. But this strawberry prize, that seems to be what he was after. Oh, and that's a tragedy. Seagulls carrying something in their beak, they lose all binocular vision. They cannot judge with depth perception any longer. That one, at least the aborted takeoff was a non-fatal aborted takeoff. At least the distance wasn't very far. He's recovered well. He's recovered quickly. Ah, perfect. Perfect ascension right there. See him tuck in those wings right before they hit the window. Birds learn. They learn quickly. Unfortunately, this lesson came at a high cost. He's missing 2 flight feathers out of his left wing. This may not interfere with climb, but it really could. And it appears he's lost his prize. It's a hard lesson to learn. But our prince just may thrive from this point on. He may have just gotten it. We'll have to follow the prince through his trials and tribulations. We'll have to see if he's one day able to take back his kingdom. But for now, all we can do is admire. A bird in their natural habitat. And a royal bird at that. Okay. Oh yeah, that I forgot he ran into the window. I'm sorry, guys. I forgot that part. But I think I have a career in Hollywood just waiting at my fingertips. Should I? Oh God, should I seize the? Okay, I'm gonna puke instead. Actually, excuse me. Hold on. Oh, that camera rotation. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Bird may learn from his mistakes, but Kathryn never does. She does constantly replay rotating cameras while nauseous, and this has been a grave error. Grave error indeed. Ta-da! Bonnie says, okay, that was great. I needed that. I hope so. I'm trying to lighten the mood. It's a grim day. And firefighters and first responders have to have a dark humor to get through things. For me, I get through things with birds. I just watch bird cams. And puppies, bird cams. That's what I do before bed. Okay. So there's just too much of this I look at constantly. We got to keep it light as much as we can. But this is what is at stake. The world's largest trees here. The pioneers and stuff found they were awesome too. You can get these old penny postcards of what it was like, and there just hasn't been a lot of development. They were protected pretty quickly. Thank goodness. There was a sort of an awe out of the whole affair. So hopefully we can protect them one more week. Okay, we have a plume starting. We have a major plume starting at Tobias Peak. Let's revisit that cam. Okay, so I'm just going to duplicate it. All of the funny bird cams and those replays I'm going to put to the right of the screen. And the ones we want to save. So King George had some birds too. So, but Tobias, that one there is Tobias Peak 1. If you guys want a link to this multicam view, other than the middle top one, which was Mendocino County yesterday, these are all the fires of concern over here by Tulare County in the Sequoias, except for Sierra Tahoe, which is Tahoe right here. So I want to make sure the cams are correct. I have food out in front of me. I can't get my notebook. But I'll be happy to do a lot of funnier things like that at our nighttime. Yeah, hey Cogito. True, I want her to start writing a book. Welcome back, Cogito. Where have you been, stranger? Cogito says, and thus his genes get passed to the next generation. The selfish gene. Yeah, here's. He never did get a strawberry. Ate a bunch of peas and lost the prize, the strawberry. Yeah. I'm glad you guys were able to laugh at that. The cheeky seagulls, yeah. Do they still use borax in the suppression mix? Oh God, Dusty. Just as the powerful hawk rips the flesh from its victim's writhing body, so Mutual of Omaha. That was one heck of a show. The whole brutal golden eagles lifting goats off their feet and throwing them off cliffs. That was one heck of a show. Hey, Cogito. You really should be a novelist. You read great stories. I think I should be a professional rambler here at YouTube. I think I'm doing pretty good at that one. You can listen to me for hours. Oh, that is cute. Makes me feel warm. Big hugs. I can listen to you guys for hours. You guys should share some stories. You guys should show me what is new that I can explore, and then that would be good. Fine, I'll write a book. I'll write a book about how irritated I was that Cogito Ergo Sum told me to write a book. In fact, I'll make it an essay. A voice-to-print writer? Okay. Yeah, Smitty has a golden eagle pet. Well, a wild pet. A friend, more like. So let's go back to the record scratch reality of Tobias Peak 1 here. We have a plume. Cogito, have you seen much of the show? Have you seen the crazy, horrifying town meeting we just watched? Where the lady gets up in the town hall meeting of the KNP and says, essentially, please don't put crews up there on that hill to try to save our structures in town. It's not worth it. That's a death trap. We'd rather have you live than our structures remain intact. Whoa. Whoa. It's the grandma voice, Morris says. Hey, Morris, hi. So, nope, you're on a lunch break. You quit your job immediately if you're missing the Kathryn show. Really, what is more important? You can tell them I decreed it. That's okay. Smitty says Moira is not a pet. She's her own eagle. She just visits and apparently likes to troll you and throw rotten hamburger meat all over you. Is that what you were saying? Now, you need Smitty to set up a little camera on a tripod and capture stuff like that. That's amazing. So here was the 6 a.m. frightening, terrifying formation of a black pyrocumulus cloud at 6 in the morning on the windy fire. At the same time, not as visible from the other cams in the region are the ones that. There's a bug on the Blue Ridge, but if we time-lapse the Blue Ridge, you can see we're looking south far away here at the inappropriately named Paradise and guys, Fever. Paradise Fire and the other small lightning fire called the okay, I really need some blood sugar. The colony, the colony in Paradise are straddling the Canyon of Doom here. Here's what is at risk. All of the world's oldest trees, which are pretty much stuck right there, the biggest and oldest ones, except for baobabs and a couple other rainforest trees, and a couple of Joshua trees. So we've got a small community of Oak Grove bigger community of Three Rivers. Silver City, the ghost town, which is clinging to a hillside somewhere over here, or over here, I can't remember. And either way, both critically vulnerable. They have retardant walls around the fires, but they're trying to break out of their cage like an extremely angry gorilla with rabies. And we're seeing plumes in the night, plumes at 6 in the morning. They decided they would get aircraft out here. That's pretty much their only hope. They have not enough people, not enough apparatus. They dragged 5,000 feet of hose line up around one of the fires to try to protect the areas by Crystal Cave, and they just, at the end of it, they said this isn't going to work, and they reeled it all back in and decided Crystal Cave Road would be their line instead. But look at the pea soup. Look at the pea soup smoke. They're not going to hit anything unless this clears, and so we're hoping in a way that it clears, and we're hoping in a way it doesn't, because if it clears, that means wind is going to pick up. But I think we're seeing a little bit of it clearing. We have a dead calm forecast for the entire week except 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts day and night. So if it's doing this much activity at night, in the cool quiet of the night, what the heck's going to happen between 11 and 2 p.m. today when we get so much solar radiation and 5 and 8 p.m.? We're watching it with a kind of, well, it's out of our hands. It's like in nature's hands. There's not enough human intervention right now that could do anything. If it escaped, if it burned through the retardant lines, there hasn't been enough time, enough people. The hotshots even aren't even really here yet that they ordered. The aircraft seems to be grounded now because of smoke, except for the observers, which seem to have gone all over the place to the windy as well as they're calling it the K&P complex up here. This is the one threatening the Sequoias, southeast of Fresno. But this really, if we look at the big picture, the windy fire, say they had that completely buttoned up and went and breathed a sigh of relief, just some miracle happened. If the windy gets out of control, it'll just spread that way too. It really just depends on if they have a south wind ever, and just the dryness of the landscape. The windy is about ready to find last year's gigantic, sprawling footprint of the SQF, the millions of dead snags that are now dried out for an entire year. The windy, which is right here, is about to reach. If it escapes the giant beetle-killed desolation wilderness, basically, of dead trees from last year's massive SQF complex, whatever it was. The Tobias cam is moving. That's unusual. It hasn't moved quite a long time. Yeah, let me duplicate it and then sort. Or you mean the fire is moving on it? Or let's just do a 3-hour time lapse. Oh, yeah, the smoke's clearing out. Is that what's happening? The homesteader, not the device one? Yeah, hey, Nicole. Hey, guys. Sorry if you guys came in. I was looking at the cams again. Kim Weaver, when I was 7 living in Riverside, a row of eucalyptus ran along our driveway, and a raven Jake lived in the trees. Really? How did I get the name? Dusty says cams and satellite view indicate inversion is beginning to lift, particularly on the windy. Okay, hold on to your butts. This thing is doing this at 6 in the morning. And that's our latest image. So, they better be speed dialing the aircraft. I hope this can happen. I hope this can happen. The Ramble On, yeah, that's a good song. Because the time is now, and now's the time. That's pretty cool, Tiernan. So I'm in a state of unease and anxiety here. It's time to perpetually watch the. I don't know that the wind is going to be too different for the two different fires on the time lapses of our cams. Oh, here's something that shows the size of these trees. Look at the huge, small person down here. Very small people in there. Let's hope they live through this, because I don't know that the weather is too different for both of those fires. I mean, it's the same mountain range in the same general area. So once again, split attention. Hopefully the aircraft just scoots on over. Now, do we have a Broadcastify radio to listen? We might want to look at the Caldor early morning meeting, but I'm less and less interested in it, as I feel it may be incredibly important to watch what's going on now or listen to Tulare County. Do we have a good Broadcastify station? I just can't believe that I try to make documentaries on all these things, and every single idea that I have seems to be perishing in a fire before I do it. Oh, I'll do the big trees. I'll do Plumas County. I'll do the Butte County, and oh, okay, well, El Dorado County this year. Oh, wait a second. Okay. And then, okay, well, I mean, there's still Placer. Oh, my God. Okay, there's a fire in Placer County. Well, I could go back to Santa Rosa area and the wine country and do it. Okay, there's fires again there. By Mendocino County. Just like, what? And I was like, well, at least the coast range of California doesn't have a fire this. Okay, now it does. What a year. I want to take it back. 2021 and 2020, I'm sorry, they go back to the kitchen. I'm rejecting it. I took some bites. Bad taste in my mouth. Sorry about that, but no. What exactly do you mean by this? What is the meaning of this? I want to speak to the manager. Okay. Round of 5. Hi. Kathryn, there's no air activity near the base in Porterville. Is there no activity? It would probably be coming from if they used VLATs, they are out of the bases where the retardants at. That would be coming from McFarland, because it takes so long for them to deliver the order. Remember, aircraft can just fly over California and be there in like minutes. I don't know what their helibase is. I can look back and read you guys. Oh yeah, this is what I forgot. This is InsaWeb for the KNP, which is the greatest threat to life and property in the Sequoias right now. I'm going to try to monitor this situation. Tell me if Tobias Peak has something going on. This is my multicam view. So left here is Tobias Peak 1. Okay, so the planned actions for the KNP. We watched the meeting from yesterday, but this is hopefully newer. Use aviation resources to moderate fire behavior, while available hand crews look for opportunities to go direct and indirect. Sorry, excuse me. I read that wrong. For direct and indirect line construction. Prevent the fire, the KNP, from crossing major drainages. We heard that sobering, horrifying, well, straight up horrifying comment by the former firefighter saying, if it crosses the river, there will be a catastrophe. And the sobering response was like a nod. Yeah, there will be, by the Forest Service officials. So prevent fire from crossing major drainage. That would be the river. Prepare infrastructure for the arrival of fire and provide protection during the fire passage. It's planned actions of today. Weather concerns. A dry onshore flow will maintain dry conditions over the fire through the week. Afternoon highs will remain a few degrees above seasonal average over the fire through the middle of the week. A cooling trend will take place beginning on Thursday and continue through next weekend. Good ventilation will favor the fire's growth, which we could be witnessing right now, really beginning. Westerly afternoon and evening winds of 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts to 40 miles per hour will continue to surface over the wind-prone mountain and desert areas through the middle of this week. So there's just really no good information that we can get now. And let me see how many personnel. There's 130 personnel on the KNP. So few people that they didn't even have a night shift. When I heard that, I was like, there's got to be fewer than 150. So projected incident activity. In the next 12 hours, the colony fire will back off ridgetop. That's what they think will happen in the next 12 hours. The colony fire backs off the ridgetop. The Paradise fire rolls out to the north and runs upslope to the south. So let's look back at the map and show you what they expect it to do. This is straight from InsaWeb, not speculation, just I'm reading the official website. So here's the colony. It says the colony, in the next 12 hours, the fire backs off the ridgetop. So backing is going downhill. They are not specifying which direction. Paradise fire rolls out to the north and runs upslope to the south. So roll out is actually when stuff tumbles downhill, like on fire logs and pine cones. It'll go downhill, and that, as well as ember casts, can make it spread. And we don't want this horrifying scenario. This is a south-facing slope, which is drier and warmer than other kinds because it gets so much more sun. If it gets down here because pine cones on fire or whatever roll down, it'll just run up this extremely steep. You could just race right up to the top of that slope, and here's all the world's oldest trees, basically. It's certainly the biggest sequoias. And it's a threat from both sides. So here's where they don't have any lines. They don't have any lines. They have no idea where they should put them, and today's task was to figure out where to put them to try to protect Oak Grove down there and Three Rivers down there and other smaller communities and campgrounds and resorts and historical sites. Okay, there's Silver City. So Silver City and thereabouts is evacuated. I'm sorry, I kept thinking it was there. It's down here. So, projected incident activity. The Paradise fire rolls out to the north and runs upslope to the south. It still has to climb. There's a little bowl here that I just now understood exists, and it'll climb up here to this ridge, and God help Silver City if that happens. Anything below. They said they're not going to do backfiring unless they have to. It's not a good time to do it, but they may have nothing to lose. If it's definitely going to come up to this ridge, if they can't have a fire line here or stand in its way safely, I don't know what they'll do here to try to protect Cable Cove and Silver City. Their best option might be just protect individual structures and ride it out. That's a well-preserved ghost town and a tourist thing, as far as I know. I probably was there as a kid. I don't remember too well. But absolutely nuts. So, projected incident activity further into the future. The next 24 hours. The colony fire backs off a ridgetop. Slope reversal results in uphill runs to the north and east towards Giant Forest and Lodgepole. Yeah. I really hope this isn't destroyed today or impacted today or devastated today, but I don't know. Within the next 24 hours, it's slated to be in here. Or try to go there. So the colony fire backs off the ridgetop. Slope reversal results in uphill runs to the north and east towards Giant Forest and Lodgepole. So my favorite brain, slope reversal is it goes down and then goes up, right? It backs down the slope, goes up the other side. What isn't that slope reversal? Please refresh my memory. It results in uphill runs to the north and east towards Giant Forest and Lodgepole. Also within the next 24 hours, the Paradise Fire rolls out to the north and runs upslope to the south. Slope reversal results in uphill runs to the north and east towards Giant Forest. So that they're predicting this. It's not just this is not just a possibility, as Dusty and I were discussing. This is their projected incident activity of that being assaulted from two sides. In the next 48 hours, colony fire backs off the ridgetop in all directions. Paradise Fire rolls out to the north and slope reversal results in uphill runs to the north and east towards Giant Forest, while fire runs upslope to the ridgetop to the south. In the next 72 hours, the colony fire spreads through Yucca Creek and Marble Fork Kaweah drainages. Paradise Fire spreads through the Middle and East Fork Kaweah drainages. Anticipated after 72 hours. The colony fire spreads through Yucca Creek and Marble Fork Kaweah drainages. Paradise Fire spreads through the Middle and East Fork Kaweah drainages. This is the middle one. Paradise Fire within the next 72 hours projected to spread through the Middle and East Fork Kaweah drainages. Now, mind you, this projected incident activity is probably if mankind doesn't intervene. I hope it's if mankind doesn't intervene, or it's also projected, based on weather forecast and several other factors. I hope it's not. I hope projected activity isn't just no matter what we think this will happen. I was never entirely clear on that, if you guys could clear that up for me. But crossing the river is what the lady firefighter said today in the community meeting. She said that would be catastrophic. And they soberly nodded along with her, like, yes, it will be if it does. Dusty Smoke says both fires have large canyons for the wind to funnel them up as well. Yeah, there's no good news here. Except Teen Homesteader, yeah, there's spottercraft. The best thing that can happen right now is they order the planes. Why is this so dark? Hang on. They gotta get those planes there and the helicopters and do something immediately if they have that opportunity. I'm sure they will if they have that opportunity. But it's not looking good. They've protected these big trees before, but I think it was by keeping the fire out, by having enough time, by having enough notice. This lightning struck right next to the dang Right, it's like Zeus had it in for this forest and was like, ha ha ha, I almost hit the bullseye with my lightning. 2 fires right next to it. Just ah. Okay. Anyway, I was actually hoping that I would do a morning update and say, guys, there's a lot less wind in the forecast, and maybe I can take a break now. So here's our Fresno. Sorry, it's hard for me to orient myself when I can't read the text on the small monitor here. I was figuring I would go back and take a nap, but I don't know about that. I'm not sure which airport they're working out of. Kauai? I'm sorry, screwing that name up too. Kauai. Smitty says, Dusty, I'm correct in assuming that section chief would be in a bad spot with twice the crews and assets he had, right? Oh yeah, I mean, they only have 130 people right now. They need a couple thousand because they have no lines near the communities. This is another, I really hate being right, but they needed to have put dozer lines before they needed them. The fires travel too fast now to be reactive. California should immediately assess all communities for fire danger, do as quick a survey as possible, drop some plans for city walls, so to speak, in the form of dozer lines and other protections, and do the math on how long it would take to evacuate the whole town if they left at once. And if it takes longer than 3 hours, then they need to build citizen fire shelters. Parking lots work. That can't be the only thing that stands between a community and life and death, especially when most people want to panic and run. Parking lots have been the place to be, to survive the Paradise Fire, to survive others. But most people have no idea about that and will just clog the roads, drive like a bat out of hell, ram each other out of the way, get in car accidents, and fail to understand that the window of opportunity to leave by car is a window that closes. That should be every town and every city's priority. Just do it fast and just write checks. People, everybody with a tractor, do it to the satisfaction of the local fire chief, because this is a new era. There is no time, and there's not enough manpower to just say, oh, well, wherever there's going to be a fire, we should just go get some hot shots in here and make some lines and get out some dozers. They're moving too fast. And people are thinking fire season's about over. No, it's not. It's just beginning. I mean, fire season of California is year-round, except for basically March and April when it's kind of soggy. But other than that, winter is the worst fire season. It's time to be preparing all these mountain and foothill communities for the possibility of massive mega fires being propelled by Santa Anas and Diablo winds. And there's a lot of firefighters that get that, and they know it, and can't get funding or whatever. But if communities demand that sort of thing, you can do like Hayfork. The Hayfork defense is the community saying, hey, we are a small community. We're always low priority whenever these fires break out. And they decided to make their own dozer lines out here. And they held. They just held the last week. And they held the year before. That's awesome. The nice thing about this is with a little bit of knowledge and know-how and foresight, communities can protect themselves where you can protect your own property. It's these got too big too fast, and there's not enough budget, and these other factors, there's not enough resources. It's going to take a while to build and order new aircraft, and take a while for the same thing with everything else we need and the communications we need. Meantime, though, you can do a lot with a tractor and a masticator. And if communities can't afford it, basically do the equivalent of Groupon. Pool your money together and get a discount. Rent that masticator, you know. Heck, the your fire insurance is going to be cheaper. Let's look at the cams again. What's it doing? It's still kind of bubbling, trying to do something. I think Dusty says the only thing missing from that equation is more wind. Where's our red flag? We had it. I'm sorry, Sierra Bigfoot Hunter dropped in to give me links. We have red flag in the northwest area right now, right? I opened up so many links over here. Let me find it. Current large incidents, active fire mapping program. That's a good link. Fire and smoke map. That's cute. I hope I didn't close it. Briefing, short briefing 209 summary report for the 12th. The bridge fire. 95% contained. That sounds so awesome for Placer County. That was an expert example of lighting backfires to protect the community and quick response and just everything going smooth. So, let's see, Beckworth Complex. It's 98% contained. Wait, what? I thought it was done. Okay. Yeah, sorry. A firefighter explained to me why things like the Beckworth would be 98%. Turns out you lose your funding for fighting a lot of things when you have 100% containment. There's some bureaucratic tape thing. So you'll see fires linger around at 98% containment. Oh, my head. I just bury my head in my hands. And the more I learn about the bureaucracy, the more I want to take up heavy drinking. Okay. Let's see. The Dixie is 67% contained now. 960,335 acres. There's a bunch of Austin County stuff. Trying to find out anything we can about the K&P. The river complex is 21% contained. 18,586 acres. Okay. I'm thinking we might see a change that happens very rapidly when we do see it on these cams. The Blue Ridge 2. This is looking for the North 2, that area of question. And let's see if we get more smoke clearing. Do we have a timeline for the inversion layer to poof and go away? Antelope Fire is 63% contained at 143,826 acres. Caldor is 65. Okay. Did I just scroll up too many times? Let me do Control F to K&P. K&P is not on here. Maybe it's because it wasn't called that complex when the report was generated. I'll just say Wild of Paradise isn't even on there either. So why not? I don't know. That's odd. Okay. It's a short briefing 209 summary report. Do you guys know what that means? The clouds look like a dog, Norman says. What? Which clouds? It's here at Tahoe? You look like a dog. Did we ever answer that philosophical question? Did we ever find out just how much is that doggy in the window? That one with the waggly tail? It keeps me up sometimes. It keeps me up. Okay. J-Cat, everything boils down to money. There's only so many ways you can slice a pie, and the largest amount goes to administrative costs, sad but true. Desi says, most of the smoke you see now is drift. To actually flag me, you have to actually start typing my name. And with a capital K, and then it'll have a pop-up and you select that, or press tab. Just to help you communicate with me. Most of the smoke we see now is drift coming back up from where it settled in the valley overnight. Not inversion smoke, okay. Would you like to tell us exactly how inversion smoke works? Smitty says it looks like a seal or an otter. And to what? And is your name Anthony? Antoine? I can't read right now. The Greeks too have their own wildfire events, yet the parking lots might be their last place for refuge. Imagine a large parking lot next to a small town. I know. The Greece, this is the same kind of climate. Greece has very similar fires. We have Mediterranean climate in California. Lots of olive trees. There's a huge success in olive tree growth, kind of near paradise by Corning. Yeah, big plantations of them springing up. But they don't have the, they have their own mountains with problems, but they don't have a lot of those specific to California. I'm not minimizing what they've got. But the Californians can't run to the ocean for the most part. They're escaping boats. But I think all around the world the lesson is the same. You need fire shelters instead of telling everybody to get in a car. First of all, that means people with cars are mostly the survivors. And the poor elderly get left behind. That's pretty much what it means. And the disabled and others. They're just, that shouldn't be the best course of action in many cases, because the fire crews have to come to the city. And they can't be fighting against a crazy traffic jam of panicked people driving in both lanes one direction. That sounds like a good evacuation tool, but there's always a lot of first responders running towards the fire that can't get there if you double lane evacuate. And wow, there's that hawk being harassed by the birds. First, the crows harassed a couple of ravens, and the ravens are like, "This is my town." And then the hawk showed up and said, "You were saying..." Oh, there's the raven again that landed. That's definitely a raven. Look at the huge size and the throat feathers. A very angry raven. Doing raven protest. Well. Yeah. That's a good screenshot. Now. was pretty good. That one's even better, just bellowing. So you can almost hear him going, wah, croak. Okay. So I'm looking in the background. I don't really see too much smoke clearing. Really just kind of looks the same. Yeah, you're right, Anthony. I'm going to call you Anthony. A Star is Born. The California is the size of Italy, and Greece has got a lot of coastline and a lot of area too. But the the 8,000 foot tall Sierra things and Santa Ana winds. I mean, they have Macedonia and that's mountainous to the north, but I don't know how that affects Greece. Maybe it's similar. Maybe that's why it's so dang bad. Oh, there's even more birds on the Blue Mountain. I missed that screenshot. No, the Blue Mountain Kern. Oopsie. There's my multicam. So let's look back at Tobias Peak. That's the windy fire, but what's happening at Tobias Peak is generally what's going to be happening for the whole area. And I have heard nothing about the windy. Let's read. I was looking at the KNP. That's it for projected incident outlook. Let's look at the windies and see what. Are you still there, Cogito? You're on your lunch break. You probably disappeared back into the night. Cogito now comes and watches the stream like an alligator, sometimes there and hidden, and sometimes dipping underneath the water and swimming miles away when you still think it's around. Okay. Highlighted activity. The windy fire started Thursday, September 9th on the Tule River Indian Reservation. It's now 650 acres and has crossed into the Sequoia National Forest. Fire personnel from Tule River Indian Reservation and Sequoia National Forest are working together to fully suppress the windy. There are 8 hand crews, several engines, and aircraft currently supporting the effort. California Interagency Management Team 11 assumed management of the fire for the tribe and the forest beginning on Sunday at 1800 hours. So total personnel on the windy is 232. And when they updated this, it was at 974 acres. This was updated sometime today. Fuels are timber, grass, and understory chopped around the 6 feet tall, 2 foot tall brush. Dense stands of decadent brush with numerous dead conifers and oak trees in the mix. Great. Significant events for the windy are active uphill runs, backing, short-range spotting, fires burning actively, and dense dry fuels. Fire continues to eat through most retardant lines due to lack of ground resources. Oh no. Well, when it breaks out of its cage, we're going to see a monster unleashed. It's rattling it right now. Current weather concerns. Expect afternoon highs just a few degrees above seasonal average through the middle of the week. A low pressure system will bring cooling for the later part, with temperatures dropping a few degrees below normal. Dry conditions will prevail at least to the end of the weekend. Okay. Did this camera cease? It stopped at 12:55, guys. It's offline. That's why it's not changing. I just noticed that. I was like, really? Okay. So, we're blind to this one. I don't know why it stopped updating. We just lost visual contact. Well, we did it half an hour ago. I didn't notice. Let's do Blue Mountain Kern 2. I hope it doesn't rotate. That's looking for pretty far away. Every once in a while, a raven drops in. Or a flock of crows or whatever's in front of the cam. I just don't see a lot of change in the kind of overhanging smoke thing. That's a real low ceiling for aircraft. Quite hazardous conditions. Okay, planned actions on the windy. Continue to take opportunities to contain the fire's edge, where opportunities allow with the limited resources available. And look at building contingency and indirect line. Continue to validate the management action points. Okay. Continue to build a WFDSS decision in coordination with the Sequoia National Forest. Okay. In the next 12 hours, projected incident activity for this windy fire. This one down here. Let's look at our heat detections. You don't see red. I expect that to change any minute. Surprising lack of red, but then again, it's not quite 2 in the afternoon yet. It's usually when it starts cooking up. So continue to take opportunities to contain the fire's edge. I read that. Projected incident activity on the windy fire the next 12 hours. Fire will continue to spread into the Crawford Creek drainage in alignment with topography. Fire will spread east, up and over into Orion Meadows, Round Meadow, and Windy Gap. Fire could reach Noble Young, but more likely in 24 hours and not the next 12. Fuel conditions are extremely dry, and steep and difficult terrain will pose a challenge to firefighters. Remarks: California Management Team 11 has assumed blah blah blah. The resource will be going direct where possible. We'll also be using roads, ridges, and other natural and man-made features when direct attack is not possible, with the limited operational resources currently assigned. Additional operational resources will be needed to make progress on this incident, meaning we cannot hold the line without reinforcements. It will go where it wants. The clock's ticking too. So, let's see if we have any photos or videos or updates from official sources, such as Tulare County Sheriff's Office. I don't see anything new at Tulare County Sheriff's Office. What page was I on? The Sequoia one. Sequoia and Kings National Park. We don't have anything new except a video. Oh wow, 1 hour ago. I had to refresh. Fire activity update. The KNP complex, comprised of the Paradise Fire, with stupidly named of that, and the Colony Fire in Sequoia National Park, continued to grow yesterday. The most recent mapping showed the Paradise Fire. Really, the most recent mapping was probably done 1 hour ago when we saw the planes going over. That mapping showed the Paradise Fire at 807 acres and the Colony at 230. Extremely smoky conditions under an inversion layer have prevented further mapping thus far today. Okay, never mind. So that was yesterday. They flew over it today and had no joy and couldn't map it. It's too smoky. Paradise Fire burning south of the Middle Fork of the... dang, I keep saying this wrong. Kauai River? Sorry. I said Kauai and that was wrong. Kauai has prompted a mandatory evacuation of the Mineral King area from Oak Grove Bridge to the end of the road Mineral King Valley, which was effective yesterday evening. It also prompted an evacuation warning for part of the community of Three Rivers. And those in the evacuation warning area should be prepared to leave should the warning escalate to an order. These lightning strike fires are burning in extremely steep, densely vegetated areas. Ground access is challenging on the Colony Fire and is thus far proved impossible on the Paradise Fire. There are currently 130 people assigned to the complex with more resources on the way. A Type 2 incident management team for the Northern Rockies has been ordered and is expected to transition into place later this week. So, photo by Riley Hayes. That is some nightmarish terrain. So on the foothills side, you've got your chaparral, your bushes, your extremely oily, highly flammable manzanita-type bushes, and grass, and non-native weeds and such. And just look at how steep that is and how narrow the roads are. That's a nightmare and a half. Like this is basically impossible to hold if this was up in flames with that amount of brush on either side. Just that would be one screaming nightmare, death trap for a crew. They'd have to remove half the vegetation to make that a line that would be safe, if that was the goal. And look at the rest of the terrain. You just can't go make a new line in this. This would take years to go make a road, go make new roads, and it would be impossible in many spots. That's why roads aren't there. This is an aircraft thing, and I can see why the lady was saying, please don't put people there. It's a death trap. She's a firefighter. I think a local one. So, Kauai. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Dusty says Colony is now registering as red. I can't. I hate it being right. Yeah, there's our colony right there. We just lost cams. We can't see the Windy very well. We lost, did it come back? We lost, Tobias Peak 1. Did I close it? I didn't mean to close it. Oh well, I'll just try and reopen this. So, do we have an alternative yet? That was such a good cam. It went offline at 12:55. Tobias Peak 2 is looking to the west. Does it rotate? Let's see if it'll rotate to the north. Let's check it out. I think it does with some frequency. Sorry, it's offline too. I just saw it 12:55. We lost both Tobias Peak. What a horrible time to lose the best cam that monitors the fire. They use this too. They use this too to help. They use everything they can get to try to determine if they're safe and what the fire's doing. It's not just I mean, we're looking at it because this is what they look at. It's just a horrible weather day. So King George Ridge might just be the only eyes we have on the area with the windy. Yeah, you're right, Dusty, about that. Yeah, Dusty is his Jeebus. Look at that terrain. Yeah. When I keep telling people that the Sierras and the Cascades are rugged and steep, and California is one of the worst places in the world to fight a fire in, people go, "Why?" I probably could just sum it up in one easy word. Just show them that picture and say that. You're gonna hike into that and then work throughout the day, and then that would challenge extremely experienced hikers. Where did I close that? Oh yeah, I was in Insaweb, wasn't it? Sorry. No, in Facebook. Do you really, like, if there's no roads to up here, how do you get there? Are the crews really supposed to climb that or hike that? There's nowhere to park your helicopter. Sometimes they rappel down a rope and the helicopter hovers on a ridge. But how are you going to get out if things go south in a jiffy? The helicopter has to land to get them out. They just have to jump on. And that's if a helicopter can land to get them out, like with smoke, After losing crews of 20 and such, they decided it was no longer ethical to ever drop off hotshots who would work with shovels to build a line, no dozers. It was unethical to put them in a place with no escape. And we learned that, unfortunately, after having some of them die. But I'm searching for some hope here. But the survival of the giant trees right now it seems it'll be luck and chance. Will the winds die down at midnight or something? Will there be like a midnight miracle where they approach a special place, a community, and then right as it's about to be overrun, will the winds die down or change direction? Will that buy them extra time to do final prep or something? That knowledge is what makes this so dang hard, because that's the ultimate deciding factor. When you have such little manpower and such a mega drought, the ultimate deciding factor is luck. And that's when I give the advice to people: when you've done all you can do, just relax. So I'm trying to tell that to my fast beating heart right now. They've already done all they can do. They called in for help. They made this the highest priority. They are ready to have aircraft if the weather changes. And they've already done all they can do on the ground, and so they're waiting, and we have to wait too. So we've also done all we can do. And so it's time to relax. It's now completely out of our hands, and whatever is going to happen will happen. And I'm trying to work on emotional self-regulation like that. Because being alarmed is very, very rational. But keeping yourself in a constant state of alarm, which I have been in since these fires began for like more than 64 days now, is not going to do anything good for my health, and not good for anybody else's. And so I think it's best to relax as much as we can and just keep expectations that it looks really bad. We might have a very bad result, but sometimes the weather is not as bad as you think, and sometimes it's better than you think. We thought that it would be. I mean, we still got lucky in a way with the lightning strikes only starting several fires, and we had a much wetter storm than we thought. It could be so much worse right now if that storm had been 100% dry. Can you imagine how rampaging the Dixie and the new starts by Tahoe would have been had that storm had just high winds and no wetness? We would have seen so many different towns obliterated. We got lucky. We could get lucky again, but we should keep our expectations kind of low. So, yeah, it's time to relax because it looks so dire that we will probably have a somewhat bad outcome here, unless something really changes. The Sequoias have lived for a couple thousand years, but a lot of it's because they got lucky too, with fires not being near them during mega droughts and human intervention. I mean, for all we know, the Indians might have been protecting them for a few thousand years, lighting constant backfires, reducing fuel load, and grooming the landscape, and holding the trees sacred and like their church. But they've survived a lot. At least some of them will probably survive, even if it's rampaging, even if it's devastated. It's like there's always some random tree that stays alive. In Paradise, one of the things I found. Maybe this will be a good thing to look at. And I found these burnt blackened trees in a couple neighborhoods, and they had little special protection ribbons on them, which meant don't cut me down, like flagging tape. And I looked at them. They were just little charcoal sticks. I mean, they were big. They were fully mature, but they were obviously just a briquette. You know, like black as night, black as coal. And then I looked more closely at it and approached it and realized it was sprouting green. They, I think, were sequoias or redwoods of some type, but being blackened by fire, I couldn't tell. Maybe I can dig those up. I couldn't believe they were alive, and they were slated for being saved. Shaz 73, I should make a fire safety video. Preps, protecting property, bugging out. Yeah, that was the plan. This fire, I was supposed to recoup my health and do physical therapy this summer. I said, guys, I'm not doing fire stream again unless there's a crisis. And I figured crisis point would most likely be during Santa Ana season, October, November, December. And the bootleg came and the Beckworth came, and I felt really guilty, like I should be covering them, but my life was a bit in chaos. My health considerably worse. And so I just couldn't stop looking at the phone where people kept going in my old videos saying, we need you now. Can you please come back? I have questions. I'm worried about this and this. And I was like, okay. And I came back and explained, I think in my first video, the 14th, after the Dixie fire showed up, I went, what? Because it was right next to where the Paradise started. And, but I thought maybe the recent line construction to protect Paradise and then later some of it to try to protect the other rest in peace communities of Brush and Berry Creek from the North Complex last year. I thought, well, I thought the Dixie is kind of surrounded by two different fresh dozer lines. And I mean, a lot of the landscape had burned up. And so recently enough for there not to be that much brush, so I did not think the Dixie would get out of control. That's because I wasn't there to look at it. I wasn't there to verify whether or not vegetation was still there to burn. I know the canyon very well, but I knew there was a mega drought. I knew it'd be hard. I knew it'd spread. But to nearly Susanville, just wow. Old Station, just that's 55 miles in either direction. And it's larger than the state of Rhode Island. And not even with any major wind events. There were only 2 red flag days with any significant wind, and it was mostly below 50 miles an hour each time. And the Santa Anas are routinely 75 to 101 miles an hour. So remember, we still haven't had any rain except once, last week, once, anywhere on these fires since June 6th. So every single day that clicks by, the landscape's even drier. We've just never seen, as living human beings before, what fire does in this level of dryness, except, well, what's unfolding before our eyes. So the fact that it was mostly fuel-driven and not wind-driven that much, except on a couple of days, has been absolutely astonishing. This will rewrite all the books about what they say that wildfires can do. And so this is the whole get ready to tell, even the youth right now, get ready to tell your grandchildren about this, that you were there during the firestorm of 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, just the insane stuff that's been happening. I don't know why the media hasn't given this a name. I decided to last year. I called it Red September, with Red Labor Day being Red Monday, and that was my first video. Grim anniversary of my doing Firestream proper. Just happened on the 6th. It was 6th of September. And so my point about this was I was supposed to get a good movie camera and make the fire safety videos under the watchful eye and cooperation with local fire departments that I sort of networked with. And I wanted to make them a little bit on the fun side so that people don't look away from them. I've spoken to some psychologists, and they say a lot of times safety videos have to be goofy as hell for people to want to look at them and absorb them. And that's why so many safety videos on YouTube are amusing to watch, like Shaking Hands with Danger is a classic. It's gory as anything and looks like a horror movie instead of a safety video. Like people getting decapitated by forklifts and stuff. But the psychology behind that is if it's entertaining, it reaches a bigger audience and people don't turn it off. There's a certain threshold where the more you tell a person that these fires are capable of doing unimaginably monstrous things, that the bigger the threat is, the more they can't really grasp it and tune it out. Some of it is a fear threshold, where you're just too stressed about anything that you just shut down and deny reality and say that can't happen. And we had a lot of people come in here and just kind of rage in the chat, saying, who are victims of this, saying that town's not in danger because it's far away from the fire. And it's a very hard thing for me to wean people away from that viewpoint. Safety distance is not safety. Safety, is not achieved by distance. Safety is achieved by what stops a fire from coming to your town. Impassable terrain, dozer lines, something. If none of those exist, favorable weather, heavy rains, sheer granite mountains and stuff, heavy snow, wind reversal, miraculous weather, some sort of strip between your community, and the fire that can't burn, like just, like bare rock, recently plowed fields, just dirt everywhere, nothing to burn. Unless any of these things exist, or an expansive body of water, something, unless anything exists to stop a fire, it will go to your community. It will make its way there. But people keep saying, no, this community is too far away, and they just can't grasp what their psyche's having trouble with. They're not stupid. I'm not saying they're stupid. Is that because they are in the path of danger, the stress on them is way higher than an observer like you and me. And so that stress level reaches a threshold where if you suddenly say, hey, this fire could definitely travel 54 miles and affect your town in a month from now or two, when you say something like that to people, I don't want to believe that factor jumps in as a automatic stress response to it's human nature. If the body starts getting overwhelmed by stress, or the mind does, then this button gets clicked in. Just don't believe it, no matter how logical or whatever. And so the funny thing about the psychology of safety videos, and I would like to try to employ that, is you can't just terrify people. In fact, the best examples we've had of convincing people to leave, and the reason I banned it in chat, is you can't shout at people, run, you're going to die, jump in your car, run, now, go, get out. I try to tell people you can't talk like that in chat. When you add more stress to a stressed out mind, the more likely it's just going to shut on the person. It's like it's not a thinking process. It's an emotional one. You have to fight it to gain control of your emotions back to logical thinking, and that's really hard to do if you think that you and everything you love and everything you know is threatened by a gigantic demonic fire that's of unimaginable proportions, of 300-foot tall flames. I mean, that's a lot to absorb. And so I've been happy that with great success, I'm just trying to employ what the psychologists and such have given me, the small advice they've given, is you actually just calmly tell people. Not only is this fire dangerous, though, but your place could survive. You could return to a home, and talk about a lot of the miraculous survivals. Leaving doesn't mean you're leaving for the last time. You even without supervision, there's a lot of homes that make it, just because they groom their property well, or luck, or whatever. But that you're not doing your home any favors by sitting there with a garden hose. You won't be able to combat this. It's way out of anybody's league. All the firefighters are running away from them, and then they come out of the woodwork when the charging bull of the head passes, and then it's safe to come out. Even they go to a hidey hole, and so the best course of action is mimic what the fire crews do, mimic what the pros do. You're not doomed. You definitely can make it. Walk through people having a shelter-in-place plan, and say, okay, if you do want to shelter, here's your best options. It's just remember the shelter in place, which is not your home. It's somewhere safe nearby, like a bridge or a culvert or a pond or swimming pool or something. Is gonna be a rough experience. When it's not going to be fun at all. And deciding, okay, maybe it's getting bad and I want to leave too late, is going to be a really bad experience, because you could just come around a road and have a car accident blocking you. So you just tell people what they can expect. However, if you evacuate earlier than you're told to, there's no traffic jam, there's no nothing. You leave a sign in your window, evacuated. The fire crews can just work on combating the fire, keeping it out of your neighborhood instead of dropping that and evacuating people. If they can stay on the city walls manning those without worry that anybody's left behind. That's the biggest chance you've given them. And yourself. And you know what might just happen? You might just wake up in the morning and everything's fine. A couple of days later and you go home. That happens a lot too. But you don't want to be sitting in the smoke when you lose power. You look down and your cell phone has no signal. You look outside and you can't see anything, just smoke. You pick up the telephone to call somebody and it's dead. That's what you can expect as a fire gets closer to you. You look outside expecting that you're going to see a wall of flames, but that's not going to be it. You're going to see this impenetrable smoke that you can't see through. And in reality, what's on the other side is that. Because this is what the FLIR does, it sees through smoke. So you just lay it out. Here are your options. You have options. I found it's been pretty good to talk to people that way. I definitely don't tell them what to do. Just say, hey, I have confidence in you that you can make the best decision for yourself. It's your life. But here are your options. Here's your info. They're much more likely to listen. And when they start thinking about it, see, in their head, they already think they know what the fire is going to look like. They're imagining it being a lot more mild than it's going to be. In their head, they're imagining success with their garden hose. And in their head, they're out there able to breathe, and they don't have hot embers raining down their neck. And they don't have a screaming freight train noise. And they don't have 300-foot tall flames. And they don't have a blizzard of embers raining upon them, with every snowflake being something that lights the landscape on fire. In their head, it's not like that. In their head, it's a mild grass fire that they keep at bay with their garden hose. In their head, they're like, oh, well, I can just go down to the river. And you gotta just paint the picture. The experience is, you will think you're gonna die. You will think I have no air to breathe. You may think you're having a heart attack. You may be hyperventilating. You may feel like you're in an oven and you can't get out. But you'll probably live. Especially if you're face down a creek with a wool blanket over the top of you that's wet or something. I mean, you'll probably live, but it's going to be one of the suckiest experiences of your life, and it's going to go on all night. It's going to go on all day. You'll find yourself hypothermic in the water and with nowhere to go. The fire may have passed by, but it'll melt your shoes if you go anywhere now. And you have to sit there in a creek, or sopping wet or freezing, or in a swimming pool or wherever you are, for hours before you finally get the ability to even walk anywhere in the landscape. And you just paint out that picture that this is what it's going to be like. But also, it can be better. There's thousands of people that ride out fires in the relative comfort of their vehicle in a parking lot, as an inferno burns around them, and as neighborhoods disappear around them. It's not a pleasant experience. It's stressful. If you tell people you can live through things, the point is that they start making plans. They start making plans instead of the worst thing to do, which is deny reality, say that won't happen, go to sleep downwind of a mega fire and get a knock on the door at midnight, or no knock on the door at all, just the orange glow in the window. And the fire's already at your house. And that's, isn't it better to go to evacuation center and deal with the slow Wi-Fi and the cafeteria food? And play cards with somebody that you may have never met before and feel like instead of stressed, you're helping out your neighbors, and, likely you get to go home after a bit and have made new friends, and instead of sitting around worried, you help people. I mean, just tell them what to expect. People think they're in a bit more control over the situation. They'll think about what they can do, and if they feel like it's completely out of their situation, out of their control, that there's nothing to be done, that's fate or something like that, then they'll shut down. But I hope that's useful to you guys. There's nothing more important, I think, than telling people what fires can actually do and getting them to think about leaving early and identifying their own vulnerable positions before officials have to tell them about it. And getting them to think about fires like they could happen and to make plans. I really don't know that there's anything else that's more important. And so this is a lot of the part is where people would hear what I'm saying and kind of turn off the stream. You just think I'm babbling about something. I'm actually making one of the most important points that I possibly can, and I'm almost off the subject now. But I don't know that there's a more important one I can make. How to teach people to really be independent, thinking about these fires instead of dependent on an agency, even if they mean well. There's just, like we were just discussing, like what I think they're making an error right now with the Three Rivers evacuation, saying that the fire has to reach this milk point or whatever that is before they'll evacuate somebody. That's the old way of thinking, that fires are slow enough for, if they reach this point in the terrain, then we'll have time to evacuate a town. We turn on the structures button. No. There's not going to be enough warning. I mean, if you just turn on the structures button for your own community, can you imagine your one sheriff or your, sheriff and a deputy trying to go door to door here, or your tiny fire crew trying to go door to door? Do you think everybody's going to get the message before pandemonium breaks out? What is the cell phone signal like, They should, in my opinion, make evacuations based on the weather forecast and the likeliness of, could we do anything if the fire goes that direction? And if the answer is no, lay it out to the community and say, we don't have anything in right now that could protect your town. We're working on it. There's nothing in between the fire and you right now except the weather. The weather being favorable for the moment. It'll change. It could change rapidly. Start making your arrangements. We'll do what we can. We'll try to get as many crew here as we can. But the fact that there's only one road out of a lot of these communities, that just has to be laid out. That just has to be laid out straight. Give people as much time as possible. So they will catch up with thinking. It's not just my thinking. It's a lot of firefighters have realized we can't do this anymore. We can't say trigger points is when fire reaches X area, then we evacuate people. Well, what if people have gone to bed? We saw the mistake made of the Twin Bridges being the trigger point for the evacuation of South Lake Tahoe. They said on the meeting at 5 p.m., South Lake Tahoe is not under a watch right now, and I almost coughed my donut out. But we'll put it under a watch if it reaches Twin Bridges. And I'm just thinking that could be upon the community if it's at Twin Bridges within like 4 hours. That's a pretty tall peak area. It would rain down embers from Echo Summit. Like, that would happen so fast. How long would it take to evacuate 20,000 plus people? At that meeting, they should have said, guys, start preparing, start doing your stuff. Instead, they started telling people at midnight. Just before midnight, you may have to go, and we may not give you a second warning. It's like, sorry, what? The trigger point was reached in the middle of the night. You have to tell people before they go to sleep, take their hearing aids out and turn their phones off to charge. What they really might expect for the next day. So, I mean, if I was in this community right now, I would be checking on all my neighbors, making sure that they're aware of the danger. What the community meeting was, it was extremely grim. That help may not come soon enough to contain the fires right now. It would just be a game of luck and chance if it doesn't cross these rivers, but it's like scheduled to in the next 72 hours to reach that. In their words, what was that wording? That wording was catastrophe. We don't know which community would be impacted first or which ones are bad, but just looking at the amount of structures here and the amount of people that live around here, I don't know how many of these are seasonal cabins or rentals or whatever, but give people as much time as possible to get their stuff to safety, as well as their animals, their people, their neighbors. Now's the time to check on your neighbor, the elderly, the disabled. Make sure they know. Don't ever assume that they know about evacuation stuff. Not everybody's glued to social media, and unfortunately, that community meeting was on social media, where you have to have a Facebook account to look at it. And, you know, the more stuff you can get to safety, and possibly if the fire's going to come your way, the better. You know, you're going to make it through. But think of people first before evacuating your stuff. Make sure people's cars start. Check on your neighbors. Give them gas money. Make sure they're aware of what's going on. If they declare stuff like "I won't leave," take down their name, phone number, and address, and then pass that to the sheriff on your way out as you leave, saying this person, do a welfare check on them. Yeah, Dusty Smoke says right here, this area is especially vulnerable because there isn't any gentling of the terrain between the fire and that community. It's all rough and steep and lots of fuel and right up to their backyards. That's a very good point. That firefighter from the region got up in a community meeting and said if the fires reach the canyons, meaning the rivers with the canyons, it's a wind tunnel looking down the barrel of the gun. There, the three rivers. And same thing, here's the fire that's invisible. Reaching here, it's supposed to, and then the rollout, the flaming debris that'll roll down the slope might just doom Silver City. I hope to God not. We're losing all the best preserved ghost towns in the West. Like I don't know that I can write a book about them anymore. It would just be like ruins. But sorry, that's a tangent. But this is forecast to happen within 72 hours, unless something extraordinary happens, an extraordinary change in the weather, extraordinary work of aircraft. This is within the next 72 hours that the catastrophic scenario will happen, and then all it will take is the wind tunnel effect. The communities that are most vulnerable have embers that can rain down from on high, and then it can be like a blizzard in a wind event, and every ember landing somewhere almost and causing a fire. And the weather could be worse, but it doesn't have to be worse for a disaster with this. The fire just has to move into place. It's playing chess right now, and it's a bunch of moves ahead of us. And it's like having that vulnerable queen or that vulnerable king, and you look around and you don't have enough pawns to do anything. You don't have enough chess pieces, and the fire has 1,000,000 pieces to come at you. And it's like we've been airlifting pieces. We've been calling literally the Rocky Mountains, come and land on the board, please, so we can block the fires and stop the checkmate. But I don't know if they have the time, the manpower, and that's about the worst kind of terrain you could expect. So that I feel like it's best that I do express that these communities are in critical danger. Silver City and stuff is already evacuated, but being on a warning right now, portions of Three Rivers, I don't know why portions are under evacuation warning. I would expect that to go to mandatory sometime soon. Maybe not by the end of today, maybe not by tonight, but within the next 72 hours, definitely. If the fire is doing what it's saying, then and reaches those canyons, they're already aware of how vulnerable the communities are. And that would probably go mandatory. And so now would be the time to make sure everybody knows about it. And even if nothing happens, preparing is the best course of action. Prepare for the worst case scenario, and then you'll be prepared for everything. So, Randy says, time to sit on the front porch with tea and the dog and enjoy my small town. There you go. So, sorry, I ignored chat for a little bit. I try not to do that. But, yeah, exactly. Shaz 73. Make a list and pin it to your door and plan ahead and follow your plans. Exactly. Don't think that you are going to be able to think during a mega fire. I remember I rescued a fire victim from a structure, and the way my mind went blank on the 911 call, I knew the street name. It would not come to me no matter what. It's what adrenaline does. When fight or flight type responses happen, you won't be able to make a plan. You'll be able to follow one you already made though. So have your A, B, and C evacuation routes. That's the best thing to have. 3 different directions out and 3 main paved roads, 3 different directions. And these communities, they have like one, making them extra vulnerable. So let's look at like 3 rivers. Yeah, there's pretty much one evacuation route, and it has to be a main road. Don't go on unpaved things, and definitely don't climb. No matter what direction your vehicle, the fires will outrace you, and you can't outrace a fire even if you're going away from it. With the way they can do long range spotting, it's you've got to go nice and orderly and nice and slowly and nice and smoothly before the danger arrives. That's the best thing. Like I said, make sure your neighbor's car starts. Make sure they know about the danger. Make sure they have their medication and stuff. Tell them to pack a bag and your birth certificate copies and such. Take photos of everything in your house right now that you can. Pop your photos off the wall out of the glass in the frames. Put them in a binder. Put that in the car. And call your friends and try to arrange staying with friends. Try to figure out if they can cram some of your stuff into their place. It's not a bad idea. But mostly, remember, take people in your car with you above things, above possessions. A lot of people say, I don't know why. I told my neighbor to follow me in the car, and didn't just put them in the passenger seat, Or I don't know why I left them behind, and when she said that her ride was coming, just do the right thing, no matter what kind of terms you're on. It's human life. I don't know that the community will be heavily impacted, but there is, nobody knows, but there is everything lining up for that to be a real possibility. The ways that the community could be helped and saved are aircraft retardant drops. That would be the best thing. Buying the crews time to make some dozer lines, and if they have the ability, backfiring probably might be their only option. They're saying they don't have plans for it, but it's not off the table. And defensive backfiring is the Hail Mary pass. We're doomed this landscape's doomed anyway. There's nothing to lose. Light a fire in front of the fire so it reaches scorched earth. That'll probably be what it comes down to. I don't know what else it might come down to. That'll be when the winds are doing favorable things. It would be like probably a nighttime deal. They may just defend what structures they can and call in the city fire departments from the rest of California and say, everybody come here and find a structure and defend it in certain strategic points, and they may just let it roll past, depending on the ferocity of the fire. And if I'm missing anything else, they'll probably, if they can get aircraft, dump water on spots that are spreading, and they may just be able to do a miraculous thing, kind of like they did with the Caldor, and keep it away for a long time from the 50 corridor. And like what they did with Pollock Pines, just with an impressive near constant display of aeronautical bravery. But only if they can see through the smoke. So let's check cams again. Am I missing anything? How else might they help the community? Because I don't know what else they can do. Kim Brower says, sorry, you're right. I did the hose on the roof thing during the 49er fire till the hot ashes hit me. There's no evacuation notice in those days. God, I'm so sorry you went through that, Kim. Let's see, I missed some chat, sorry. You had to watch Shaking Hands with Danger, JCat. Wow. That's very gory, by the way. Okay, you had a link for me, JCat. I'm sorry, I missed it. Going back to... Kim says, my husband was put in a huge batch of poison oak. Never got poison oak again in his life. Oh, God. I seem to be strangely immune from it. I don't understand it. It doesn't mean that I couldn't develop a problem with it, but I went around hack and slashing, blazing a trail literally in the foothills when I was a real young tyke, thinking I was doing great, helping Daddy with the bushes. And he's like, oh my God, strip naked right now in the yard. And I was like, why, Dad? Is this a funny joke? No. You have poison oak all over you, all over your skin, all over your clothing. We gotta scrub you with a bar of soap and a brush in the yard. And I went through the procedure, but the thing was, I was touching with my bare hands the poison oak the whole time, like all day, and pushing through it, and it was going past my face, and I either got miraculously lucky or I'm not allergic to it. One of the weirdest things, because I am allergic to everything. But let's see, K&P Complex, Reno Gazette Journal. Yeah. Looking at this recap. Basic info. Yeah, it was, looks like they just kind of copied InstaWeb, but they have a cool map. That's good. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a great link. Thanks. So I pretty much read that almost word for word on InstaWeb. Do they have aircraft? Why am I zoomed in the wrong place perpetually? Where's Fresno? That's Modesto. Oh, I went too far. That's Merced. I don't know my towns. Sorry. There we go. Fresno. I've got a helicopter. There's a helicopter. It's buzzing around around the area in question. So, yeah, exactly. Rob Fraser. I'll have all your photos just digitized and put on the cloud, and then one less thing to worry about. This is going to sound like a weird plug for a product, but I got Backblaze, the cheapest unlimited storage that you can get on the internet. And I had a hard drive fail, and that's just because I'm a video person. I had a hard drive fail that was massive. It was like a 4 terabyte. Well, massive for the time, and so I actually had to use their service and had to test it and said, I need my data back. And there were a couple of options for getting the data off of it. Some of it was like browsing my files online. to re-download them to my computer, and I couldn't click as much as I wanted to because of the wrist injury thing. So I said, what are my other options? And they said, well, if you pay for a hard drive, it's like a hold. We'll mail you a hard drive overnight. You get your files off and you mail it back to us. And sure enough, this thing arrived like the next day with my files on it. And I got them all back. And while I wasn't 100% happy with the fact that I couldn't select all off their website and just be done with it, they had to send me a hard drive. I learned my lesson, use more folders and not as many files in one folder. It worked, and it's $6 a month. So, yeah, Dusty says the chopper's probably giving the incident commander a tour. Crap, let's see if we can listen. I have not found a good Podcastify radio for anything around here, but we'll try, because that would be the best, most up-to-date info possible. So, and if we missed anything, I can go back and look at the archives. Now, with your kind donations, I've got the premium version of Broadcastify. So let me duplicate tab. California major incident is back, but I don't know if that has anything to do with Tulare County. It's Northern California major incident. I was hoping that other major incident would be around. And judging by the fact only 7 people are listening to Northern California major incident means that it's not functioning. Probably. So, in Tulare County on Broadcastify, we only have 22 people listening to Tulare City Police and Fire Dispatch. There's a public safety for Kings Canyon. I can't imagine this is working, but we'll try. Okay, we got a static hum. You know, it would probably be some sort of like a Cal Fire type channel for comms. Like Shasta SHU had the Dixie fire at some point because all the aircraft was based out of Shasta. Bob Fraser says, K&P Complex, a community uphill. Well, Silver City is technically uphill, sort of. Well, it's the rollout is expected to impact it as the fire. Yeah.
Let's have engine 314 move up and cover northward.
Here, copy. Break engine 314, here.
Hey.
Engine 314.
Engine 314 for battalion 12. Move up and cover North Fork.
Sierra 314 copies, show us en route.
Sierra copies, 1425.
Okay, that humming is going to drive me insane. I agree. Jay Cat says there's no problem with issuing a watch soon as a fire is detected for a 10-mile radius and issue warnings as soon as the direction is tracked. That sounds very reasonable, and especially when you get the weather forecast. And just tell people, here's the best case scenario, middle ground, and worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, we have it run for the valley with some wind event. Or it just rains all over the valley and rains the embers down, and there's just not enough time, and there's other fires breaking out across the state, and this is low priority, just like the poor people on the river complex, because there's less population here to worry about. It's going to be considered a wilderness deal. I mean, it's high priority now, but that's not the case when it breaks out next to a major metropolis. Worst case scenario, it's just it'll rampage unchecked.
11 back and forth available. Here you go.
Worst case scenario, all these fires merge, really, before there's snow. And they rampage around, destroying everything we love in the landscape. And severely impact communities in each direction. That's the worst case scenario. The very, very worst is even after doing that, the Santa Ana winds come, and then it starts trying to erase towns in the valley. Every mountain fire runs for the valley. I mean, that's the very, very, very worst case scenario. But in general, like the immediate worst case scenario is just there's a complete loss of control. Not that there ever has been any, but complete loss of hope of control. That might happen. Just structured defense, whatever they can save, let it go past them. Get civilians out of the way, midnight evacuations, worst case scenario. The middle ground is some of these communities are impacted and some are spared by the weather, and they get other teams in here, and they save a lot of structures, even though a lot of the landscape is devastated. I think that's the middle ground. The best case scenario is the Red Sea parts in the sky, and there's also clear skies somehow with not much wind, and they get all the retardant they need. That buys them all the time they need, and there's minimal impact to the precious areas and the fires funneled around them. Or even staying small, and then all of a sudden we get torrential downpours and they're out. That would be the best case scenario. I just don't I don't see the best case scenario as likely. It's going to be middle ground or very bad, and just in my opinion. The wait and see time is here, but everybody in this area needs to know, just like what they said, the projected activity is to reach the areas where they said it would cause catastrophic damage within 72 hours, unless there's something extraordinary that happens. That's the projected incident activity. Expect that Three Rivers probably goes to a full-blown mandatory. Yeah, it's not a great hand of cards that we're dealt here. It's the chess game where the queen and king are vulnerable, and the fire has all of its pieces, and we've got 5 pieces, and we've called in for pawns and bishops and stuff to arrive, but will they get here in time? Bob Fraser, the drainage looks roadless between the fire and community. Just adding up the facts here. We've been trying to get a handle. Here's east of the Windy Fire. This is the gigantic 1 year ago complex. I keep forgetting what it's called now. East of the Windy. And the Windy, though, there's fewer gemstones at risk so far as communities and extremely old trees. The Windy is still, a big threat, but these two right here, the K and P. Bob, were you here this morning? I thought you were when we heard that chilling as anything community meeting from last night. I thought we were going to skim it. I thought it was a boring 45-minute meeting. No. That was some of the most, I'm just going to use the word again. It was sobering and a really, it was grim. I'll just put it that way. It was grim. So you have these images where we've been trying to figure out what's the best hope for the community. What are they dealing with here? And they said it, that there's not much hope for the situation, in other words, at the meeting. And the firefighter in the chat, in the room, pointing out stuff, she said basically and she was introduced herself as a firefighter in the region before. Not that I could make her out very well, but she said, "Please don't put anybody there." I'm sorry. Please don't put anybody there on the ridge between Three Rivers and the fire, because she basically said it was a death trap and we want you to live. It's not worth the structures. And the guy up on a podium, I'm so sorry I can't remember names right now.
546941.
Where's my picture? Oh, it was on Facebook.
5441.
I think she was referencing here. It's a death trap. My words, not theirs, but to bring that into a nutshell, this is a death trap. That's a death trap. Narrow roads and all that manzanita and stuff just ready to overwhelm. There's not enough time to masticate that or dose that or whatever you would want to do. So, I think this is looking to the south. Not that I'm familiar with this, but there's a reason this picture was used. I mean, with 140 people, what are you going to do? That rollout's got to be insane with the rolling debris that goes down the hills. That's where a pine cone can drop off a tree on fire and make it 5,000 feet below. You know? So that's all you've got for roads. There's a bunch of trails, but there's a reason no roads are ever made over here. It's some of the steepest and most rugged terrain on Earth, other than the Alps. So, what? Yeah, Dusty Smoke says current problems are lousy, inaccessible terrain, shortage of forces, mega drought, bad weather, limited amount of aircraft. Aircraft maybe can't fly now. They're running out of time. The lightning struck too close to the communities for them to have the luxury of time to call in resources from elsewhere and make a plan. They've got no ability to map the fire. It failed. This morning, at 4 and 5 in the morning and earlier, we saw another attempt at noon. It failed. They can't see through the smoke. They have no idea what the acreage is right now. They're going with their old numbers, and that's what this says right here. The most recent mapping showed the Paradise Fire at 807 acres. That was last night, or yesterday, and the Colony at 230 acres. Extremely smoking conditions under an inversion layer have prevented further mapping thus far today. So they tried 2 hours ago. They failed. You can't put crews in this and not even know exactly where the fire is. This has death trap written all over it in capital D's and T's. Okay, I'll just give you the link. It's 45 minutes long, and it's actually a very extremely sobering, oh my god, 45 minutes. I thought we were going to skim it. So, it was earlier in my broadcast, but you should probably just watch this yourself. Wait, there is a link here. But here's their Facebook page. Bob, this is sad. And you saw earlier this morning, right, Bob? I thought you were here. The nighttime activity of these fires. This was 6 in the morning. So let me play this sobering replay. We've been watching it actively burn at nighttime, trying to make pyrocumulus. It did it again last night to the point where I stayed up till 2 in the morning and still haven't slept, going, oh my god. And so here's 2 in the morning, 2:15. I went away and ended the stream, said I'll come back in a bit. I came back at 7 a.m. Because as soon as I saw what the cameras were doing at 6, I went, oh god. Okay. And so I got back online as fast as I could. And this is 5:45 in the morning. Bam. Black oily fuels. Little steam puffs as it chews through the vegetation and all the all the vapor is released. And this is not particularly wind-driven. This is dead calm, forecast for the foreseeable future with 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts on average, could be 25 up to 45 miles an hour in the coming days, or I don't even know if that's today anymore. Clove Candy, hey, how are you doing? Offshore winds expected to pick up next week. I sent you a Twitter link. Oh, thanks. I'm here sick and with a fever, and this is where the cam ends. The cam dies at 12:55. We can no longer see. That's the Windy Fire, which is just south of these two horrible fires, the K&U complex, the Paradise, and the other one. Blue Ridge is one of our best views at it, but it's just the smoke is going to prevent the aircraft. I mean, there was a helicopter, but I didn't check the altitude. It must have been high. But that's our visibility. Unless Three Rivers has a webcam that I'm unaware about. Yeah, so I'm Big Al 007. Hi, can I link a picture taken from Morro Rock on Twitter? It shows the fires burning from perspective. Absolutely. Here you go. Here's some temporary mod powers to post a link. So Bob, what you're looking for mostly in that video, if you haven't muted me already, is when the question and answer time comes up, a firefighter lady gets up in the back and she's hard to hear. But she said if the fire gets over the river, there'll be catastrophe, and the guy in the front goes, yes. So she says a couple other very on-point things, such as
Sierra Battalion 12.
You know, where you guys base camped at, and what's the trigger point for evacuation, and they're doing it with unfortunately with the old-fashioned way of, if the fire goes over this ridge, then we'll okay. So it's called milk something. I can't remember what it is. So sorry guys, I'm squinting at this small monitor. Yeah, Milk Ranch Peak doesn't have a lot to go to reach it. But if it reaches that, and I don't know if that Milk Lookout Tower is staffed, I hope it's evacuated. That's a trigger point for evacuating Three Rivers. At least a big portion. Because Shaded Relief tells a story of how dang rugged that is. And how reaching here just will be a especially for that community. That's Oak Grove, right? That's the barrel. That's the barrel of a gun, an avalanche slope, basically, for that community. So, not that it's much. I don't see a lot of structures. I don't know if it's a community, a campground, a ranch, or whatever. But that region is to be evacuated, which is that. And much of Three Rivers. So it's forecast for the next 72 hours to do this. Race up the hill, here's the vulnerable trees, and assault them from two directions. And get here, of course, in a canyon.
Firefighter 341-1, Sierra 7475.
Where it'll eventually try to go downhill. And then over here, bad news for Silver City. That may not make it. It's already evacuated. It gets on this ridge and the rollout just... I don't know if they'll try to man the stations and protect it or just leave. With 140 people, what can they focus on protecting?
Sheriff is calling. You're broken and unreadable.
No aircraft are above it at this time. So we're now kind of blind on the cams. There may be one at the Windy. Maybe they're just touring, trying to get a grasp on things. Oh yeah, what's that elevation? 7,000. That's actually very low to the ground. East of Porterville is the Windy, I believe. They're actually pretty far apart, sort of. But same thing with the lightning, you know. Oh, don't even tell me that, Dusty. A new fire near Cloverdale? Oh, man. Yes, Bob, exactly. Massive, dead and down, manzanita chaparral that's 6 feet tall. So on your western flank, you got the dry chaparral. There's a dividing line of about here. It's almost convenient. This is all deserty chaparral stuff. Bushes. You got your heavy, heavy, giant, massive, some of the biggest trees in the world that have ever lived. On this side, with a gigantic, massive amount of it dead already from beetles, previous year's fire, you got the massive, these massive burn scars which were not salvage locked. They have everything against them. And plus the recent Walker's fire, they're just... So what's it going to do when it finds that? Probably be doing anything at once until the rains and snows of November. Or something. We can hope for an early October something, but I don't know. I don't know that this area gets a lot of I don't know what their snowpack is like. I'm really unfamiliar with everything south of San Francisco. Haven't been there much. It's not looking good. I'm struggling to find bright lights and at the end of tunnels here. The only thing we can cling to is oftentimes the weather person is wrong. Things are a little bit better than we thought. But the fact that, okay, Cloverdale, okay, we'll switch to that. Breaking news. Okay. Which region is Cloverdale and the cams? I can't stand the, we hear they're running around. Ground crews are running around. What's the name of the cam? It's not in Greater Tahoe. What's the real region? Mendocino County. Not again. What's going on? North Coast. Okay. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, just give me the link. And I'll hit the button for, I just realized I can hit the button for, yeah, I know these, okay, there it is. I found it. It's right in front of my face. What the hell is going on in Mendocino County? Remember the suspicious fires by Healdsburg and the local representative that I tweeted on Twitter was asking people to be on the lookout because they were possibly suspicious in origin. They, I mean, this could be totally innocent and unconnected, but like, really, what the hell's going on? Could be sleeper fires from lightning. Did they say what's going on? Okay, which Geysers Road? Not that area again. A deja vu. That's when I covered the fires last year. Wasn't that one of the roads where the blast fire was at? Just play an hour? Okay. Is there something to listen to or broadcastify? Okay, breaking news. Some crap is hitting the fan again in Mendocino County. Mount Sanel or Sanel 1 cam. 1 hour time lapse. Thanks for that heads up, guys. McCutcheon fire. It has a name already? Okay. And it started less than an hour ago. Good catch. So much for me, guys, saying, you know what, I'm going to go take a nap because I need my rest. And no matter what happens, I need to get my rest. And I'm sure when I come back in 2 hours, we'll figure out, okay, never mind. This happens. Okay, so let's see if we have another cam. It could possibly be, yeah, there's not that many around here. Have they broadcast a reason for it? Okay, we can see a plume. But is the, I'm sorry guys, I did not follow up with what happened at Mendocino Lake being sick with the flu here. I really thought this morning I'd watch a couple boring videos, excuse myself and go to sleep. But that's a forlorn hope in fire mega drought. Yeah, I know, Randy. This is just so we were talking about the worst case scenario, all the aircraft that they could put on these in the wilderness to save the aircraft gets diverted to something new. Engine 341 back in quarters. That's the last thing we heard about Tulare County, Sequoia and Sierra National Forest. If somebody wants to monitor this for us as we switch to whatever's going on in Mendocino County, that's what I was listening to for the K&P complex. Let's try to find out what's going on with Mendocino. Deja vu. We were doing this yesterday. It's hard to believe that was just yesterday. Oh wow, I just found out the Edge browser has a tab group. That could save my life. Okay. Right click. Okay. Uncast it. And You guys have any evacuation info handy? You go immediately to their Facebook. Okay, Mendocino County Facebook. Deja vu, guys. In a terrible way. Nothing's hit it yet, I don't think. But if you haven't signed up for Nixle, oh, here it is, 4 minutes ago. Fire activity, Pine Mountain area of Geysers Road. Current fire in the area of Pine Mountain at Geysers Road, Hopland. Fires in the same general area as the previous rock fire incident. Fire and law enforcement personnel are on the scene. Please use situational awareness. Stay out of the area. So if you haven't signed up for Everbridge Nixle, that would be a great time in Mendocino County, as something is perpetually going wrong there, night after night, day after day. So really sign up for those around the counties near you as well, so that you can know if something happens on your county border. That's not a bad idea. So just wow. This is Groundhog Day. That's what Daniel Kearns keeps saying. Yeah, RJ, we had the most terrible community meeting that there could possibly mostly be about the K&P. The fire within the next 72 hours is expected from two different sides. Two different fires will converge upon where the great general trees are in Sequoia National Park in Kings Valley. Plus Oak Grove, it's not looking good for that region. It's not looking good for Silver City. It's not looking good for Three Rivers either. And down by the Indian Reservation, we just lost cams for the incredible volcanic explosive just starting to take off, sort of guys, I need blood sugar, I'm sorry. The windy fire. And now Mendocino County, just breaking news, just has a new fire, exact same spot where the rock fire was, pretty much, which is just all kinds of what? So we just said that the worst case scenario for the Sequoia area is a new fire starts today and aerial tankers are redirected. Well, about 5 minutes after I said that, new fire detected in Mendocino County. So it's going to be a day that we need a puppy. I think we all need to pet a puppy right now. It's good they're providing those to firefighters. General public needs an app or something. Puppy petting app. I think we should all mutually stroke a puppy right now. Just tell him he's a good boy. Okay, let's get some blood sugar and caffeine. I'm sorry, I forgot to actually press the button on the play button. I just went straight for the kitchen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I brought up Broadcastify and didn't do it. Okay, Bob says I'm on Safari. Not yet the day ain't over though, and my phone's hungry. Okay. Big Dog says Instant Web, hey, by the way, is reporting that standing dead timber is a major safety concern in the colony. Yep, absolutely. And they'll leave. Those big trees are on either sides of the road. That's the problem. And those snags are not just snags. They're like 500-year-old snags. Mega tree, dead tree snags at some point. And remember, this is some of the worst place in the world to fight a fire because The beetle killed 70 to 80% of the trees in some stands in the region. And then that's still a burn. That's not it. That was a different story time. But the insane girth of these fires, force, excuse me. We were looking at the, their size. Some of them are dead, just natural causes or otherwise, and some of them are not quite this big, but they're just dead. Can you imagine what a 600-year-old tree? How many thousands of hours that's gonna burn? I mean, technically, if it was unimposed and there's no rain, an old-growth tree could burn for months, just sort of sitting there. Of course, if the wind fans it up, it burns faster. So it's headed straight for the world's most sacred, oldest, and tallest trees, with a kind of incomprehensible loss to humanity as a potential here. So the great Sequoias, I guess we could. The problem is you can't when you have some things like that growing near the roads. I'm not saying that every road has these next to them, but they're mega. There's not a lot that they could do to even make those lines safe, that they wouldn't have to just abandon them. See what I mean? Beetle-killed giant sequoias stand out with their brown foliage amidst the nearby living green sequoias. September 2015. Here's canopy water content, and this is a general climate change article, but you can see the poor little dwarfed people, and sometimes that's the size of the dead tree. And here's them doing some good work here. Backfires and control burns. However, when the heck was this done? How long ago? That's not the risk. The sequoias are not at risk from ground fires so much. It's crown fires. It's fires in the canopy. And then there's a 2020 Castle Fire, and this is about what the landscape looks like in much of the region. Doesn't matter which fire it is responsible. This gives you an idea of the insanity. And that was before the brush growth of this here. Can you imagine a crew trying to hold the line with these snags on fire like this? It's just not going to happen. A tree that weighs as much as a 4-story brick apartment complex on a block. That thing, when it hits the ground, is going to just throw flaming shrapnel everywhere. There is no safe zone that I can possibly imagine on many of these roads. So they either did really good fire prep, and they might herd it around the giants, or it'll be hopeless. We just don't know. It'll be up to the weather. Dusty says if a burning snag like that falls downhill, it shoots downhill like a 10,000-ton torpedo until it hits the creek. Better not be below it. You're right. That you can't even be down a mountainside. I didn't even think about that. So we're looking for we are actively searching for positives. The only positive is that retardant lines have been holding the last few days. If they get a break in the weather, they could splash down more. They may have been burning some duff off the landscape. I don't know how recently. But the fact that a mega fire with a pyrocumulus will probably more likely than not erupt the moment that at least the windy fire reaches the burn scar. I have no idea. We have no idea how much wind that's going to produce. It's going to make its own weather. This is November 2nd, 2020 last year, but they're still smoldering after the cool, wet of November, This has had a year for all of their trunks to dry out. See, the trunks didn't burn. They were living at the time. It's a year later. It's a tinderbox of 600 to 2,000-year-old trees. So, yeah, Randy's saying done properly, a very large tree could fall like a feather. Done on its own, not so much. Right, and that would be a somewhat healthy tree. No barber chairing, inspected. It would take specialized crews. There's a lot that don't know how to fall an old growth anymore. Probably have to fly people like that in from Canada and kind of get some training. This is the kind of thing where they're so big that they had saws that were like 40 feet in diameter back in the day is what they did. I have no idea how you would even chainsaw anything like that. I have no idea. I wouldn't want to see any of them felled for any reason, but that's not even an option. You could work with thousands of people trying to improve a dozer line and trying to get these dead trees on the ground, and it would just take decades. So, there's now little bushes. This is a year later, all spring, all summer. The little bushes of wildflowers have been sprouting, and so there's it's not bare like these older photos. This does a great job of talking about historically low to moderate severity fires burned every 6 to 35 years in the groves. Shrubs and smaller trees were killed. Occasional patches of higher severity opened up a gap in the canopy where seedlings could establish. Yeah, that's the meadow cycle, which is good. But mega fires are not low intensity. They're not beneficial. They kill. And they erase the forest. And that's what we're facing within the next 72 hours. So I don't see any bright spots other than we could just get extremely lucky with weather, and they could, best case scenario, take one of them and kind of keep it away from a bad area. Get enough reinforcements from the valley to do structure defense and just let the landscape kind of do its thing. Prepare individual small communities or like little areas. Hey Isaiah, how are you? But RJ says, I remember, but everything looks grim, guys. But there's just nothing other than luck, fortune, chance, fate, God. Everything is stacked against a good outcome here. So we just have to relax, actually, and just observe whatever's going to be. RJ says, I remember back in '68 as a kid, Grandpa was involved in cutting down big trees that were not in national NPS property. You guys wanted to cut down medium-sized sequoia to make room for the oldest stands anyway. That's weird. You always have some unhealthies on the landscape, and putting them out of their misery just helps the rest of the landscape. Like a leaning tree is a dead tree. It won't survive. It's on a slow, long death. They'll fall over, shatter, die, and be a flammable thing on the ground. Like a very, very long, flammable, 1,000, not 1,000, but, a 600-foot-long mega flammable log ready to ignite everything living around it, right? So you don't want too much of that. You can always selectively just cull the unhealthy, the ones struggling with disease, and there's more water for the rest of them. They'll fight disease with sap. But if they don't have enough water, they don't make enough sap. It means they get infected. It means they die in mass, and that's what's happening. It's not just drought. It's not lack of water, so to speak. They can kind of go dormant and just kind of survive a drought. They can't survive this massive fungal infestation and just mostly becoming aware of this year. And the beetles, double whammy, as a result has been mass die-off. Not to mention the fires too, so there's mass die-off. Let's go back to our breaking news fire in Mendocino County. I'm going to go and Laura Cochran says thank you, and the zillions of modded contributors who are helping. Thanks for the pat on the head. When it gets so dire like that, this is what it becomes hard to do. Because I basically am like the surgeon telling people your community may not survive, the patient may not survive. Be prepared for the worst, because we don't have a lot of rays of hope here. It's going to be luck and chance. They'll do what they can, but they're not assembling fast enough. The crews coming to the Rocky Mountains are not going to get here fast enough. They need thousands of people on this immediately, and hundreds of aircraft. And well, there's new stuff breaking out all over the state, like here, and the other one in Mendocino County yesterday. Hey, you just turned 14, Isaiah. Hey, happy birthday! I hope you got some birthday money. Oh no, Laura. Had a neighbor commit suicide today. It shocked us. Wanted to publicly encourage people to reach out when they need help. People do care, but we can. Oh, I'm so sorry. You know, somebody tried to kill themselves at Susanville, and the guy shot himself and lit his house on fire. And this is really hard. You know, that was a couple of days ago, or last week. Yeah. And people can't read your mind. Reach out for help. There's no shame in healing. Yeah, absolutely. We all need it sometimes. First responders need it, especially. This has been one brutal year for them too. And the firefighters did. There's a high suicide rate, much higher than city firefighters, because they have a brotherhood to reach out to. You know, when wildland firefighters go back home, sometimes there's nobody around that has any idea what they went through. The death, the destruction, the crime, the seeing the horrors that you and I just don't see. Hearing the sounds. Their suicide rate is startling. So no matter what, just tell firefighters you're doing a good job. Even if you can't say something, we appreciate you tried. You're a saint, you're a hero. The rates of PTSD go lower, they go down relative to the amount of support of the community and perceived gratitude of the community. I've heard that before. Soldiers, whoever it is, no matter what they're doing, just say, hey, thank you. We appreciate it. And if anybody is feeling vulnerable, don't think that you should take action just because you run into a jerk. There are jerks out there, just like there are impalas out there and crocodiles. They just exist. They will spread hate and misery everywhere they go. Just like a predator just tries to attack everything it sees. Just because there's some predators out there, the vast majority are not like that. We, the normal animals, you know, the normal animals, like the impalas, vastly outnumber lion prides and crocodiles and stuff. So, yeah, crocodiles exist. Sometimes you reach out to the wrong person and they'll sneer at you or give you a bad time, and don't do anything but feel pity for that sorry piece of work. It just means that they're miserable inside, and spread it around. It's not a judgment on you. It doesn't reflect on you. It doesn't mean you have a problem. It doesn't mean you are the problem. It means they are the problem. They've got serious problems. Isaiah, the KNP is threatening the Sequoia National Park. I mean, we could lose our big trees or have them impacted in the next 72 hours. The community of Three Rivers in Tulare County. The complex is just two, basically, the Paradise Fire and the colony. Guys, I'm so sorry. I'm so low blood sugar. I did it again. I didn't turn on the radio. Here I am thinking that it was playing. So, I'm sorry. We should be turning on Mendocino County. Cal Fire, Sherwood, Brook Trails, and Little Lake, I guess. And then I just need to get food. But it's a sad situation. Isaiah, we watched. We found the right channel. Anyway, it looks bad at K&P, Isaiah. I'm so sorry that. I hope you have a good birthday. That's really awesome. My advice is maybe. Oh my God. My advice is.
24,601 Geysers Road, 24601 Geysers Road near Hopland. IC requesting 5 additional engines and 1 water tender. Port to the kitchen IC. Command 8 tactical city attack 2 at 1513.
Anyway, officially.
Did you copy that we're sending 1 water tender from Potter Valley Fire responding from Ukiah? Board copy 5 minutes ago, 1513.
6570, 6172, 6170, transport 1143 at scene. Go ahead with the additional resources still around.
Our acknowledges the call, awaiting staffing.
Alright, I'm going to spit it out before I go and heat up some food. I am advising the Three Rivers community that people should expect that they'll probably go to mandatory evacuations. We don't know when. But inform neighbors, make texts. It doesn't look good. We don't know when the community might be impacted, but it's the next 72 hours look really dire. And the most forewarning they have to prepare is the best thing. So I'm gonna go hook up some get some food.
45, Channel Creek Crew 4, Blue Ridge 1, and Utility 1152, and Water Tender 6391 responding.
Copy, and we're still trying to fill 2 additional dozers for a total of 3.
Affirmative. Transfer dozer 6140 has acknowledged trying to staff an operator. That would be a total of 4 with the request. We already had 2 dozers. That was the request, 4 dozers.
I copy. We'll keep it at 4 and break.
Oh, the moment that I don't want to say anything, they're just totally silent. Okay. I'm going to put on the scrolling information. I don't think we have any evacuation info yet. That's what I've been checking. They're just saying there's a current fire in the area of Pine Mountain at Geysers Road, Hopland. Fires in the same general area as the previous rock fire incident. They're on the scene. Please use situational awareness. That's not an evacuation message. That was 26 minutes ago, so I'm just going to try to type a quick scrolling message. Oh, I still have another Mendocino County one. Okay. What's this fire called again? See, Mendocino County Sheriff's Office social media for EVAC info. New fire. Pine Mountain area of Geysers Road. Same build area as the previous rock fire incident. Stay outload area. Stay tuned. What's it called again? The McCutcheon, thank you. So I'll title it. I didn't have to change Mendocino County. It was my evacuation info. I just sort of changed the time. It's the same county. I'm going to say stay tuned to official sources. All right. Let's see if I can get that a little bigger. Okay. I hope that's readable, and I suppose I have to keep talking as I go in the kitchen. I was hoping I didn't have to. Here's our cam image. What's going on? Thank you so much for that. What region? This is cam is North Coast, Mount mt.sanel, S-A-N-E-L. So I should be more clear about this, that for social media, evacuations may happen. I'll just say evac orders may happen to okay. Yeah, hit that like button. That will help me reach other people. Especially share the link to the stream about anybody, especially like Tulare County people. I have no idea I exist. I'm pretty popular in Tahoe and Lewis County now. But Bay Area, the glass fire was the last thing I covered, and I may have a lot of subscribers from the Bay Area, but not Tulare. I haven't had anything to do with it. Here, I'll just give you a. If you guys want a link, I can always just give it to you. So, guys, also, I was noticing that a lot of the regulars are not here anymore. And I was trying to figure that out, and I looked at the list of banned people. Why did somebody delete that comment? Why did somebody delete the comment about suicide? We were having a good conversation about it. Anyway, that's shouldn't have happened. But what I'm trying to say is I think some of those people should never have been banned. I'm starting to worry about when the heck did that happen, and it must have been when I was asleep. So from the moment...
Vortex 9114 is going to be in Route River Valley for a detail. Available. Right now, 14, 15, 22.
Yeah, this is like a support group. We can talk about, issues like suicide. That's okay. Just making that clear.
454, back. What's the tactical?
Got engine 5464, yes, not 2.
But if you ban anybody, please take note and keep a log, and like why? Because I know a lot of people really deserved it. Trolls, the pornography, spammers. But some people that disappeared apparently did so because they got banned. People who I wanted their advice, like radio experts, people who are really good and really nice. So I don't know what the heck happened. I know that a couple mods got hacked. A couple of them fell asleep on their phones and randomly banned people on accident. However, hiding a user on this channel is a permanent ban where they can't ever come back and say anything. It's not hiding for the day, it's banning them. So I have to now go through the huge list to try to figure out what happened. But I'm sick to my stomach about, like, oh no, how long have these people been banned? Like, is that why they didn't come back? I really don't know what happened. So let's try to keep that, as a, I mean, some people really should be banned. Like, the sneering, jeering, F-bomb dropping, it's just obvious. Anybody being a jerk, just ban them. However, if they said something that's against the rules, but like innocently you're talking about it, what? You should never have banned anybody for breaking chat silence. That should have been, oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, it's obvious trolls and stuff, but like, I saw a lot of names that I was like, oh dear God, and I have to go through the list now. And I know that 2 mods went rogue. One of them seemed to have split personalities. It was weird. One of them was, 2 of them were hacked. And those mods like came in the next day and were like, what do you mean my mod powers are gone? What happened? And I'm like, you banned people by the dozen last night on a rampage and wouldn't answer me. And they're like, I did? Yeah, that happened. So, yikes. All mods have the power to ban someone. All of them do. It's called hide user on this channel, and they can never come back, and I'm not notified when this happens. I told people to email me, and please do, if you are listening and you got banned. I will undo the damage or try. And I just had a sick feeling in my stomach that about 350 emails went to a hidden spam folder on my phone program that I had. And hey, what? Yeah, you're a survivor. You got banned like 5 times, but we always undid the damage. You are so right to be mad at that jerk, and I hope it makes you happy that I got rid of him for you, because you're valuable here. I don't care how knowledgeable somebody is. If they're a jerk, you're out of here. I had to ban people that had wonderful knowledge. They were contributing. They were regulars. They seemed friendly enough to me, and they attacked other people. And they wouldn't listen to the rules, and they would say stuff like this. Dixie fire is almost out, and that's when I just lost my cool. Because when they said that? They said it matter-of-factly, claiming to have their expert opinions. And they said it'll be out in a week. Guess when that was? That was like August 1st. We lost Greenville, I believe, on the 3rd or the 4th. I said, I said, I don't care. How helpful.
Unit 5285 will be as fine. They'll be on the roundabout fine.
I don't care. I do not care how helpful you are 364 days of the year. On one of them, if you are acting that way, giving people false senses of security, giving them the idea that they don't need to evacuate, you compromise the whole point of this channel. You get the hell out of it. And some of them, they just seem to use this channel as this mouthpiece for their theories, their personal theories about the fire that they decided should be expressed as a fact. Some of them just went around scaring people, saying, "Get out of this place right now!" And I was like, you know what? Ironically, the whole yelling fire in a theater thing is bad. Why would you do that with a wildfire? Screaming, "Get out now, get out now!" Oh, shut up. Tell people calmly what they should do and that they should be calm. So, if you don't cooperate with the whole purpose of the channel, you don't belong here. Don't care. If you graduated from Harvard with a degree and I know everything about fire, but that's the most educated and the most esteemed and the most qualified people. Unfortunately, people still think you need a degree or something to be an expert. I can't tell you how many idiots have degrees, because idiots that are good at memorization is basically a way to get ahead in academia. But the point is, you come with your qualifications and your claims of knowledge and experience, and that has weight. People, you can't err on the side of your competence. You've got to err on the side of caution and be an adult, mature human being and know that lives are at stake. If you don't have that, you don't belong here. Panic spreading, fear mongering, misinformation crap, I don't allow it. All sorts of that everywhere. You want to come here peddling your religion, that's okay to express prayer and support. I have to lay down the rules here. Of course, all expressions of goodwill are absolutely wanted. We need more of that in the world. More love, more support. Of course, you can say prayers sent and let's pray and all, whatever you want to do. Absolutely good. You want to say, repent! You sinners deserve your... Okay, I am going to ban you before you finish that sentence. No extra stress on anybody here. That's it. Some of the world's most traumatized people are here, who not only maybe lost family members, maybe lost friends in these fires, maybe lost an entire neighborhood of their friends, like in the case of Paradise or Russianberry Creek. This is going to be a safe place for them, no matter what. Anybody acting snide, anybody acting like a jerk, you're out of here. You just don't know how to be a decent human being, and I can't tell you how to be one. That's it. There's no I told you so's, no victim blaming, no whining about, oh, if only people who hug trees would have... Shut up. Why don't you go hug the people who hug trees right now, instead of whining? People who hug trees, go hug a logger right now, because a lot of them are firefighters. Instead of whining, come together, support, that's it. Or don't say anything. I don't know why that's so difficult for some people. And if you're a mod, you have to have thick skin. That's just the way it works. You have authority, and some people resent authority, and it's not to be taken personally. If somebody calls you a name or something like that, you don't have to take it. But I expect people to not stoop down to the level and exchange fire with the likes of those people. That's what they want. They want to stir up a controversy, and that's not what we're here for. Just to maintain the peace, encourage people, educate them, give them the info. That's it. That's it. And if I have to tell people more than twice now, I'm just kind of learning that they're just not going to get it. And they're just not right for the channel. There's just something mentally, emotionally wrong with them. I can be sympathetic, but that doesn't mean that I can tolerate it. And I did a lot of that. I'm now learning. I've never done this before in my life. I've never had 1,000 people in a room before, but heck, now learning. Okay, so yeah, I know. It's we're on our own when it comes to the leadership and the politicians. I don't get political. I don't tell people who to vote for or what's going to happen. But all I can tell you is that the presidential debate thing. None of them mentioned the fires when they were still raging in the West. They weren't out yet. So the only thing I have to say about the current batch of leadership is they're politicians, not leaders. Time for new blood. That's all. The person to look for is going to take responsibility and play instead of playing the blame game.
Power force will be 1152 and 1155, we're out of Angel 1152, Angel 1155, 1533.
That's it. They'll have a plan instead of, I don't know. That's it. Just those two things. I don't care if there's a DR or anything else by your name. You meet those qualifications. You listen to experts, form plans, build bridges, shake hands.
Howard Forest, Blue Ridge 1 has been.
Heal
Blue
wounds.
Ridge 1 1533.
Who has those qualities? Vote for them. That's all I gotta say. Exactly. We need some leaders and not some politicians, and just go to the next candidate and next one until you find somebody that will have those qualities. Like a real American, you know. That's it.
Number 14, go ahead.
Exactly. Oh, J.E. Cat, take notes, guys. Please take notes and draw things to my attention. If you're unfairly attacked by anybody, allow me the pleasure of laying down the law, because I can verbally do it. If somebody comes in here to cause trouble and attack people, I'll give them the dressing down that they so desperately need. Or sometimes, if they're looking for attention, I'll give them the lack of attention and just give them the gray rock. Like, oh, okay. Okay. You're not here to take abuse. You don't need it. And causing trouble here is not allowed. Hey, RJ, yeah, come on back and see us. Somebody comes in here, they should read the purpose of the channel in the description of the video. We don't do anything, we don't discuss anything that divides or has no solution. There's no downer talk. Oh, we're all doomed. Okay, maybe you belong in that Aliens movie or something with the whiny Marine that everybody hated. We don't allow weird doomsaying stuff. Repent. Oh, shut up. That may be good general advice, but for somebody who wants to hear it, maybe. In fact, you know what I say, the guys who say that? I say, guess what? Comforting victims is God's work. Taunting them is the devil's. Maybe you should repent. Just saying. What are you doing? And then I ban them. I don't really wait for a reply because I don't want one. You know? Game over, man. Game over. I sometimes do a good impression of that one. But who will be the decider? Well, I don't know. Who you decide, right? But if you can remember the names of the people that really were a problem, really bothered you, or really shocked you, like there were some people that behaved well for a long time until they revealed true colors. And you know that happens.
Engine 5285
The positive thing here, and I'm sorry I get upset about these things, not the whole point. I want to go back to soothing mode. Is that I hate hearing about this. We actually built here a really.
Engine 61 responding, shift mandate zone 12, tactical CDF TAC 2, incident, McCutcheon, 1538.
Are we going to see aircraft? Oh! I must have missed it in the kitchen. Did you see the splash? Anyway, the point is, we built a really awesome community. We actually haven't had that many problems relative to the amount of views on the channel. Some of the videos get, like 30,000 views. And so having having 100 people banned or something means that less than 1% of anybody who comes in here is a troll or a troublemaker or a bot.
Howard 4, water tender 5493 responding.
Cool.
Responding 1538.
Command 8, TAC 2, 5493, copy.
Well, yeah, Budgie, I don't bring that up. That Marine was a great character, and he wasn't wrong, was he? Oh, that's savage. That's dark. Let's rewind and see some tanker action.
5160, 1539.
But the moral of Aliens is that they ignored all kinds of danger and did what they wanted to without listening to Ripley. Like every Greek tragedy, there's a way to avoid the tragedy beforehand, and that will always be ignored. And then you have the disaster. They should have just listened to Ripley. And well, she should have asserted herself a little bit better. She kind of mumbled about how an alien, they sort of popped out of my friend's chest at some sort of a diner, a cafeteria, and she's like mumbling about it, and they're like, whatever, an alien. And she should have been like, it burst from his chest, bespattered us all with blood, hissed like some sort of a jungle cat, leapt upon somebody, ripped their face off, it had acid blood, and, and then like, well, that may have gotten their attention. But, like I said, the game over man thing, that was great. I never really thought about it, but now that I do, I think Aliens is based on the framework of a Greek tragedy. Yeah. Yeah, Smitty. Oh, God. I'm now feeling kind of a sick feeling in the stomach. People from the community
Howard Force, Command 812.
didn't understand chat silence and would get banned for talking. Oh, my God. Okay, please email me with details about this. I've been looking through the thousands of emails I got. Some of them are just pure ridiculous spam. Some of them are like fake. And then you get to the bottom of it, and it's like a weird story, but then it's like obviously like generated, which is trying to trick me into clicking links and stuff. I did tell people if you got banned on accident, because I thought it was the ones like from the hacked mods and the butt ban.
McCutcheon IC, Howard Force, Command 8.
The phone in the pocket and sitting on it, that was a funny one.
Howard Force, Hutchinson IC, Jeff traffic. Affirmative, McCutcheon IC, Howard Force, North Officer just informing that there's a golf strike team available by Blue Ridge Inquiring if there's a need for them on the incident. Otherwise, we might try to grab them for unit coverage.
What's a golf team?
Go ahead and use them for unit coverage for now. Alpha copies 1542.
What's the difference between Alpha and a golf strike team? And what's the third one? I forget. The Peyron Grove is actually being burned in the Windy Fire. I sent this hybrid map to me. Okay. You could have a fire in Sequoia, but not in one of the groves. But the grove, the General Sherman, like that is what is in immediate danger. It's on the doorstep, and it's within 72 hours supposed to be assaulted from 2 different fires on 2 different sides. This is the one we were talking about. This is the General's. Right here. Look how close. And the 72-hour outlook on InstaWeb says. Really?
Copy, not 8515, the type 1 IA target.
Broadcastify? I'm supposed to have a volume slider for left and right channel. The fire is on one and police are on the other. They'll occasionally overtalk each other unless I delete one channel or turn one channel off. And I can't believe it. I'm a premium member. Wow, I have to really. I have to press a lot of buttons to simply get a left and right channel slider. Please bear with me. Choosing my state. As much as I love Broadcastify, this is a really bad website. Behind a paywall is the ability to turn off left and right channels so that they don't talk over each other. Like in emergencies, really? You do that to people? Make the police and the fire talk over each other with no way to just simply move it? That's why scanner radio is just frankly better. If you have it on a device like a phone. It has that for free. Oh my god, adding the feed just failed. Okay, County, Mendocino. We're listening to Brook Trails in Little Lake. And play. Okay. I now have the thing set up. I should be able to, if it gets hectic, I'll turn off police. But right now, police would be talking about evacuations, so we'll try to keep it around. Yeah, Bob was saying there's 33 different groves of giant sequoias. Yeah, but there's only one General's Avenue with the biggest, and that's under immediate threat. As in, I mean, as soon as tonight. That's what's so sad. And Bob, there's nothing that stops a fire once it tears through there, if it does. There's nothing to stop it from going to all the other ones. Like, it's, I mean, except snows and rains. Or miracles, you know. So, let's see. Oh, I did the incorrect spelling. Okay.
Engine 1449, Howard Force.
Confirming it's going to be access going to be off of Blue Ridge Product Road.
What is that?
I'm going direct with McCutcheon IC.
Hold on, let me fix echo. I found it. I found the problem. Okay, here we go. It's going to sound a lot less Star Trek right now. Okay.
Howard Force 6501.
Okay. Brand new fire on Alert County, Alert Gold County cam on North Coast. Oh yeah, I think this is the only one really showing it. But if we have another one, do let me know.
Howard Force 6501. Chief 6501, Howard Force. Open out McCutcheon IC. The one engine is going to go up Blue Ridge. Don't have them go that. Have them continue. And be on Geysers Road, and then make a left up Pine Mountain Road to Green Road. That's going to be the most direct route. So just confirm, are you trying to get hold of Howard Forest or resources at scene? Trying to get a hold of Howard Forest. They had an engine down off Geysers Road looking for directions. Go direct with engine 1479. Copy.
Hey, Tobias Peak 1 is still down.
Force engine 1479 copies traffic. Thank you.
Let me check the one that has adjusted the buck one again.
Howard Force 9114 available. Transfer 1142 Howard Force.
So what's bad is I don't remember who everybody is. There's some names I recognize that I seem to remember them as good people in the chat, and I can unban them, and I don't know exactly how to reach them or tell them.
Transfer 1142 Howard Force, go ahead. Command 8712.
I run the risk of unbanning some trolls. So if you mods would give me an email, or if you can remember the specific names of people that did atrocious stuff, please let me know. And why such and such happened. Like, why did you ban somebody? And please keep some logs, paper and pencil notebooks about what's going on. And kind of like next time we meet, give me and say I have a report for you or an email. That would be pretty good. Because the sad thing about this is we've got 114 people now. That's nothing. That's an easy chat to moderate. As hits the fan, we're going to have 1,000 people trample right back in. Opus Singer says, I've been good. Yes, you have. Weren't you accidentally banned once, too? I think almost everyone was accidentally banned once. Just by the fact that the screen rolls by so quick. But I really wish that YouTube would be better at this. Like, I should have a report. Not only should I have chat histories so I can Control F search them, I don't. Chat histories are never saved. If I go to sleep and I wake up, it's 16 hours long. I have 4 hours of missing chat that will never come back. Anything beyond the 12th hour. So I walked in and people are like, "Oh, there's something going on." I have no idea what that is.
Howard Forest, strike team 9122 Golf, entering the unit. Highway 20 westbound.
Yeah, Yeah, Morris got banned, and I said, guys, don't. He's a gentle joker. Morris is one of my first 5 people to ever support me.
122's off. Head towards Parliament Fort Camp.
Just remember.
From Parliament Fort Camp, information, we have a single ink Gill River Crew 3 also in town. They'll be with us. There's a total of 3 crews.
Our first copies will notify the camp 3 crews. 1552.
Just remember that sometimes people are joking. And all innocent questions are allowed. Sometimes people are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. I'm not joking. That is the age of a lot of people in here and those listening. So if they read something that might actually frighten them, because they could be a 9-year-old, and said, did space lasers cause this? You don't immediately ban or shut them down. You just say, well, no, and Kathryn can explain why LiDAR can sometimes be confused with that. Never assume anybody's an adult. Never assume somebody is of mental capacity like you and me. There can be some pretty frightened, special people here. Okay. So Smitty, please inform me of that in an email. Dusty says I didn't ban Morris, just gave him a jaundiced eye before he swatted me. Now other people straight up banned him. You got banned like several times, Morris did. I should probably, I try to illustrate the safe list of people. Those with sarcastic humor, which is funny. Yeah. Serene Sapphire, do you have 2 accounts, by the way? Do you have 2 accounts, or is that... At one time, did you have another Serene Sapphire account? I vaguely remember that, but like I said, I have a fever. I don't see the plume on the Buckrock cam. Maybe I should just play it. It was mentioned earlier. Still a lot of haze. I'm hoping they'll get aircraft on this. Oh, excuse me. Okay, you do have 2 devices. Okay, good. That's pretty funny, Dusty, anyway. But I definitely should be informed whenever it happens going forward. I thought YouTube would generate some sort of a list. I mean, almost all chat programs do. I'm so flabbergasted why I can't even save chat from my own videos. So somebody, and this is why I get kind of angry, if somebody randomly deletes a comment that's totally okay, it's because I will never see it again in my life. When YouTube processes the video, deleted comments won't show up. Ever. Like they never happened. If I read them out loud, like the suicide comment about reaching out to people for help that just got deleted for some reason, I read it out loud and we'll have a record that ever happened. But the person who said it is missing forever. The content of the message is missing forever. But it's a hard job, and I'm not meaning to be complaining. It's just I appreciate my mods so dang much. They deserve all the praise. But we did have some bad ones. It was my fault for promoting them. We did have
Wisconsin Air Attack Howard Force Command Base.
Misunderstandings. And 2 of them got hacked. So
22 Golf Howard Force, local 1012.
I'm just scared that those people won't come back.
Can you place a call to the command center?
We're going to pull into Howard Forest here shortly. Somebody's called.
Well, Smitty, we want to take that to emails. In fact, I'll just call you. because this is not the place to talk about other people. Like, it's bad leadership skills that when you have, like, if I'm the boss and I have managers, you don't dress down people in public or have that conversation or even make them feel uncomfortable in chat because they're being talked about in chat. You know, like, this is not a public discussion. It's not appropriate. Humiliation, like in chat or whatever, is something I reserve only for those who really deserve it, who are attacking me, attacking somebody else, or just being an overall putz.
Sherriff 1558.
And I try to skewer them with humor instead of like just like being mad. Yeah, the other, like, I was proud of myself the other day. The guy saying, he first showed up saying, "Oh, I wish I could be your doctor and give you some good medicine. You sound like you're ill." And I'm like, "I'm okay, dude. It's cool." I'm just explaining why I sound like I have a stuffed up throat, you know, and then I explained the onions thing, and then he goes, "Actually, you don't need medical attention. You need a shrink and a psychiatrist." And I just went, "Yeah, we could all use a frontier psychiatrist." That was a good comeback, I thought. You know, and then banned. But that, oh, am I on the wrong? Okay, sorry guys. See, not completely competent with the fever. Let me, no wonder there's no fire. I don't see a plume. We're looking the wrong way. Thank you. This was just one of my tests to see if you're all in your game. Alert, aware, situational awareness. Dusty passed the test. The rest of you failed. I'm kidding. Let's go. Last hour is still quite smoky. We'll go back to looking at the other Mendocino thing in a sec. Yeah, that's okay. I'm just saying I want you to name somebody, but please take that to emails with me. So, oh no, you're not, Laura. That's okay. That's okay. I was just expressing frustration with, I wish, here I am, I don't have the power to unhide comments. You'd think I do. I can't do it. When someone's timed out, I cannot untime them out. I have no idea why YouTube is like this. I've been moderator for Twitch and other platforms, and you just, well, can undo what happens. There's logs about what happened. You can leave your channel unattended for 6 hours, come back and know exactly what happened, and export it. Know what everybody said at all times, and verify what argument somebody had. See who was out of line and deal with it. YouTube is astonishingly bad. So people keep telling me to go to Twitch, and I understand why now. But here's the problem. It's, what baby boomer has ever heard of it?
Smoke report with a lat long. If you guys are able to check it out, otherwise I can send co-op. General location. Gonna be approximately, it looks like 2 miles in the Sonoma County side near your incident, far enough for North Officer Inquire. Okay, I may send the tanker out there right now. So give me the lat long real quick.
Oh, lat long. Hang on.
38 degrees, 56.00. 122 degrees, 57.07. Copy 385600, 1225707. Firm. And then also inquiring if there's any update on acreage.
Yeah, it's
probably maybe 10, 12 acres right now, retardant all the way around the fire. The progression is slowed down. The forward rate of the forward progress is getting real close to being stopped.
Air Force copies, 602.
I hope so, Dusty. There's been a lot of retardant here. I hope the retardant is winning. It hasn't grown huge, but then again, is red flag extended to Mendocino County, or is it just up in the north coast? Current red flag warnings. Let's just look at the master map thing. If it was red flag, I would think it would already be mega right now. Yeah, only what is that, Siskiyou County? No. Humboldt. Is that okay? Lower Middle Klamath and Upper Smith. Okay. Del Norte, Northeast Humboldt, and Western Siskiyou County. A building ridge of high pressure and offshore winds will result in critical fire weather conditions. Okay. It is in place until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, what? Wave, can you email me? I think I know who you're talking about. And boy, I kicked him so hard.
Med 50 medical officer response, 181 Pearl Street, 181 Pearl Street, cuff Humboldt Street, 44-year-old female, hip pain, command county fire red, technical calculate 1604.
What? Hit by a fire engine? Is that what was said? I just missed that. Exactly, Serene.
Sorry, Force Medic 9150 responding. Back 9150, 1605.
I'm waiting for the day when YouTube allows us to have our own custom chat with our own setup. Maybe they'll never allow it, but we need better tools than this. This is like trying to control. I don't even know how to describe this. This is like trying to walk a bunch of tigers on a leash. You know, this is not really working. Yeah, I don't know what the current wind conditions are. They're hitting it with the splashes. Flapping Wings, are you okay? Were you one of the traumatized victims of the mod rampage that here's the thing, they were crafty. Whoever the heck was out of control. Mostly when I was asleep. But instead of mature reaction, I just walked into people hating each other. I actually don't know how you would know if you've been banned. I guess you just can't chat. I don't think there are any YouTube bots, but you're right. I should do something. Are there YouTube chat bots? A stream chat bot? Oh, really? They exist? I didn't think YouTube allowed such a thing. Streamlabs. Customize commands. I don't think that YouTube does question mark commands like Twitch does. Like, and people tried it out. Things like song requests and stuff, that's just not YouTube. That's going to be a Discord thing, or Twitch. Sound effects, I can't see that working.
Howard Force.
Yep. We had Tanker 85 go to the last long UTL. Call that one. Nothing else.
Howard Force copies 1608.
I want a chat bot that will just record the chat so I know what the heck we're missing, especially after a long stream. I used to have an extension for the browser. It no longer works. But that's if I'm using Streamlabs. Yeah, I'll look into it, but I hope so.
Howard Force.
So you can't even see the stream if you're banned? I thought it just allowed people, you just can't chat. Really? So people desperately wanting evacuation info cannot see my stream? If they dared to say something during chat silence? Oh my god. I'm just hoping that isn't true. Oh my god. Foodie, I'm sorry. How many live fires do we have now? There's like, I was reading the master list. The ones of crisis right now, other than the Dixie and Caldor. Sorry, that was a long time ago you said that. Try to get my attention with an app mention. 3 of extreme danger in Tulare County. The French is still there, but not much of a factor. They're winding it down. I never even got a straight answer as to what happened yesterday here at Mendocino County, and just about the time things are winding down, the new crisis kind of hit with the explosive mushroom cloud type growth on the fires up in Tulare County, and we heard the grim outlook. That just doesn't look good at all. If anybody does know anybody in Tulare County, Three Rivers, just tell them. I think that they really should just start making their preps. It's probably going to go mandatory. I don't know when, but it could be as early as the middle of the night, or tomorrow, or whenever that fire gets on that peak, that milk peak, because it's at its doorstep right now. So I think everybody, if you know anybody in Tulare County, should be, never assume anybody knows this stuff, but tell people that there's no good news for the protection. There's no good news for the protection of those communities in the special places like the Sequoias. There's only really bad odds stacked against everyone here. Mostly it's time. There's just the lightning. Just tell them to prepare. A miracle could save the day, but that's about what it would take. Extreme luck with the weather, just that sort of thing. There's nothing that they can do right now. I'm just sick that we don't have our cam that was showing the amazing. This is what was happening at 6 in the morning. I was like, oh my god! I expected around 2 to 6 p.m. for this to blow up, if the wind picks up and if the sun comes out. Well, what we have images is it's starting to blow up. right this, and the cam died at 12:55. So we've been without it for 3 hours.
Southwest Medic 9150 at scene.
And here's what it was doing at 6 in the morning. I mean, a fire that active at 6 in the morning, it's just bad for the rest of the day. These retardant lines are holding it in place, but it's like a gorilla with rabies shaking at its cage right now. If they don't drop more retardant, it is going to break free. So this is the biggest concern I have, other than the KNP, which is in Tulare County. This is the other one, further south. This is oh man, I need more blood sugar. Guys, I wanted to say Whisper. That's not. It's not Walker. The Walker is next to it. Just shut up and eat. Let me open up my millions of InstaWeb tabs. The Windy fire. Oh, there's an update on it 34 minutes ago. Let's see if InstaWeb has anything new. But we need to spam refresh Tulare County to see if there's EVAC info and anything new at all. Because that's one of those grim videos I've ever seen. If you didn't watch it, you have to go here and find out why we're so alarmed. The whole discussion of it being a firefighter death trap. And all the fire has to do is cross one river for catastrophe, and it's basically forecast to do that within the next 72 hours. We've been looking for hours for bright lights at the end of this tunnel, and there just aren't any to be seen. There's not enough time. There's not enough people. There's not good enough weather. Stop these fires from doing whatever they want.
Howard Forest, transfer 1145 at scene, McCutcheon's incident.
And just when we said, one of the worst case scenarios is other fires breaking out today and all the resources going to those instead of that. Well, I think it was about 10 minutes later this one broke out.
Howard Forest, 9151 at
Thanks, Terry. Hey, come back. Come back. I think hiding user on this channel just means they can't talk. I'm trying to verify that right now. But hey, Terry, at least you're one of the people that didn't get banned. You know what probably happened is people who donated to the stream probably got banned. I'm just starting to get that sick feeling in my stomach. I need to cross-reference the donators and their names with the ban list. And, oh God. Yeah, YouTube Creator Academy just says they can't comment. I think they can still see the stream. And it's a blank page. The help page is a blank page, YouTube. How to handle inappropriate comments. Here are the actions you can take. It says blank. Okay.
Howard Forest. Do you have any ETA or fill information on the water tenders?
water tenders en route. We're responding for the last hour. Water tender is 6190. Water tender is 6391. We're responding for the last 40 minutes. Water tender 5493.
Howard Forest, McFarland, I see you're broken. I copy 3 water tenders responding for the last hour.
Kathryn, I see additionally one of the water tenders has a 40-minute en route time.
I copy. Do the remoteness like to order additional 2 water tenders for a total of 6.
Confirming an additional 3 for a total of 6. We've got 3 en route.
Affirmative. Your last transmission was broken. Like to have a total of 6. If 3 are already responding, an additional 3. We might not utilize those last 2, but until we get water tenders in here, I'd like to start an additional 3 this way.
Kathryn, I see Howard Forest copy. We'll work on an additional 3 water tender requests. 1618.
Okay. There are additional gaming and live streaming tools from third parties. Learn more. Hopefully they'll tell me whether or not I can get some good bots in here. And then hopefully we'll never have to deal with cam girls again. Discord is considered a tool. That has nothing to do with you, YouTube. Game Wisp gives YouTube subscription tools to interested monetize their audience. IFTTT.com, a third-party free web-based service that connects different app services and devices together. Okay. I don't think this is too helpful. Nightbot. Maybe that's it. That's the only thing I've heard that possibly could work on YouTube. I've had bad experiences with them being ridiculously stupid on things like Discord, though. Ooh, I like this feature, though. Fully searchable chat logs are available, allowing you to find out why a message was deleted or why a user was banned. You mean by the bot? Oh dear. That's all we need is a rogue bot running around. Oh, honey, I use Discord every day, buddy. Problem isn't that I don't know about Discord, but thanks for the idea. I can't police it. And right now Discord is full of the scams, which they're not getting a handle on. So here I am, a member of, like, I don't know, different 200 different Discord channels. And all of a sudden there's all this, don't click on these links. It hijacks your Discord account and you'll never get it back. And I'm like, what? And they don't have a control over it, but it's true. with a couple of innocent link clicking, such as the baby boomers who would, if they ever installed Discord and ever came in, or anybody else. I don't want to be on a platform that will get somebody's computer destroyed or hijacked, or get their Discord account yanked away from them. Discord really needs to take their security a lot more seriously. They have been DDoS'd too many times, just where the whole service goes down. They've allowed all sorts of phishing scams, and whatever they're doing to police it's not good enough. Well, here's the thing. I can barely be here and look at chat. I can't police more platforms. Can you imagine the problem with mods trying to police Discord? Terry says, no cam girls. I'm upset. Just be joking. I'm not on, yeah. Yeah, you're awesome, Terry. Yeah, but Budgie, it's another bag to hold and juggle when I'm barely dealing with this one. When I put my Discord up, it'll be a select few people invited. Otherwise, it'll be a S show. The emotional maturity of people on Twitch and Discord is generally extremely lacking. The amount of sharks and hackers is very high. And spammers and bad actors. I think maybe I should be able to answer all emails first, get to that point where I can even handle emails. Exactly, Serene. Look up the definition of Discord. And I've been frustrated with just how dang stupid and difficult it is to use. It's way better than Skype. It has this crystal clear communication. You can stream and show your desktop. You can sit there and watch movies together. And I've done this with friends all around the world where we just put on a movie on Amazon, YouTube, anything, Netflix, and we just watch the movie together. It's incredible. We all talk just like I'm talking right now, but other people would be speaking in the channel. And it's really great. It's crystal clear. It doesn't screw up like Skype does. But here's the thing. Even I get lost in the interface, and I build computers for a living. And I teach people how to use them. And I forget just how many dang buttons I have to click just to get a stupid screen off of full screen or showing up weird. I have to give people extremely detailed instructions. Upper left-hand corner, there's a weird thing that looks like a video game controller. And then you click that, and that's actually your home. And that's where you see your other channels you're a part of. And you can see the other servers. And then that's when I lose everybody who's above the age of 25. And they go, yeah, whatever.
Engine 1497, 1626.
And I have to explain to people it's extremely difficult to use. It changes all the time. It's really finicky. It's full of sharks and hackers and hucksters. But definitely you should use that so we can watch a movie together. It's just like, oh God. And here's the thing, Budgie. I've set them up before too, but you know that I cannot turn off notifications, no matter what setting is done for some channels.
Okay, tonight, see water tender 5493.
And I'm an expert user, so just wow, you know. But I do Discord every single day of my life. I have no idea why they made the world's stupidest interface. Every option is hidden behind some weird icon that doesn't look like anything. In fact, when I've tried, I think it would be awesome. Right now, I set up my dad's classic car server. I said, Dad, use this link.
Tender 6190 at speed.
Hang on.
1627.
I said, Dad, use this link. And all you have to do is put on your headphones and press that button, and you can dial anybody that you know on Discord. Their little green light says they're online. Any time of the day. Just say, hey, you want a Discord? And they go, sure. And you and 12 other or 25 other friends interested in cars can just sit back, browse the internet for classical cars, discuss them, play a movie, whatever you want to do. It's free. It's crystal clear. You put on your headset. You walk around the house. You stay in touch.
Kathryn, I see water tender 5493.
It's amazing. And it really is amazing.
Giant Medical, South Orchard. Now 14 medical officer response 275 South Orchard Avenue, the dialysis center. 275 South Orchard Avenue. 43-year-old male, diabetic issues. Commander at Central Count Board. Stand by for second dispatching your tire break.
I'm sorry, I'm stressed, so I sound like I'm complaining. I'm just extremely frustrated because my dad, who's socially isolated during COVID and elderly, could be like the way I'm coping, just talking to the rest of the world. And, okay. That's it. Alright. I turned off the left channel. That was medical. I'm not dealing with those sounds anymore. Hang on a second. Is that medical and fire and police on the other one? Oh man, hang on. The right is the local fire department. The left is Mendocino County, CDF Red, Blue, and Command 8. What's CDF Red? Blue and Command 8. Is
9111 responding to Shelby. 9111 1630.
Now as far as 6881 responding East County.
I mean, that's an engine responding. I don't know.
Entering the county from the south.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be blocking some fire traffic.
Alright, boys, Medic 9114 responding. Medic 9114, 1631.
No, Buck Rock is Sierra Nevada and Foothills.
Howard Forest, Medic 9111. Certainly that's going to be the RV park or the wall park. I believe it's the RV park. Got it.
Well, thanks, Alan. Okay. Hey, Lori, thanks for coming. Come back and see us. Yeah, Alan says I'm trying to prioritize if I should order retardant or food.
11 Hawk Forest. RP stated trailer number 6. Copy that. That sounds like the order. That's 1632.
No, Budgie, it's not possible to mute some Discord channels. no matter what you do.
Chamber 9151, 1632.
I'm not complaining because it's hard to use or I'm irritated about how many buttons I have to click. I'm saying it's broken. I have done all the steps for some channels.
Transport 1145, Command 8.
Thanks, Alan.
I'm down here with the rest of the Are there any of the other transports? What are your wishes? You want me to unload and start trekking in?
Yeah, affirmative.
Fire Force 9150, can we get fire dispatch to this call?
Now, you guys aren't understanding what I'm saying, and I'll get to the point in a minute. You're telling me like I haven't used Discord for like a decade.
Wildlife Fire additional response to medical offer response 181 Pearl Street, 181 Pearl Street, Costa Humboldt Street, 44-year-old female, hip pain, Mac 914, correction, Mac 950 at team requesting fire, 1633.
Without Discord, I would have gone insane during COVID. I didn't see another human being except out my window for approximately 7 months. It was, and I did self-imposed quarantine before it was cool. I began that December. Went out to the grocery store twice. Managed to pick up COVID in February. And then I had it for what seemed like 2 months. It was just a weird, long experience. I lost track of time and lost any ability to be logical, and so I can't quite clearly remember. What I'm trying to say is that Discord is one of the most powerful, amazing things for social connection. Oh, God's sake, I can't talk. Okay.
Good. Well, we always make access to trailer to confirm that it was unoccupied.
No, just no. I'm sorry. I'm too stressed out for that screeching sound that's coming from Mendocino County. We'll just observe this wildfire in its natural habitat, and if anything looks like it's getting out of control, then we will turn on the radio. But I'm sorry, that's about as much as that sound as I can take. So don't worry. We'll be monitoring it on the cams. That's really all that I can tolerate right now. I'm frustrated because once again, up all night, sick, fever. I figure I'll just get on in the morning, say, here's what's up. And just as I was about to go crawl in my sick bed again, there's new fires. There's new crisis. There's mushrooming clouds. There's the most horrible prognosis that one of the worst I've ever read from a community reading, and the outlook for the KNP. It's one of those I don't want to go to sleep. Are these going to break out any moment? And then there may be immediate evacuation concerns. There may be huge pyrocumulus clouds forming, at least for part of the afternoon. It may not happen. It may still sit there in the retardant. But we could have just one spot just wreak havoc. This is another real hard day. Tomorrow is probably more likely when all hell will break loose, if and when that comes. Aircraft was their best hope for today. I don't think we're going to get it. From not only all of it being over at these other fires right now by Cloverdale, But, I mean, there's one fire by Cloverdale, the one we're looking at. There's a bunch of Caldor, of course, but it's the smoke. And there's only so many aircraft. We got nothing there. Just the spotter plane. So I'm extremely worried. I found out about the fact that a lot of people, I've been waiting for them to come back to the stream. I've been asking for their help. They've been offering it to me. Got banned. The radio experts, the people walking through, setting me up with a camera, probably people that donated to me, got banned. I don't know what the heck exactly happened. So I'm just scared that I won't be able to get to the bottom of it and undo that damage. The thing about Discord is, just to finish that dang thought, is it's one of the world's most comprehensive, amazing programs that nobody's ever heard of it above the age of 40. It's like Skype, but it's better, and you can just click of a button, share your entire screen. If you're playing Netflix, you watch Netflix together. If you say, I have a computer problem, what's this? Have you ever seen this error before? And then I solve people's computer problems by walking them through it. They can show me the problem. I can tell them what to do. Or I could demonstrate on my own computer. Here, push of a button, boom, now you can see my screen. Here's how you solve your computer problem. It's marvelous. It's completely genius. It does noise canceling, so even if you have a leaf blower or something going on outside, Skype is going to give you mostly a leaf blower and horrible feedback noises. And if you sneeze on Skype, you have to restart the call. It's just ridiculous. It's horrible. And nobody uses it anymore for that reason. But Discord is like crystal clear clarity with automatic noise reduction in the background. If somebody's too soft, you can turn them up. If somebody's too low, you turn them vice versa, turn them down. And then it has all these features that are incredible. Mostly works 99% of the time pretty well. Unless you're on Windows 7, in which case you're screwed. But here's the deal. You need to go to medical school to figure out what the interface is and does and how it works. And no matter how many guides you look at, like to do a simple thing, like I don't want to hear any notifications from this channel. Like some of them I just joined because they were funny. But I really don't care when this kind of irritating nasally guy who's cool though back when I met him on the East Coast, when he goes live every 4 hours, I don't care. I don't watch his gaming streaming. I just like to say hi to him every once in a while. But he has a kind of a voice that he puts on a crazy sound effect thing like Steve Urkel. And that's cute for his comedy. A lot of people like that. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know when he goes live. I don't want to watch his show. I just want to say hi every once in a while. And it just spams me every day with about 254 messages. The little notification badge by his stream. I have turned off every notification in every way that I know possible that works on the others, and it doesn't work for his. And there's just about 8 of them on my list. It will not stop bothering me. And I've given up. I've done everything correctly. It's all set up correctly. It's glitchy. I knew that my father, who's isolated in COVID and an elderly, could still interact with all of his friends. Free phone calls. England, East Coast, the South, Pacific Northwest, Alaska, Hawaii, his friends that he knew in the military that went all around the world. South Pacific, Philippines, they could all get into one little room, and they could all talk about their love of cars and whatever they want to talk about, and watch movies together. Even play virtual games of poker together. If you have a deck of cards in front of you or something, whatever you want to do. And then you can hit a button, and it won't be a phone conversation. It'll be webcams. They'll see each other, and they'll say, hey. Oh yeah, exactly, J-Cat. You mean if I said, did I do that? Would it drive you nuts? Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Oh no, Dad is pretty pretty dang, first of all, he doesn't take offense to like random little words. He wouldn't have lived this long if he did. People allergic to the way things are said, like, man, today's trying to be offended by everything and being alerted that you should be offended by that is actually making people weaker, not stronger. He'll just be like, whatever you call me, whatever. But he's white-haired, in his 80s. He's elderly. I don't know what the heck you want to say that. A person who is an elder is elderly. Why the heck would you call him elder and that's all respectful, and then elderly is not? That doesn't make any sense. I don't have time for that crap, really. It's just like, you want to be offended, that's okay. The corner's over there, go cry in it. Really, That's senior citizen, elderly, it's a synonym. And it's both respectful. No, he's not a boomer, he's 85. My dad's 85, man. Mike, what are you talking about? I don't like that. No, not everybody here is a mod. I had a powwow, a meeting with my mods, and now you're saying that that's a bad thing? Yeah, he's on the computer. Not only is Dad on the computer, he used to program the SR-71 flight simulator with punch cards. He used computers. When they were so huge, they took up not only multiple rooms in the Air Force Base, multiple floors of multiple rooms. And that was a single computer size. And they had to be air conditioned, and he had to take the drip tray down into the basement and dump it. And there was no mouse, no screen, and no keyboard. He programmed with punch cards and fed him into the machine. He still gets intimidated by Windows. I'm like, Dad, there's not a lot of youth right now that could handle that. Older computers were harder to deal with. You give somebody the punch card maker and some paper cards and say there's no mouse, no keyboard, and no screen, you watch them have a seizure and fall over. Yeah, he's on the computer. And so I hooked him up with Discord saying, Dad, invite all of your friends with this link and then put on your headset, start the program, press this button, and go into this Discord server I made for you called the Hot Rod Shop. It's awesome. And then you just drag and drop. You want to share a picture to somebody? No more email forwarding and attachment BS. Drag and drop the picture into Discord and you share it with everybody on that server. And he goes, sounds cool. And then you know what? I'm sorry, Mike. I somehow didn't ban you. I'm sorry. I just remedied my problem. This is a whining free zone. And you violated that consistently. So we are watching the fires right now at the camps because we don't hear anything on the radio. And we're discussing whether or not my channel should have Discord. This is the Kathryn channel. You may have forgotten about that. It's like the people that go on Oprah and think that they should tell her what to put on her show. I'm covering fires as a public service. This is not what my channel's about. Okay. What are you telling him to come back for, Bonnie? Are you just did you actually want him back, or did you want to torture him? Because either way, that's pretty savage. So, let's see. The people who are 80 right now, they're pretty immune and then bulletproof to like criticism, and they're not the food and hugs. Alan T says, thanks, mate. I'm hoping that there will be some aircraft here, Because this whole whining thing, I mean, I don't understand why adults do it. Here we are in pins and needles hoping this town's going to survive, trying to figure out if there's a way to do this. I've been here for hours. Had the stream yesterday till 2 in the morning, and then came back at 6, went live at 7 because of the crisis. And there's not much to look at or say until we get new updates. If you can find fire information elsewhere, please let me know so I can quit. I'm pretty tired. Problem is nobody else is doing this. So we can get on board, man up, wise up, participate. Then else, why are you here? But this is a yeah, I mean, that's it. Thanks, Alan. I think I'll get a donut. You're trying to be polite, Bonnie. I encourage you to never be polite to an idiot or a jerk or a jerk idiot. They don't deserve that. Why would you want somebody back who's breaking the rule of don't whine about the mods? You're one of the mods. That rule is to protect you guys. Everybody has a wrench here. I just called a meeting. In fact, I think I've banned him before. May have made another account. The point is about Discord is Dad could have, if he could use it, I could be watching videos with my dad. I could be watching movies, interacting with him. We do sometimes, but every time he starts it up, he looks at it and it's a mess of icons. And none of them are labeled, and he has vision problems, and you can't adjust the text size. And every little setting is so complicated and behind so many menus with weird graphics that don't matter. It just should say profile. Then he would know where to change his profile settings. The gear icon to change his volume is tiny. It's like the size of a pin at the lower bottom. To invite somebody else and even tell them who you are in Discord and give them an invite link is a maze of clicking 5 different buttons that you would never think that it's behind. And no, he's not going to have a different attitude. That guy's been here for weeks whining about mods. So the thing is if you have a legitimate complaint, you email me. Tell me who did what happened. But when people are complaining about too many people have the wrench by their name, sometimes they were there at the same time. Yeah, he was the other groover guy. He was mad at a mod, and he demanded that I go and throw a mod under the bus. And he's obviously the whiner who is causing the issues in chat. And I'm sorry, this is a whining free zone. I will listen to complaints, but he wanted me to publicly humiliate and call out one of my mods and get them de-wrenched. And that's a weird dominance thing that dogs participate in. It's beneath a grown man's. Hey, the camera's back. It's beneath a grown adult to do that, you know? Yeah, the thing is, I need mods from every different time. This is like day 64. It's pretty hard to do this. Day 64 of a nearly 24-hour stream. We need mods in different... Guys, we can do a time lapse, I hope. It's probably just going to have the one frame it was stuck on. Yeah, it just came back. Oh, good. Bad news is it's really smoky, but we've got it back. It's alive. And so first of all, some of them have jobs. This is all volunteer. This is a volunteer service to keep it a 24-hour stream about fires. Anybody can come in at any time with any fire question, and we're here to help. They're volunteering. That's it. And somebody has to be here all the time, or I have to turn off chat and just leave the radio on while I sleep. That's not going to help anybody. So we have to have worldwide mods in different area codes, and then they have to tell me when they can be on duty and what their work schedules are, and everybody's work schedule is different. Some people can moderate for 1 hour a day, or only 2 days of the week. So there's going to be a lot of mods. It's a 24-hour stream. If you're whining about that, I don't know what the heck to say. Rob says, how does one do the @name stuff from a phone? That seems not to work, Rob. Usually you just use the keyboard and then type in @ and then shift, capital KAT. There's supposed to be like a pop-up of my name. Maybe try updating the app. I don't know that it's ever been possible on iPhone. I don't know if it's possible on the phone. In fact, you know what? I'll just do it on the phone. Let me try it. The last of my story about Discord, though, is that Dad and everybody who's older is already afraid of technology, doing something wrong, screwing up the computer, and unfortunately that can easily happen. You could just press anything wrong. I can't tell you the amount of unfortunate computer calls for tech support where I arrive at the scene and some elderly person has been without the use of their computer for like 12 days and finally called me. And all they did was press F12 while browsing. And they went to full screen, or F11. See full screen while browsing? There's no longer an X. You can't close the browser. You can mouse over everywhere you want. You can't close it. You don't know what you did. All they did was sneeze or something or accidentally press F11. And they go without their computer for weeks. And if they don't have the money to pay computer tech, they just don't have their computer. And unfortunately, that's the way it is. So everybody who's not familiar with computers and knows stuff like that we take for granted, you press F11 again and you go out of full screen. Well, anyone who doesn't know that is just develops a terror, not an enthusiasm like we youth have, a terror of using their machines. What if they have to close a business deal? They can't. What if you have to send an email right now and you can't? What if you have to pay a bill right now and you can't? They hate it. And so you say, oh, well, here's a really complicated program like Discord. It's 32 easy button clicks to do anything, and then you can just go right on your merry way. Get a notebook out and record everything that you do so you don't forget it. And I look and I see terror in their faces. So here Dad could have been, instead of being socially isolated for all of COVID, he could have been having fun with his friends the whole time. And he just doesn't want to open it. And all it would take is them to make the interface look reasonable with labels and just make it look like an actual telephone and a Rolodex, like an actual TV screen. Share screen, what if it looked like a TV and you clicked on it? You know, like what if you looked in your contacts and it looked like a Rolodex so you clicked on it? They just won't make it easy for anybody to use, and so I'm super frustrated. It's the saddest thing. Tiernan says 4 to 5 different forests, few roads in and out of small communities. All links help me look at the competency level time frame. I'm not familiar with online anything. Oh, you're here. Nicole, Kathryn is a warrior. Sorry. I'm just so, yeah. Serene Sapphire's computers, the 3 F's, fear, frustration, and fun. Until you give up, and then it's a different F. I love using them. I build them. They're the world's most amazing technology. They can make all of our lives easier. They have. But when idiots design interfaces and make it hard for people to use, you have entire generations that are locked out. Yeah, or if you make them red-green colorblind unfriendly, then you locked out like 30% of the male population from being able to use your product. There's just stupid things where I'm like, make it easy for everybody. If I was the queen, that's the first thing I would do. Rob, I tried to teach him how to use magnifying glass, and he doesn't know how to turn it off. And he can't see well enough to even find where it is or turn it off on his bad days. So we got him a bigger monitor with a lower resolution, and that made the icons and words bigger. But another reason why you can't use Windows 10 as well, and wanted to go back to 7, is you can't scale text. If you have a bigger monitor, your words get smaller and not with higher resolution. Yeah, hey Terry, do check back in. Tomorrow might be a tough day. We may lose one of the world's biggest treasures. If you don't know about Sequoia National Park, some of the world's oldest trees may burn up in the next 72 hours or be impacted, or the area. It's looking grim, Terry. So we hope something will prevent this. A lucky wind change or something. But it's not looking good. Yeah, I hope not too. We hope. So, what is that? Oh, Tulare County Sheriff's Office. I don't see any new evacuation things, but it could come down the pipe soon. If it goes up to that ridge, which is right next to, they'll do probably a mandatory evac of at least much of Three Rivers. Right now, the wind in general is supposed to go to the northeast, but at night that generally changes back towards the valley. A handheld magnifying glass, that might be good. That might be good. I should get him a clamp light, with the round thing. You can get them on Amazon. It's a really cool lamp that I have. They're pretty cheap. I got him a backlit keyboard for gaming, and that really helped him because he can now look down and see the keyboard, and he can change the lights so it's bright orange or whatever is good contrast for him. Who would have thought that gaming gear is so good for the elderly? It's good. C-Probe says I use computer glasses now. It makes a huge difference. Did you have a favorite brand, C-Probe, to tell me about? Yeah, Wave, I second that. Dusty's pretty dang awesome. Except, when he's, cough banning people. Just kidding. Except when he's, wrong about the cams being eaten up by fire. I thought he was a pro, but that camera is still alive and kicking. Cool, and my 85-year-old dad will be styling when he wastes those punks in Call of Duty. That's pro. Okay, you can stay. I was about to just kick you out of here, but you can stay after that comment. Just kidding. No, you're awesome, Dusty. I appreciate all of you being here so much, and I'm becoming horribly aware that this sounds like a whining tirade or something. I'm just expressing my frustration with Discord that I want to have it coming down the pipe, but I know how bad it can be. It's way worse than YouTube for people's security. If I'm going to have boomers and elderly coming into Discord and or sharing files with me that way, I want to make sure it's pretty safe. And the latest security concerns have been pretty bad. I'm talking about the last 3 weeks. I'm at a wait and see point I have to find a way to finding mods that could moderate Discord as well. Would be a tall order. A real tall one. So how do people get banned? Sorry, Rob. She asked that question a while ago. If you're still there, Rob. Yeah, Mark, I know Discord's great. I've been using it for like 8 or 9 years. I'm saying it's too difficult for anybody to figure out who doesn't use it every day. And even though I do, I still forget how to do some things with buttons. And so I do set it up for people. I do all the work. And what it leaves people with, like boomers, they have no idea how to invite each other. They have no idea when they've disconnected their headset how to make it work again. They turn it on, and then they call me on the phone and say, my headset's not working again. And I say, well, didn't you go to settings and adjust your input volume and your output? And since your headset wasn't plugged in for a while, did you modify this and that about it? And they go, never mind. I said, no, it's really easy. Just make sure your input is your microphone on your headset, not your desktop one or anything else. Okay, how do I get to that? Go to settings. Okay, how do I do that? Well, you know, there's a tiny gear icon somewhere on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen somewhere. And the conversations go like that. Matt says I've been offline the past few days. Is the Mendocino one significant? Well, it's real hard to look at it. Look how dim the screen is getting. It's just getting smoky. I think it's because this cam is so super zoomed. But we were listening to it and it made a screeching sound. So they dropped a whole bunch of retardant on it. Fingers crossed that one's getting buttoned up. It is somehow started in the almost exact same place as the rock fire. Did we have a... Did they say point of ignition or have a clue yet? There's a Sikorsky east of Porterville, dipping out of a lake. Oh, I hope they can work it. We're just hoping that. I hope they can do it. There's an Aero Commander. So, yeah, C-Probe, my sister-in-law has a tech support business in Florida. She has no shortage of customers needing her help. Yeah, neither do I. I've stopped work. That's mostly my job, my income, building computers and helping people with tech support. And, yeah. Well, Matt, yesterday there was a massive fire in Mendocino County that I think it took out structures. I've been sick with the flu and not really, I didn't find the aftermath of that, but I think it ripped through neighborhoods and burned a Mendocino Lake just like that, just in a moment. So Mendocino County may have an arsonist too on the loose because of what the local congressman was saying, that the fire starts were suspicious. What was a week and a half ago, whenever I tweeted that. And arson rumors are banned on this channel. We don't discuss the possibility unless we have officials talking about it. You know, you never want to promote vigilante justice. Or do rumors, fear-mongering, anything like that. However, when the local representative, some congressman says that, I retweeted it. So yeah, it's okay, Matt. It's part of why I'm just super stressed right now. I want to go to sleep day after day, and a major fire breaks out right as I was about to. So looks like it's getting smaller. Yeah, that's the thing is Tiernan DL, step-by-step baby instructions I don't remember for next episode. Do it over and over again, call my kids for help. You have to keep a notebook. It looks like they're doing a good job. The retardant splashes again, we're good. Awesome, Dusty. Good to hear that. The Mendocino fire is getting its arse kicked, barring something weird, it's toast. Knock on wood immediately, Dusty. Yeah. The thing is I'm overwhelmed that I don't have to advertise my services. I just constantly have friends and family saying that they have an issue with their computer, and I say, okay, remember how we did this last time? No? Well, remember how I told you to get a notebook? Yeah. Did you ever get that notebook and take notes about what the heck we were talking about? No. I figured I could just call you whenever I felt like it. I feel like being busy right now, actually. Bye. Back to my life. But if you want to pay me $50 every time for what I already walked you through, that's what I'm going to have to charge. And so for years, I just did everything for everybody I knew, and I finally decided I have to get paid for that. And then all of a sudden, they started keeping a notebook and became self-sufficient and Googled answers instead of bothering me every moment for how to tie their shoes. You know what was the worst, most insulting thing was I got a new mouse. Good for you. You were complaining to me that it was broken for about 6 months, and I told you to buy a new one for about 6 months, and yet for 6 months you kept calling me saying, can we troubleshoot the mouse? And I was like, no, it's a broken mouse, therefore you should buy a new one. And so she finally gets this mouse like 6 months later after complaining to me about it and expecting me to just like sit and listen. And I'm just like, actually, I solve computer problems, and your problem is solved if you get a new mouse. You know. What sucked is I was just used, and she gets a mouse after 6 months. So, okay, let's do well, you said Blue Rock, I'm sorry, that's Blue Ridge. So she gets the mouse, calls me, and I thought she'd have a triumphant victory cry, Oh, this is so much smoother. Oh, this experience is better. The clicking that I'm doing is accurate now, and no more misclicks and troubles and frustrations, and that's what I expected her to be talking about. There's Blue Rock, okay. And instead, I got more whining about how she hated upgrades and hated buying things and hated, and I went, okay, do you not like your mouse? Why are you calling me on a technical call? You're right, Bugs. Boundaries get easier for women as they get older. And she goes, no, I didn't plug it in. That's what I'm calling you about. You need to come over and plug in my mouse. Oh boy. Bob, you're not really. You're not really responsible for what happens to computers if you're hardware. I'm hardware. So I fix computers with a screwdriver. I walk people through bad settings that they have that screw up their experience. I can remove viruses and malware. Reinstall Windows, which fixes 99% of problems. And update drivers and stuff, and that does not make me in any way really responsible for like what happens with their computer. Just like somebody changing your tires is not responsible for your flat tire that you get. I have them buy their own parts. They have their warranty. They have their receipts. And if there's a warranty issue, I tell them how to go send that part back. That's that. I make it pretty clear that I'm not Dell. I'm like your car maintenance person. I will replace the faulty part. Tell you what's wrong with the car. I mean, if you go drive and get flat tires, that is not my problem. I'll just help you replace the tires, you know. As long as I'm pretty clear on what the service is, I feel like that's the best policy. Oh yeah, Bob. Oh, that's your point. It's very true. It doesn't make you responsible. It makes them think that you are. Right. That's why I just frankly tell them straight up from now on that the moment that you whine about your computer is the moment that I charge you $75 extra per hour, because that's what a psychologist would charge. I'm not here to be a complaint desk for your computer frustrations that you've had for your entire life. I'm not here to take abuse either, and I'm not here to waste my life listening to your crap. So when I lay it out like that, I have much better results. If somebody gets upset, starts yelling at me over the phone, I say 5, 4, 3, 2, and then at that point they magically stop because they know I'm about to hang up. So that's the nice thing about being your own boss. I don't have to take any crap. And whatever these trolls think that they're doing in YouTube, they think I have it. That's a cakewalk. That's easy mode compared to dealing with enraged, narcissistic businesswomen like that have everybody bend over backwards to get them a coffee. And they talk to me, and I'm like, you will stop yelling at me in 5, 4, you know. The nice thing, too, is I can completely take a snapshot of their entire PC with something like Macrium Reflect, hand them the disk, and say, here's exactly the way your computer was before I worked on it. If you're unsatisfied with anything, here's your undo button. And Macrium Reflect is free. You want me to keep a copy, I can, in case you ever lose everything and I have a snapshot of your entire computer. I'm wondering if this is the plume. Yeah, that we were supposed to kind of be worried about. It's a little poofy. Around 4:30. Bigger at 4:45. But I have some good stories. I have some good stories, like everybody does in customer service, about the things you find on people's computers, the things they say. It's not nice to work with a crazy narcissistic jerk. They tend to have a lot of money, though. But what is super satisfying is when they pretend to know everything. And like tell you, I know, Dusty, they tell you stuff like, this is what's wrong and this is what you should do. And I just got fun stories. J Cat says I'm a boss and have to take crap every day. Oh yeah, I mean you gotta hear them out, but ultimately you have a lot more freedom than the peon at the corporate world. The kind of thing I had to take, where you can't even stand up for yourself, you know. First of all, I want to correct you on something. You don't have to take crap every day. All you have to do in life is die and make choices. So don't even say victim language like that, because it isn't true, but it keeps you down, keeps you depressed. keeps you feeling like you're obligated, takes away your energy. And you gain it all back with the one simple philosophical truth realization that you only have to die and make choices. No, you don't. No, you don't have to pay taxes. There's plenty of people who decide not to. What you would rather do is what people choose. People choose what they'd rather do, not what they want to, oftentimes. The consequences of an action are oftentimes worse than what you initially feel you want to do. So you may say, I don't want to pay my taxes. Well, you'll make the choice to, because the consequences of not doing so is worse. You still have the choice. Look, human beings existed for the most part without any sort of tax structure at all. And whenever governments collapse, everybody stops paying them because there's no tax man either. And then also that's what happens when currencies collapse. Taxes are completely optional, and many human beings live around the globe without them. So if you wanted to not pay taxes, you could go live with them and live their lifestyle. Exactly. It's a choice. So the danger, though, is that you just take away your own energy, your own sense of power, and sometimes you even forget you do have a choice. But you always do. So there's human law, and then there's ethics. One of the best quotes ever that a sage told me was, what are your values? What are your now what heck, I just lost the word now. Gotta get more blood sugar. What are your values, and what is what you stand for? Like that's what gives meaning to your life. What do you stand for? What are your values? And the classrooms, one by one, people say, I like justice, or I like helping people, or I want to do this, or and basically, what would you not tolerate? Just ethically, what would you not do? And people will say, I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do that, ever, in my life. And then the question is, well, what if a gun's to your head? Do you have to do it now? And then almost everybody got quiet in the classroom, and one by one, people said, I guess I would do it. And it was bad things. Torture somebody, light, or do something like wrongly imprison somebody else, because if you don't, you're going to have your head blown off, or just some bad thing, right? And one by one, people are like, well, I have to do it. There's a gun in my head. You're a hostage at a bank or something. Somebody puts a gun to your head. There's 5 hostages hiding in a closet that the guys don't know about. Do you have to reveal their location? Yeah, there's a gun in my head. That's the wrong answer. You don't have any real compunctions if you're not willing to die for them. That's what they're defined as. You don't have beliefs if you're not willing to die for it. You have ethics with an asterisk, So so what if there's a gun to your head? You have to die. You do have to die, but the only other thing you have to do in life is make choices. And realizing that is the only way you're really free. Free to remain an ethical person no matter what. Do the right thing no matter what. It means no matter what. And if saving your own life or your own skin is what you would rather do, you don't have ethics. You have them when it's convenient. And that's what it boils down to, is everything that we do when stuff hits the fan. This is what defines us, when we don't feel strong, when we don't feel like we can go on, when stuff gets tough, when decisions aren't, when the right decision isn't that clear, when it looks like no matter what you do, you might not succeed, when you don't know if you should keep going because you can't even see a light ahead. Those moments are define who are you really. All of us can be all kinds of nice when it's convenient. We can all hand somebody else $1 million when we have $1 billion to spare. But what happens to you when your ethical choices are hurting yourself to save somebody else? That's what defines you. Time to start a podcast in my spare time? Yeah. That's the Kathryn Variety Show is where you landed. I put aside my career goals and stuff to do fire, but it's strangely working out. But a lot of people say they like generally what I have to say, or at least the conversations I start, especially when I can stay on topic and trolls don't barge in here. But I would listen to a county podcast. Yeah. I want to make it more interactive. I want to have Discord so we can talk to each other. So I'm not saying Discord's out. Discord's coming down the pipe. I'm trying to say it is not something I'm going to do right now. I would definitely have to learn inside and out for how to set up and organize channels and assign whatever it is to people, their statuses, and that maze of crap that you have to do to make sure that people don't have too much power, don't abuse it. The phishing scam thing is what I'm terrified about. Somebody could enter my Discord channel, click a link, and have their bank account drained. That is easier to police in YouTube because you can turn off link sharing. And I've done that in the comments already because I was sick and tired of like 25 comments a day being to these scam artist websites. I didn't know what they were, but did you guys ever see the comments on my channel that say hashtag FYI.vu and stuff like that? I found out those are scam artist links that basically go to India, and they take people's data, but it's unsure what they're using it for. It could be as, well, innocent, if you could use that word, to create a database on people and sell it to marketers, but it could be nefarious. So I just shut down all comments with links held for review, and thank goodness there's a button for that on YouTube. But Discord is the place where it's 24 hours a day. People can share links, share images, and if the right people aren't kind of policing it, somebody could take a picture of a wildfire eating a town. Oh no. Did this camera die? Or is it me and my connection? Uh-oh. Somebody could easily have a mega fire. Like, here the trolls, they say something, we ban them immediately for false info. Like the guy who was saying, fire's going to be out in a week, the Dixie fire, and then we lost Greenville. That person was a valued member for a while until he said that. So what if I give him that amount of trust, and somebody like that could put a wildfire picture and say this community is gone, or this one's totally safe, or link misinformation, or whatever. Discord's more dangerous for that. So I'm going to look into it. And you're right, Dennis. It's little baby steps. But with you guys' kind donations, at least the people who are still with us that didn't get banned in the ban scandal. We're watching the plume here. It's a little bit interesting. This is the Mendocino County one, which is looking better. But this plume just developed, and Dusty's helping me monitor it. It's on Blue Ridge. Tobias Peak just returned, I think. But it's smoked out. Yeah. So, let's see other cams. We had a couple others that could possibly be useful. Rocky Hill 1 and such. Bug says, well, it does not sound like Discord would work for this channel. Am I not picking up on what you were putting down? No, Discord would be great. It would be it'd be like having studio guests. And Bug's Discord is oftentimes just a place where people share links and text. There's different rooms for speech. So if somebody wanted to be on the show, I could just click a button and you could hear them talking to me immediately. We could have 5 fire experts here all talking to me at once. But that's the thing, most people don't know how to use it. It's a confusing mess. The only thing that I would hear endlessly every day is, how do I do this? How do I do that? How do I do this? I tried it for 5 minutes. I got frustrated. I uninstalled it. Why doesn't my headset work? Where's this button? Why am I getting all these notifications? I clicked a link and all of a sudden my bank account's empty. I clicked a link and all of a sudden I can't get in my email. No, I don't mean Discord on YouTube. I mean Discord, the app on my computer. All I have to do is click a button and you can hear desktop audio. So just like you guys can hear Broadcastify, that's on my browser right here. I can add a separate audio stream, split it, and you would hear me talk to fire experts, whoever was a guest. People could ask me questions like in the voice. Bug says, but I mean you could use Discord. You would use Discord and not the rest of us? Well, it's like Skype, Bugs. So what would be the point of me being a Skype with myself? You know what I mean? Discord, if we didn't use it for speaking, would have a use where we'd all give each other messages. But general public, I don't think should be in Discord because they'd be too confused by it. What do you mean no more YouTube? You lost me at the bakery. We're talking about do you know what YouTube is? I mean, do you know what Discord is, Bugs? I would have a Discord channel called K Wildfires or something. Everybody would be able to go in and there's 2 parts of Discord: share images and text, like a big chat forum, or the second part of it where you could enter the speech room. So anybody I allowed into the speech room with me, it could be 10, 20 people all the time. It's like a Zoom meeting where somebody, you can either see their webcam or you can hear their voice. People say, "Oh, let's do Zoom." I'm like, hell no. That is the biggest security risk I've ever seen until they get their act together. And now that Discord was doing Zoom, what Zoom does. It's been doing it for like 9 years. But it's too difficult to use. Zoom at least has buttons that seem to make sense, such as settings. It says settings, it says profile, it says webcam, and you click on these things and boom, you're there. But Discord looks like a puzzle piece maze. Okay, the deep training and communication part and not the public interface. Well, here's the thing. What kind of mostly boomer age firefighters would even know how to use Discord and join me? I would probably have to have to get on Zoom to host them, even though it's horrible. Discord has crystal clear communication with automatic background noise suppression. I may make a little video on how to use it, but the moment I do that, it's going to be obsolete. They'll just change some interface stuff for no reason. They update it like twice a week sometimes, and then they go a month without an update, and then all of a sudden there's a major update. And they have some new fancy features when what they really should have done is made the original ones just simple. But they don't want simple. They want it to look weird. Oh, seriously? All of a sudden my VPN is tripping all kinds of security stuff. Okay. I have to prove I'm not a robot? I don't understand why the VPN works flawlessly, but by midstream it starts screwing up. Alright, so this is the problem with it. Okay, why did all my windows get messed up? Hang on. There we go. Discord looks like this. It's just the weirdest looking program. It looks like a bunch of weird candy buttons with pictures. So here's what you're going to see if you enroll in Discord, if you install it. And so it's just stupid. Like, here's all of your servers, like all the different rooms you can go into, right? Except the one at the top is your home screen. That's your home screen to see all your friends. But you would never guess that. If I tell people, hey, go on Discord and click on your friends list and just find your friends, like, it's like 20 minutes goes by, I give up. Because they click stuff like this, and that's not how you see your friends. And I pin a message for everybody to read, and instead of just being clicking on it, people take forever to find it. And then it's like, oh, that was this tiny button here. And so you finally enter the channel. To find your own friends, you have to click this for some reason, and then you see some of your friends. But then you have to click other little buttons to show the people that are online right now versus not online. So even if they're invisible, like your friends are gone and disappeared unless you do this series of steps. You can't just click a button that shows your friends. Down here it says your voice connected, and that's a tiny bar that it's like your cell phone bar. But that is so tiny, this little area, this little thing. You can be voice connected and everybody can hear you. And you can walk around your house and stuff and have a private conversation. And if somebody's merciful with you, they'll kick you out. If people are not merciful, then they're hearing everything that you said, and you've been voice connected forever. And because it doesn't clearly say you're in a call or you're doing something, it's a tiny thing here. See how it says voice channel? You're right in here. If you're there and the green thing is lining up, then that means that they're talking. And if you forget you're right in there, to leave the voice channel, there's no button. You're like, how do I get out of it? That's the next thing somebody asks me. I said, oh, you didn't notice the infinitesimally small phone hang-up button down there? No. Right, because they could make it look like you're on a phone call. It could say, here's friends button here, here's calls, and here's messages. There could be 3 simple columns up there, and you click on them, and a drop-down menu shows you what you need to know. Then down here would be all of your chat, all of your video, and over here would be all of your messages. But instead, it is the most confusing, weird thing I've ever seen. And then I had people telling me, I hate Discord, it's rude to me. And I don't know what it's saying to me. And I said, well, what's it saying? Well, after you hung up, I couldn't find a way to hang up. I guess, I don't know what happened. But I just went around my business. And then Discord said, hey, servers don't grow on trees. And I had to look that up, and I still don't know what it means, but it just started giving me rude messages. And I said, oh, okay. Yeah, what Discord was doing is you were still in a conversation. You were still on the phone. What do you mean I was still on the phone? You hung up on me. You were not on the line. And I said, yeah. But for some reason, what Discord does is it keeps the line open. And if I were to press another button, I would be back in the call. Huh? Why? We hung up on each other. It was over. I said, yeah, but I don't know why, but Discord's like that. So what it did was eventually, since all of your voice was still being transmitted online, to who? To who? Well, nobody. It was still being transmitted online. What? Eventually, in order to save bandwidth, Discord will tell you that it kicked you from the phone conversation. It's because all that data is being used. Where is it sending my data in my phone conversation? It's not. It's doing nothing. And then, yeah, exactly. It helps people hear you farting and doing whatever you want. And so, but instead of saying it in plain English so that people aren't pissed, it says stuff like, server info doesn't grow on trees, and it's a random rude bot message. And it just turns people off. And then I remember my first experience with Discord was my friends told me to get on it just years ago. So I get on it, and they, after a long explanation about how to get in a voice chat with them, you can be having a private conversation, and unless you hit a little button for the notifications that are oral that you can hear, people will enter your conversation silently in the open talk rooms, you know? And you could think you're having a totally private conversation, and to your horror, you look down and somebody's been in there. Somebody's in the room with you, and they've been there a long time. And Discord is used for gaming. It's for so much more than that. It's for so much more than that. It's anything you ever wanted to use a video chat for or screen sharing for, like watching Netflix with my friends. You can use it. There's plenty of emergency channels for emergency info, just like what YouTube is doing here. I could do exactly what I'm doing for fires on Discord. I could be streaming live. You could all be coming in. You could be sharing files and showing me your pictures. Other people could be doing it, linking articles. Everyone would be able to participate. And if I asked you a question, you could jump in a voice chat, say something to me verbally, and then quickly jump out of it. Or we could have a powwow. I could just be speaking to you guys. Discord can be anything. But the problem is that can get people in trouble like this. Yeah, exactly. Discord. I mean, it's Skype, it's Zoom, it's also a lot like TeamViewer, except I don't think you can control somebody else's computer. You just observe it. The problem is, though, is it's endlessly confusing, extremely buggy, and instead of making it easy to use, it's easier to get in trouble and just be fearful of it. It's the equivalent of typing a private email complaining about somebody important in your life and hitting reply all in an email, and it goes to everybody. I mean, I've walked in on conversations that were completely private and just tried to not let them ever know I was there, because you have to have a stupid setting in Windows to show you know, when somebody enters your voice room, it goes, a real subtle thing. You know, you could miss it. Your volume could be down. You could have it disabled, and you have no idea unless somebody says hello, you have no idea they're there. And the thing about YouTube is I can just say no link sharing unless somebody has mod power. I give it to them for a second. It's done. It's really easy. But in general, people can kind of link share anything they want on Discord. It's would be one of the most nightmarish things to police. But my first experience ever with it was really awful. So my friends tell me how to get online and how to join it, how to click links, and how to get special approval to join their special server. And I'm finally there with a whole bunch of friends I hadn't seen for years. And I go into their voice channel and I throw my headsets off my head. I almost broke them because they landed on the floor. I'm holding my bleeding ears, like ringing ears, like, oh my God. So there was a bot in there that was playing music at maximum volume, and I had just just connected my headset. Everything was max on everything. And it was so loud that it stunned me. And I was in this voice chat with them, typing desperately to them to try to say, what the hell is this music? I could hear them talking, like after I was able to adjust volume. Actually, I didn't know how to adjust volume. I just put the headphones on my desk, and I could hear them talking with this extremely loud music playing. And so I finally private messaged, and they didn't hear me for about 25 minutes. Finally, they look over and said, I think Kathryn's trying to say something. How long's she been in here? Hey, hello, welcome. Meanwhile, there's like heavy metal music playing at the top of them, and then clashing cymbals and all that stuff. And I'm like, I can't really hear you guys, there's music. And they go, oh, yeah, that's our bot. Okay. What's that? It's a bot that plays music. Okay, I got that, but why is it here? How in the world are you having a conversation over the top of death metal? And they go, oh, we're not. We muted it. If you don't like the music, you can mute it. And I'm like, well, what is it? Where's the bot section of Discord? And how do you mute somebody? And how do you change volumes? Because there's no button that says that. You have to right click, and eventually you find things. And they walked me through a 15-step plan to mute the bot and not hear it unless I unmuted it. They forgot the bot was there for like 4 months. But the bot looked like a human being, and just like another name in the chat. It wasn't named Music Bot. It was just like some random name they gave it. And the last person to set up its playlist was really into death metal. So, yeah. That's why Discord isn't popular like Zoom is. Zoom is at least somewhat simple. I feel at this time I would probably just have guests on Zoom. And anybody around my age or younger can probably understand Discord, but I wouldn't want anybody else in here, with that. Yeah, I don't know, Dusty. That's what's happening in Mendocino County. I'm just sort of kind of wondering, Oh my God, Tom, 50 homes destroyed before they had it handled. That thing burned immediately down the lake. Do we know what caused the Hopkins? Or what's just happened, or the rock fire? Do we know? This happened almost where the rock fire began. Said it started under a bridge. Duh. Not lightning for sure. I don't like the whole duh thing, mate. We're kind of tracking multiple fires at once. If somebody walks in here like people do, looking for fire info, and they've just showed up, they don't need to be dud. But Misfits, do you use Discord? I actually like it. It's just it's too complicated to walk people through it all the time. I may have a Firestream Discord coming down the pipe, but I'd have to make sure it'd be safe and the right choice for the channel. Lucinda Walker, I live 35 miles behind Ukiah. It started in a dry grass area. Yeah, and here's the scenarios. A lot of people said that a vehicle can accidentally start a fire, especially if it's along a string of small fires going up a certain road, right? It's 20% contained? Okay. The Hopkins, I hope so. It's getting smokier and harder to see. But here's the thing. It could be innocent. A lot of times people on a vehicle don't know that they're starting fires. They just have a hot engine, a hot catalytic converter, where they're dragging a chain. Remember how many lakes are around here. There's a lot of boating. There's been a lot of people wanting to recreate like crazy, especially because it's so dang hot. And towing is complicated, and if you don't wrap that tow chain around the axle a couple of times, it could be a chain dragging. It could be what happened on I-5 around the time of the lava fire. They're already busy fighting that, and there's this new fire that was on I-5, and everybody went, what the heck? It was a slow-moving vehicle. And pulled over to the right shoulder to slowly go up the Shasta area, which is a hard climb. And that vehicle, they said, please, if anybody knows which one it is, we need to find that driver. Not just because they started a fire and there's an issue with that. They could start more by continuing to drive up I-5. But that driver never knew a thing, and I don't know. So no, Bob, the rock fire is not today's, and this fire started almost exactly the same place where the rock fire did, which is weird. So, hang on a second. I told you don't say duh anymore, man. Nobody here deserves your duhs. This is a respectful, supportive community. It's going to be a respectful environment. There's traumatized people here. So the thing that I retweeted, and I don't allow arson speculation in chat that's out of the blue or rumor spreading or I heard this, I heard that, because all it does is create a climate of fear that 99% of the time is not warranted. However, when one of the state senators or whatnot, I can't remember who it was, said, be on the lookout, these fires are suspicious, that's when you have a duty to tell a community to be on the lookout. If you see something, say something. Every once in a while there is a firebug out there doing something like this. Vehicles are one of their quickest getaways, so a lot of times they'll start things near roads. The more remote it is, the less likely it is to be arson. As in a firebug, as in somebody excited by wildfire. Most arson is actually for insurance reasons or to try to cover up a crime like a murder or something. But occasionally you get the firebugs, the pyromaniacs. And they usually have very low intelligence and or they're seriously disturbed. And they exist. So when authorities say something is suspicious, for example, the French fire of suspicious origin, if you know anything about the French fire, then you should call the Kern County Sheriff's Office. They announced that. But the only thing we said about the French fire is unknown. Just like the only thing we can say about the Caldor right now is unknown. It's under investigation. They haven't said an official word about it. But when officials do say something suspicious, we need to say that. So Tiernan says car started fire up here on I-80 eastbound. Parley's Canyon fire was a catalytic converter. Exactly, yeah. And so we also don't do rumor spready stuff like, I have it on good account. Okay, you better tell me who the heck told you that information. Somebody I know said, I don't care. You know, this is the place where it's facts only, and you can only submit what can be verified. Otherwise, you have to say, you know, I think. It's the facts only resource on the fires, not the rumor spreading headquarters. It's not the conspiracy headquarters. It's not the jerk headquarters. It's not the what else do people think this channel is about? This is not the news reporter headquarters. This is not the I have a microphone to proselytize my religion or put people down or randomly self-promote or sell my product or air my whiny grievances about other people and make them feel bad or try to assert my dominance. It's not about anything like that. It's just we're here to help each other. Yep, support, education. Okay, well that's cool. I mean, that's good there. Local farmer, he lives there, but did not see it initially start. Okay. But there's no bridge here. The fire that started under the bridge was the bridge fire, which is in it's not. Is that Placer County? It's western El Dorado. It's by Placerville. Or no, it's Auburn. Excuse me, just east of Auburn. That was the one that started probably down at the water level and raced up the steep embankment. That epic bridge just east of Auburn. But the ones that were suspicious, I could look back at my Twitter thing. I only talk about possibility of arson when the officials feel like they should reveal that. It's very important to if you want to help investigators who are looking for an arsonist, if you got insider information, consider not revealing that to the public. Consider keeping that to yourself, because part of the way they catch people is don't let them know you're onto them. Placer County, okay, thanks Gold Hill, yeah. It's, the one just east of Auburn, and that went well. That was a textbook example of quick response and expert firing ops in the middle of the night. That was smooth as butter. So, dry grasses per our sheriff. Yeah, it's up here at the top of the hill, but I'm just kind of wondering why. Almost the same location as the Rock fire. That's weird. We know that weed whacking right now could start a fire. There's poor Calpella's crisis of yesterday. Let's see, where's our peak detections? I'm not seeing one here. It'll probably just update in a bit. But I could pull up the InstaWeb for Rockfire and get a map. Okay. Is it not on InsoWeb? Is it Cal Fire? Okay, let's do Cal Fire. Okay, incidents 2021. And check it out. There's our Hopkins. 20% containment. It's looking good. Fingers crossed, guys. Looking good. That's the turnout. Hopkins. Whoops. Tom Key. Is it Pomo? Okay. It's so sad. This is just insane. The fatality and there's more than one fatality from these fires. I mean, count the 6 people in Truckee plane crash, and the numerous heart attacks and strokes that I just keep hearing randomly coming from a lot of the places downwind of the smoke. And true death toll won't really be known, or shortened lifespans. So can I make it alphabetical? Translate? How just there's a search, right? Okay. Can we just... Okay. Whatever. Cal Fire, Rock Fire. Regular Google search goes right to it. So its location doesn't... Okay. There was more than one. Or the sheriff's office was incorrect. I am now pretty confused. It says same areas where the rock fire happened, but that other rock fire was down in LA. Excuse me, I got a phone call. Firefighters calling me. Okay, I thought you guys heard me when I said, excuse me, I have to answer the phone. So, but I always answer the phone for firefighters, you know. So, anyway, we were not listening to the radio because it was making an astonishingly harsh screeching sound in Mendocino County, and we decided that we just monitor it with the pictures, and if the cameras showed any flare-up, we would resume and endure the horrible screeching noise. But that just wasn't fun. So we were just talking instead. So I just got another invite down to California. I can't wait to see my people down there. Just whenever I get to go. But I have to kind of see this through, and I don't know how to make plans. I can cover the fires best from up here. Got the good internet, got the equipment, and got the ability to order the food. People that kindly donate to me. The pinned message on the chat is the donation link to the official Caldor and Dixie fire. And all I want is, if you have change left over, throw it at me. Really, the majority should go to the people affected. I can survive just on little bits of pocket change here and there. Without the support, I'd have to end this and go back to, well, making income. But pretty much every waking hour has been dedicated to doing this, informing people about fires and doing education and evacuation info, and training people how to find out for themselves how to track fires. I've been doing this for 64 days in a row, on average of 14 to 17 hours a day, just depending. So I am kind of exhausted, and it was good though to have a break on September 11th and just kind of renew, refresh. But I'm still pretty sick, and I was hoping we'd listen to radio mostly today, so I could rest my voice. But we haven't found anything too useful, unfortunately. The crisis point is Tulare County. You can try that again right now. I can't believe the 72-hour outlook. It's just grim. Just everything for the K&P is grim, and any little burp on this fire and reaching that peak, which it's right next to the milk something peak. That's right. We were going to look up the lookout tower, see if it was manned or if that was like a historic lookout tower. We lost cams for a bit. The best cam on the Windy was Tobias Peak 1. The other best cams are well, that's Mendocino County. The Rocky Hill 1 and 2, and they have good bird views. Yeah, it rotates though. The others, as an option, but not terribly good. Colvin Mountain occasionally goes that way, but Buck Rock 2 is showing us the plume. The one threatening the Great Sequoias, the General Sherman tree, the General Grant, and the grim outlook at the community meeting, which was basically talking about how much of a death trap it is to try to build a line in between Three Rivers and this fire. The former firefighter or off duty, I can't remember if she spoke clearly about that, or if we heard her clearly, was saying, please don't try to save our structures, and basically go on that death trap. So the we looked at Mendocino County because it was a breaking news situation, but it looks like they're really tamping it down. And I want to put Tulare County back on. We did hear a little bit about engines moving around, but this is not looking good for the situation. I think what we had was Sequoias, Sierra National Forest, and Three Kings National Park. So I'll link you guys to Broadcastify channel. Here, let's try it out again. With 3 listeners, it's almost guaranteed not to be anything active. They don't have a night shift. They said they didn't have enough crew for a night shift. There's 130 people on this. So what can 130 people do to protect Three Rivers or the valley, the Sequoia Giants? The answer is not a lot. This is the death trap area. This is some of the steepest terrain you're going to find in the country outside of the Rockies in Alaska. Almost no roads. The ones that are there are just so narrow because of the crazy sharply rising terrain that this is... what can 130 guys do in less than 72 hours? To what, build dozer lines, impossible dozer lines, or like hike thousands of vertical feet, rock climb, and then run around with shovels? Hey, that's good to hear, Sylvia. That was their responses have been amazing. We know that they would be slamming this with aircraft if they could, if they had the visibility, but hope dwindled throughout the day. Oh great, a Cougar Peak community meeting coming up for Paisley. Yep, okay. Let us not forget the Cougar Peak craziness. So, the JCat, is that on Facebook? I can go look it up on InstaWeb, I think. Remember, have a fever. It's acting like it's not there. There it is, okay. 6% containment updated 3 hours ago. 86,282 acres. Okay. Oh, there was a morning update. Oh, I didn't know that. Let's see. We'll queue these both up. I mean, and the fact they're having a community meeting right now, we're of course going to tune into that. But I know it. Okay, but when I say, is it on Facebook? Like where? I can't remember all these. Is it Lake County, Oregon, Sheriff's Office, or a certain district? Yeah, thanks, Sylvie. That's good to hear. And Wildfire does amazing work. It's just the only thing I've ever been critical about was the communication to the public. I had a lot of lacking stuff, but man, they are wizards in the air and on the ground. Like, they pull miracles out of hats and daily. That's been extremely impressive. And the good work that they're doing to partner with the Forest Service has been really good. So, yeah, which part of Facebook? West Coast, well, I don't think we need a hurricane. That would be pretty strong winds, but we could use a tropical downpour. I'd settle for maybe a couple of pineapple storms right now. I think that'd be good. Still looking, I'll just find it. A cougar. A word meeting, community meeting. It's in person at the Paisley School District, okay. Cougar Peak Fire Facebook page, okay. I should bookmark that into a new folder up here. Okay, here we go. Thanks for reminding me. We got some people were saying what kind of fuels that's worth a million words. It's not the giant trees that we're used to elsewhere, but they're sizable. And it ranges from deciduous stuff like aspens and things to the bigger trees, to more like little pines, like scrub desert pines. It's south of Paisley. It's a pretty diverse landscape, and then it's like high desert, just flat. On the flat grounds where Paisley is. The one thing they have going for them is, well, with the fresh fires of last year, like the Breton, they've got they got a lot of fresh lines. Is there a countdown? .30 p.m. Maybe it'll just kind of go live at the moment it starts. Okay, we'll figure that out. Let me go refresh myself real quick. Be right back. Well, okay. Sorry about that. Looks like that radio was a bust. And I had just sneezed and muted myself and forgot to unmute myself. So you're probably like, why is the screen moving and nobody's talking? Sorry, I just came back from the bathroom. So I'm a little confused. This is the, thing for the community meeting? But this must not be... a little confused about it. I mean, it is... people could go to the community. But usually there's a countdown and a live video. Could we repeat Fire Facebook? Yeah, I think so. It is.
What they call a unified command with Oregon State Fire Marshals. If you have questions, please put them in the chat. We will write those down and get those out into the proper persons to. So anyway, we just want to start off first of all with thanking the community for supporting us, manage these fires and get these things contained. And we'd also like to thank the Paisley School District for allowing us to be here tonight. So again, thank you very much. So with that, we're going to hear from several administrators and again from the emergency management from Lake County, and then we'll just do a walk around the map and then the question and answers. So with that, we're going to start with Incident Commander Kevin Stock, Northwest Team 8.
Evening, everybody. My name is Kevin Stock. I'm the Incident Commander for Northwest Interagency Team 8, and myself and Scott Majors, Scott, where you at? From the Oregon State Fire Marshals Blue Team are the commanders for the incident, so both our teams are working together on managing this incident. I thought it was important to, start off by just introducing ourselves because a lot of folks, don't know who we are. Our team is made up of federal, state, and local folks from all over the Northwest. A lot of us are fairly local. I've spent 26 of my 31 fire seasons just to the north, actually protecting the northwest corner of Lake County on Deschutes National Forest. And a lot of the teams have been around here, so I spent my early years out at Cabin Lake Country, hole in the ground, all that area out there. So this isn't really too for me, and I've spent time down here over the years doing prescribed burning and fighting fire, and a lot of team members do have experience around here. But really, that's not important because we've traveled all over the Northwest. This is our fifth fire. Sometimes I forget that this year, and we always say we like to treat every place a lot like our home, and really we do. We want to leave it in the way that we would want somebody to come in and take a fire at our place and leave it the way we'd want left. So that's kind of who we are. Scott's team, they're from fire departments all around Oregon, and they're coming in. Their primary mission is structure protection. And they may not be from here, but they come in with the same goal, protecting your houses and improvements is basically the same way they would theirs. The next thing I'd like to cover is kind of what our objectives have been on this fire since we got here. We understand where you guys have been this fire season, and where all of us have been in the Northwest, and we understand the drought, and we understand that nobody wants any more fire on the ground at this point. I was kind of hoping that I was done for fire season before I got called to this one. And I know you guys have seen a lot of fire in the landscape and don't want any more. So it's been pretty clear since we've been here that our goal is to put this fire out as soon as we can, as small as we can, with the least amount of ground burned. That doesn't matter what kind of ground, private, federal, state, grazing, timber. We don't want any more of it burned than has to, and that's been our goal since the start. I won't get too much into tactical details because I tend to do that because I'm a recovering ops chief. I'll leave that for the ops chief. But that's what we've been looking at. Since we got here, the first day we got here on, trying to remember now, was it Wednesday or Thursday? I believe it was Wednesday. you know, the fire was going. And when we took command on Thursday morning, that fire was 25,000 acres, and the team that had been fighting that fire for 36 hours had done a really good job of trying their best to get an anchor on that thing. And the fire conditions were just absolutely the worst conditions you could ask for, right? Record fuel moistures being low, winds, hot temperatures, everything that stacks up against us to make it really difficult to control a fire. So we took command that morning a little bit quicker than we normally would. A lot of times we like to have 24 hours to get a chance to see the ground and get a really good plan together and come in all organized. In this case, it really didn't make sense leaving people out there struggling with what was going on for as long as they've been working. It was safer to let them bed down and get restarted and for us to just take the fire. And, you know, that first day it went 50,000 acres more. And at the end of the day, you know, all we really did that first day was try to get people out of the way. We tried to establish an anchor point, but really it was just getting people out of the way. And at the end of the day, I'm really actually pretty happy the fact that nobody was killed, firefighter or member of the public, because that fire was crazy about the amount of acres that were burned at one time. Since then, you know, we got lucky with that rain that early morning the next day, and since that time we've done everything we can to get the resources available out on the line, put line as direct as possible on this fire, and that's what we've done. We've got line around a lot of it, and I'll let operations, because I'll tend to get right into it, but there's a lot of line in it. I'll let him get in specifics, and our goal is, again, to make that fire as small as possible. There will be some areas where we can't get right up to next to the fire edge, and there will be some work to get that down to a control feature where we can work it from and where it will hold, but that's what we're looking at. So with that, I'll kick off from there. But again, thank you for coming. I'm sorry we didn't get up here earlier. It's day 5 for us, but I'm glad. I had heard that not all your folks were able to catch our virtual meeting the first time around. And we want to make sure that we get the information and it's accurate information out to you folks. It's one of our objectives that we work really hard trying to make sure we're getting good, accurate information and get ahead of the rumor control. So with that. Thanks.
There we go. Thanks, Kevin. So now we're going to start in with our agency administrator from the Fremont Wainema National Forest, Paisley District Ranger, Jeanette Wilson.
Good evening. I'm Jeanette Wilson. I'm the District Ranger for Silver Lake and Paisley, and I just wanted to start by saying thank you to Kevin and Pacific Northwest Team 8 and to Scott and OSFM Blue Team for coming in and helping support our community. This fire was more than we could have handled, and I cannot thank you enough for the support you have brought us. I want to just talk briefly on the closure order that we have in place. The intent behind the closure order is for the safety of those personnel out on the fire line, as well as for our permittees to be out and move their cattle to make sure we can maintain safety for them. So I just please ask that we all respect that closure order. As of right now, in time when we may release or lift that closure order. So again, it's all about the safety of those out there, and it's to protect the resources that we still have. Thank you everyone for coming.
Do I know her?
And also here, and to answer any questions here towards the end, is going to be the Oregon Department of Forestry Protection Unit Forester here for the Lakeview District, Dustin Gustafson. He's back here in the back, so he'll be more than happy to answer questions if he has any, if anyone has any. So next we're going to hear from the Bureau of Land Management, the Lakeview District, both the field manager, Jamie Ludwig, and also the district manager, Todd Forbes.
So I'm Todd Forbes. I'm the district manager for the Lakeview District. I again just wanted to thank the team and the State Fire Marshal's team for coming out and helping us out. This is probably the most acres we've burned on BLM so far this year. hopefully the last. I'll be kind of around to answer questions afterwards, but again, thanks to the team and thanks you guys for coming out and supporting us. I do want to turn it over to kind of Jamie Ludwig to talk about some of the next steps and once the smoke goes out, what to expect on BLM. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Jamie Ludwig, Field Manager for the Lakeview Field Office BLM. And yeah, like Todd said, I just wanted to talk about this area up here that burned on BLM and kind of what next steps are for us. We do have plans to get some herbicide on that area here in the fall, and then plans with our emergency stabilization and rehab to apply for funding for that to get more herbicide as well as seeding in the future and whatever other rehab that we might need out there. So just wanted to give folks a heads up on that. And again, thank everyone for being here and all the crews, all of the private landowners and everyone that's helped work this fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. And next we're going to hear from Lake County Sheriff Office of Emergency Manager, Daniel Tagg.
Well, good evening. All I can say is, we're back again. I'd really like to come up here and see folks at a community event that's not fire related. Anyway, here's our evacuation zone. It's a huge zone. We had some challenges the first couple days getting out ahead of this fire. Seems like we kind of been holding this holding pattern for a few days with the weather forecast and everything going on. I just want to let you guys know there's a lot of input that goes into making this map. I talked to operations from both of the OSFM team and the Fed team. We have an incident meteorologist that puts input in there and a fire behavior analysis. So there's a lot of folks that provide input when we do this. I'm hoping we can get you out of this level 2 sooner than later, but I don't want to what we call yo-yoing, where we put you in a 2, bring you to a 1, back to a 2, back to a 1. I also just want to remind people of the 3 levels. The be ready is just, there's a wildfire in your area, listen to your radio station, sign up for your community alert system, that kind of thing. A lot of folks say we should just be in a level 1 starting when we get into the bad part of the fire season and stay there as a state. Well, we can't sell houses, it affects your insurance, some of that stuff, so we can't do that. But this area, this level 1 is just be ready. And then that B set is just be packed up, ready to go, and then obviously the level 3 is set, go. So we're hoping next couple days we'll reduce this. If people want to have further conversation about this and have some input, I would love to hear it. So at the end of the day, I work for you folks. I'm here to represent you, and I'm trying to do the best we can with the information we got at times, and at the beginning of this, a very rapid evolving situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. And now we're going to do a walk around the map with our operations folks. And here, first we're going to hear from the Wildland Fire Operations, Gordon Foster.
Good evening, folks. I guess first just start off at, say this is a pretty significant fire for sure. And we've, definitely been trying our hardest to get control of this thing. Day one, as Kevin mentioned, we were just trying to get folks out of the way and make sure that we could get some situational awareness on where the fire was going and what it was doing. Initially, when we came in as a team, we had very limited resources. We come in with overhead. We have some things ordered from the previous folks that were fighting the fire, and we were trying to get those folks engaged in the firefight that first day, but it was a struggle. I think by the second day, we were around 300 personnel on the fire. That includes the team, which is about 50 folks. So that's not a lot of resources for 83,000 acres of fire on the landscape. So over the last 4 or 5 days, we've got trickled in resources. The Northwest has been pretty, hit hard with lots of fires. So we're sharing those resources with the Northwest and California. So it's been a struggle to get those, but we've come up in the priority for the region and the nation. So we're starting to get more and more folks coming in. So we're kind of building our organization as we go. So as you know, I'll just kind of go around the map, and I'll start alphabetically, Division Alpha. Primarily, we've been trying to anchor in this southern end so that we have an anchor point to work from. We've built some indirect lines on the fire because we don't have the personnel to go direct. It'd take a lot of crews, personnel to actually go really direct on that, and a lot of aircraft to support that. So we've gone somewhat indirect using roads, dozer lines, and things like that. We've got the majority of all the line ready in Alpha. And then moving into Division Delta, it doesn't show on our map, but primarily we're utilizing roads, and we've cut dozer lines across areas where we could cut off areas, going direct where we can, and prepping roads where we can, and also building contingency lines in case things go really bad, until we get the personnel to staff these heavily. And then, you know, we've been really focusing in Division Kilo, because that, you know, impacts the ranchers, farmers, Paisley specifically, and we've been focusing our efforts up here. So we've staffed this division pretty heavily. Today, you know, we're starting mop up from Moss Pass back towards Round Mountain, and then down into the BLM lands. And they've done a really good job. They did a small, about 300 to 500 acre burn in here to get it to a road system, down off some steep slopes. They took it down pretty gentle, nice underburn. Things went really well. When I drove by there earlier, the fire was actually burning back into itself. The smoke was laying back into itself, so that's a good sign. In the rest of the areas out here, we've done what we call cold trailing, which is primarily walking crews through this area and making sure there's no hot spots within 50 to 100 feet of the line to secure it. So we've made it around most of this stuff, what we call crab claw, all the way down through Clover Flat, and then back around to the other division break of Papa. So this, you know, this Division Kilo is looking really good. And like I said, we'll focus personnel in this area until we feel, you know, 100% sure that it's not going to go anywhere. Moving into Division Papa, yesterday, with the winds that picked up, we had some issues up here. So we had, you know, we had line in, we had some additional line down towards Division Tango that we had to complete. I think it was up in this north end. We actually picked up a spot fire yesterday that went about 7 acres. So we had that issue. Crews got on it pretty quick, got line around it, started mopping up on that. And then moving down into Division Tango, same thing yesterday with the winds. We picked up some spot fires down here. I think it's the 28 Road, Thomas Creek. Picked up a few spots in there, about a half dozen spots in there. Crews got on them pretty quick. You know, we just didn't have the resources to have everybody on all of this perimeter. So moving, you know, I think that we moved a few resources in there today to help them. So we moved crews back up into Papa and Tango. Down in Division Zulu, down here at Cottonwood Creek Reservoir, you know, we anchored in over the last several days. This is looking really good, and we're mopping up. I think today they'll probably be around 75 foot mopped up, so we're feeling really good about that. And if there's questions afterwards, please come up and, you know, I can walk you around the map personally and show you things. So thank you very much, and we're here to support you guys in the community and really trying to do the best job we can for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
And now from the structural fire operations side, from Oregon State Fire Marshal Operations Section Chief Scott Stutzman.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Scott Stutzman, Operations Section Chief for the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Blue Team. I'm serving as the operations for structural operations out there. I'll back up just a little bit. When we came in and was originally deployed here, we came in with 6 task forces. And then soon realized that that Thursday afternoon that we'd need some additional help. At the height of our resources here, the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office brought in 10 task forces, and it had a total of 170 people working the fire through the Oregon State Fire Marshals, representing 55 structure agencies from throughout Oregon. Currently, we have 98 structural firefighters working under the Oregon State Fire Marshals, with 5 task forces out on the line currently. Primarily, today what we've been doing is working down in the south divisions, Alpha and Zulu, and then up into Tango, mopping up on the line, the direct line that's in there with our wildland agencies, our partners out there, and then also extending it up into Division Papa. There we have the 3 task forces working in those divisions up on the line and mopping up and assisting there. We also have a task force up in Division Kilo in the north there. They were helping do some mop up in Division Kilo around in the northwest side of the fire, and then also down patrolling the Black and mopping up around the Clover Flat area. We're going to continue to do that and patrol out there in the Division Kilo and the Black there, looking for the Green Islands and any place that there might be smoke up there. One thing that I would like to say, and there's been some questions, is one of the tools that we use out there that you may have seen is some lime green placards out there. And we use those, they're called our firefighter safety placards, and you might see them stapled to a tree or a fence post or your mailbox. And what those placards are is a firefighter tool that we use, so that tells us if we can get a large type 1 engine down your driveway back into your house if you have a long driveway, if there's a water source. So as we're moving through the communities or the neighborhoods or your homes, the firefighters can go by there and go, okay, I can get this engine up there to help protect your structure. There is a QRS code on there, so if you put your phone up to there and take a picture of it, it'll lead you to a question and answer page there that has some questions and answers for you. So if you do see those out there, please know that they're a tool that we use, and that's what they're there for. They're for the firefighters out there. I'll be around for questions if you have any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. So now we're to the point that we're ready to take questions, and what will happen is that we do have a mic here, and for COVID's sake, we'll hold it. You can raise your hand, we'll come over with the mic and hold it off to the side, but we will not allow you to take the mic in your hand. So with that, we already do have, and then those that are on Facebook, if you could type them in the chat, we're writing them off on a little piece of paper, and we'll have those questions answered. So to start off here, we already have one. Is the Brayton fire scar helpful to fight fires with fresh dozer lines, or bad with mostly dead fuel there now? And just for those that are here, that's this fire here from 2020. You can use this one up here. I'll wipe it off, Gordon.